She disengaged herself softly and rose up a little to look at him. There was a faint light, it seemed to her, in the room. She could just distinguish his features as he slept the perfect sleep in this darkness. She seemed to see him so distinctly. But he was far off in another world. Ah, she could shriek with torment. He was so far off and perfected in another world, she seemed to look at him as at a pebble far away under clear dark water, and here was she left with all the anguish of consciousness, whilst he was sunk deep into the other element of mindless, remote living shadow gleam. He was beautiful, far off, and perfected. They would never be together. Ah, this awful inhuman distance, which would always be interposed between her and the other being. There was nothing to do but to lie still and endure. She felt an overwhelming tenderness for him, and a dark understirring of jealous hatred, that he should lie so perfect and immune in an other world, whilst she was tormented with violent wakefulness, cast out in the outer darkness. She lay in intense and vivid consciousness, an exhausting superconsciousness. The church clock struck the hours, it seemed to her, in quick succession. She heard them distinctly in the tension of her vivid consciousness, and he slept as if time were one moment unchanging and unmoving. She was exhausted, wearied, yet she must continue in this state of violent, active superconsciousness. She was conscious of everything: her childhood, her girlhood, all the forgotten incidents, all the unrealized influences, and all the happenings she had not understood pertaining to herself, to her family, to her friends, her lovers, her acquaintances, everybody. It was as if she drew a glittering rope of knowledge out of the sea of darkness, drew and drew and drew it out of the fathomless depths of the past, and still it did not come to an end. There was no end to it. She must haul and haul at the rope of glittering consciousness, pull it out phosphorescent from the endless depths of the unconsciousness, till she was weary, aching, exhausted, and fit to break, and yet she had not done. Ah, if only she might wake him! She turned uneasily. When could she rouse him and send him away? When could she disturb him? And she relapsed into her activity of automatic consciousness that would never end. But the time was drawing near when she could wake him. It was like a release. The clock had struck 4 outside in the night. Thank God, the night had passed almost away. At 5 he must go, and she would be released. Then she could relax and fill her own place now. She was driven up against his perfect sleeping motion, like a knife white hot on a grindstone. There was something monstrous about him, about his juxtaposition against her. The last hour was the longest, and yet at last it passed. Her heart leapt with relief. Eyes, there was the slow, strong stroke of the church clock at last. After this night of eternity, she waited to catch each slow, fatal reverberation. 3 for 5, there it was finished. A weight rolled off her. She raised herself, leaned over him tenderly, and kissed him. She was sad to wake him after a few moments. She kissed him again. But he did not stir, the darling. He was so deep in sleep. What a shame to take him out of it. She let him lie a little longer. But he must go, must really go. With full overtenderness, she took his face between her hands and kissed his eyes. The eyes opened. He remained motionless, looking at her. Her heart stood still to hide her face from his dreadful opened eyes in the darkness. She bent down and kissed him, whispering, "You must go, my love." But she was sick with terror, sick. He put his arms round her. Her heart sank. "But you must go, my love, it's late." "What time is it?" he said. Strange, his man's voice. She quivered. It was an intolerable oppression to her. "Past 5 o'clock," she said. But he only closed his arms round her again. Her heart cried within her in torture. She disengaged herself firmly. "You really must go," she said. "Not for a minute," he said. She lay still, nestling against him, but unyielding. "Not for a minute," he repeated, clasping her closer. "Yes," she said, unyielding. "I'm afraid if you stay any longer." There was a certain coldness in her voice that made him release her, and she broke away, rose, and lit the candle. That then was the end. He got up. He was warm and full of life and desire, yet he felt a little bit ashamed, humiliated, putting on his clothes before her, in the candlelight. For he felt revealed, exposed to her, at a time when she was in some way against him. It was all very difficult to understand. He dressed himself quickly without collar or tie. Still, he felt full and complete, perfected. She thought it humiliating to see a man dressing the ridiculous shirt, the ridiculous trousers and braces. But again, an idea saved her. "It is like a workman getting up to go to work," thought Gudrun, "and I am like a workman's wife." But an ache like nausea was upon her, a nausea of him. He pushed his collar and tie into his overcoat pocket. Then he sat down and pulled on his boots. They were sodden, as were his socks and trouser bottoms, but he himself was quick and warm. "Perhaps you ought to have put your boots on downstairs," she said. At once, without answering, he pulled them off again and stood holding them in his hand. She had thrust her feet into slippers and flung a loose robe round her. She was ready. She looked at him. As he stood waiting, his black coat, buttoned to the chin, his cap pulled down, his boots in his hand. And the passionate, almost hateful fascination revived in her. For a moment it was not exhausted. His face was so warm-looking, witty and full of newness, so perfect she felt old. She went to him. Heavily to be kissed, he kissed her quickly. She wished his warm, expressionless beauty did not so fatally put a spell on her, compel her, and subjugate her. It was a burden upon her that she resented but could not escape yet when she looked at his straight man's brows, and at his rather small, well-shaped nose, and at his blue, indifferent eyes. She knew her passion for him was not yet satisfied, perhaps, never could be satisfied, only now she was weary with an ache like nausea. She wanted him gone. They went downstairs quickly. It seemed they made a prodigious noise. He followed her as wrapped in her vivid green wrap. She preceded him with the light. She suffered badly with fear. Lest her people should be roused, he hardly cared. He did not care now who knew, and she hated this in him. One must be cautious, one must preserve oneself. She led the way to the kitchen. It was neat and tidy as the woman had left it. He looked up at the clock. 20 minutes past 5 then. He sat down on a chair to put on his boots. She waited, watching his every movement. She wanted it to be over. It was a great nervous strain on her. He stood up, unbolted the back door, and looked out a cold, raw night, not yet dawn, with a piece of a moon in the vague sky. She was glad she need not go out. "Goodbye, then," he murmured. "I'll come to the gate," she said. And again, she hurried on in front to warn him of the steps, and, at the gate once more, she stood on the step whilst he stood below her. "Goodbye," she whispered. He kissed her dutifully and turned away. She suffered torments hearing his firm tread, going so distinctly down the road. Ah, the insensitiveness of that firm tread. She closed the gate and crept quickly and noiselessly back to bed. When she was in her room, and the door closed, and all safe, she breathed freely, and a great weight fell off her. She nestled down in bed in the groove his body had made in the warmth he had left, and excited, worn out, yet still satisfied, she fell soon into a deep, heavy sleep. Gerald walked quickly through the raw darkness of the coming dawn. He met nobody. His mind was beautifully still and thoughtless like a still pool, and his body full and warm and rich. He went quickly along towards Shortlands in a grateful self-sufficiency. Chapter Roman 25. Marriage or not. The Brangwyn family was going to move from Beldover. It was necessary now for the father to be in town. Birkin had taken out a marriage license, yet Ursula deferred from day to day. She would not fix any definite time-ish, still wavered her months. Notice to leave the grammar school was in its 3rd week. Christmas was not far off. Gerald waited for the Ursula Birkin marriage. It was something crucial to him. "Shall we make it a double-barreled affair?" he said to Birkin one day. "Who for the second shot?" asked Birkin. "Gudrun and me," said Gerald, the venturesome twinkle in his eyes. Birkin looked at him steadily, as if somewhat taken aback. "Serious or joking?" he asked. "Oh, serious. Shall Gudrun and I rush in along with you?" "Do by all means," said Birkin. "I didn't know you'd got that lengths." "What lengths?" said Gerald, looking at the other man and laughing. "Oh yes, we've gone all the lengths. There remains to put it on a broad social basis, and to achieve a high moral purpose," said Birkin. "Something like that, the length and breadth and height of it," replied Gerald, smiling. "Oh well," said Birkin, "it's a very admirable step to take, I should say." Gerald looked at him closely. "Why aren't you enthusiastic?" he asked. "I thought you were such dead nuts on marriage." Birkin lifted his shoulders. "One might as well be dead nuts on noses. There are all sorts of noses, snub and otherwise." Gerald laughed. "And all sorts of marriage, also snub and otherwise," he said. "That's it." "And you think if I marry it will be snub?" asked Gerald quizzically, his head a little on one side. Birkin laughed quickly. "How do I know what it will be?" he said. "Don't lambaste me with my own parallels." Gerald pondered a while. "But I should like to know your opinion exactly," he said. "On your marriage or marrying. Why should you want my opinion? I've got no opinions. I'm not interested in legal marriage one way or another. It's a mere question of convenience." Still Gerald watched him closely. "More than that, I think," he said seriously. "However you may be bored by the ethics of marriage, yet really to marry in one's own personal case is something critical, final." "You mean there is something final in going to the registrar with a woman? If you're coming back with her?" "I do," said Gerald. "It is in some way irrevocable." "Yes, I agree," said Birkin. "No matter how one regards legal marriage, yet to enter into the married state, in one's own personal instance, is final." "I believe it is," said Birkin somewhere. "The question remains, then should one do it?" said Gerald. Birkin watched him narrowly with amused eyes. "You are like Lord Bacon, Gerald. He said you argue it like a lawyerer, like Hamlet's Tobornatob. If I were you, I would not marry. But ask Gudrun, not me. You're not marrying me, are you?" Gerald did not heed the latter part of this speech. "Yes," he said, "one must consider it coldly. It is something critical. One comes to the point where one must take a step in one direction or another, and marriage is one direction." "And what is the other?" asked Birkin quickly. Gerald looked up at him with hot, strangely conscious eyes that the other man could not understand. "I can't say," he replied, "if I knew that." He moved uneasily on his feet and did not finish. "You mean if you knew the alternative?" asked Birkin, "and since you don't know what marriage is, a pies aller." Gerald looked up at Birkin with the same hot, constrained eyes. "One does have the feeling that marriage is a pies aller," he admitted. "Then don't do it," said Birkin. "I tell you," he went on, "the same as I've said before, marriage in the old sense seems to me repulsive egoism. A Jew is nothing to it. It's a sort of tacit hunting in couples, the world, all in couples, each couple in its own little house, watching its own little interests, and stewing in its own little privacy. It's the most repulsive thing on earth." "I quite agree," said Gerald. "There's something inferior about it, but as I say, what's the alternative? One should avoid this home instinct. It's not an instinct, it's a habit of cowardliness. One should never have a home." "I agree, really," said Gerald, "but there's no alternative. We've got to find one. I do believe in a permanent union between a man and a woman. Chopping about is merely an exhaustive process. But a permanent relation between a man and a woman isn't the last word. It certainly isn't." "Quite," said Gerald. "In fact," said Birkin, "because the relation between man and woman is made the supreme and exclusive relationship, that's where all the tightness and meanness and insufficiency comes in." "Yes, I believe you," said Gerald. "You've got to take down the love and marriage ideal from its pedestal. We want something broader, I believe, in the additional perfect relationship between man and man additional to marriage." "I can never see how they can be the same," said Gerald. "Not the same, but equally important, equally creative, equally sacred, if you like." "I know," said Gerald, "you believe something like that, only I can't feel it, you see." He put his hand on Birkin's arm with a sort of deprecating affection, and he smiled as if triumphantly. He was ready to be doomed. Marriage was like a doom to him. He was willing to condemn himself in marriage to become like a convict, condemned to the mines of the underworld, living no life in the sun, but having a dreadful subterranean activity. He was willing to accept this, and marriage was the seal of his condemnation. He was willing to be sealed thus in the underworld like a soul damned, but living forever in damnation. But he would not make any pure relationship with any other soul. He could not. Marriage was not the committing of himself into a relationship with Gudrun. It was a committing of himself in acceptance of the established world. He would accept the established order in which he did not livingly believe, and then he would retreat to the underworld for his life. This he would do. The other way was to accept Rupert's offer of alliance, to enter into the bond of pure trust and love with the other man, and then subsequently with the woman. If he pledged himself with the man, he would later be able to pledge himself with the woman, not merely in legal marriage, but in absolute mystic marriage. Yet he could not accept the offer. There was a numbness upon him, a numbness either of unborn absent volition, or of atrophy perhaps. It was the absence of volition, for he was strangely elated at Rupert's offer, yet he was still more glad to reject it, not to be committed. Chapter Roman 26. A chair. There was a jumble market every Monday afternoon in the old marketplace in town Ursula, and Birkin strayed down there one afternoon. They had been talking of furniture, and they wanted to see if there was any fragment they would like to buy amid the heaps of rubbish collected on the cobblestones. The old market square was not very large, a mere bare patch of granite sets, usually with a few fruit stalls under a wall. It was in a poor quarter of the town. Meager houses stood down one side. There was a hosiery factory, a great blank with myriad oblong windows at the end, a street of little shops with flagstone pavement down the other side, and, for a crowning monument, the public baths of new red brick with a clock tower. The people who moved about seemed stumpy, and sorted. The air seemed to smell rather dirty. There was a sense of many mean streets, ramifying off into warrens of meanness now and again. A great chocolate and yellow tramcar ground round a difficult bend under the hosiery factory. Ursula was superficially thrilled when she found herself out among the common people in the jumbled place, piled with old bedding heaps of old iron shabby crockery, in pale lots, muffled lots of unthinkable clothing. She and Birkin went unwillingly down the narrow aisle between the rusty wares. He was looking at the goods, she at the people. She excitedly watched a young woman who was going to have a baby and who was turning over a mattress and making a young man downathiel and dejected feel, it also so secretive and active and anxious. The young woman seemed so reluctant slinking the young man he was going to marry her because she was having a child. When they had felt the mattress, the young woman asked the old man, seated on a stool among his wares, how much it was he told her. And she turned to the young man. The latter was ashamed and self-conscious. He turned his face away, though he left his body standing there, and muttered aside and again the woman anxiously, and actively fingered the mattress, and added up in her mind, and bargained with the old unclean man, all the while the young man stood by shamefaced and downathiel submitting. Look, said Birkin, there is a pretty chair. Charming, cried Ursula, oh charming. It was an armchair of simple wood, probably birch, but of such fine delicacy of grace standing there on the sordid stones, it almost brought tears to the eyes. It was square in shape of the purest slender lines, and 4 short lines of wood in the back that reminded Ursula of harpstrings. It was once said, Birkin gilded, and it had a cane seat. Somebody has nailed this wooden seat, and look, here is a trifle of the red that underlay the gilt. The rest is all black, except where the wood is worn pure and glossy. It is the fine unity of the lines that is so attractive. Look how they run and meet and counteract. But of course the wooden seat is wrong. It destroys the perfect lightness and unity in tension. The cane gave. I like it, though. Ah yes, said Ursula, so do Roman one. How much is it? Birkin asked the man. 10 shillings. And you will send it? It was bought. So beautiful, so pure, Birkin said, it almost breaks my heart. They walked along between the heaps of rubbish. My beloved country, it had something to express even when it made that chair. And hasn't it now? Asked Ursula. She was always angry when he took this tone. No, it hasn't. When I see that clear, beautiful chair, and I think of England, even Jane Austen's England, it had living thoughts to unfold even then and pure happiness in unfolding them. And now, we can only fish among the rubbish heaps for the remnants of their old expression. There is no production in us now, only sordid and foul mechanicalness. It isn't true, cried Ursula. Why must you always praise the past at the expense of the present, really? I don't think so much of Jane Austen's England. It was materialistic enough, if you like. It could afford to be materialistic, said Birkin, because it had the power to be something other, which we haven't. We are materialistic. Because we haven't the power to be anything else, as we may, we can't bring off anything, but materialism, mechanism, the very soul of materialism. Ursula was subdued into angry silence. She did not heed what he said. She was rebelling against something else. And I hate your past, I'm sick of it, she cried. I believe I even hate that old chair. Though it is beautiful, it isn't my sort of beauty. I wish it had been smashed up when its day was over, not left to preach the beloved past to us. I am sick of the beloved past. Not so sick as I am of the accursed present, he said. Yes, just the same, I hate the present, but I don't want the past to take its place. I don't want that old chair. He was rather angry for a moment, then he looked at the sky shining beyond the tower of the public baths, and he seemed to get over it all. He laughed. All right, he said then, let us not have it. I am sick of it all too. At any rate, one can't go on living on the old bones of beauty. One can't, she cried. I don't want old things. The truth is we don't want things at all, he replied. The thought of a house and furniture of my own is hateful to me. This startled her for a moment, then she replied. So it is to me, but one must live somewhere. Not somewhere, anywhere, he said. One should just live anywhere, not have a definite place. I don't want a definite place. As soon as you get a room, and it is complete, you want to run from it. Now, my rooms at the mill are quite complete. I want them at the bottom of the sea. It is a horrible tyranny of a fixed milieu, where each piece of furniture is a commandment stone. She clung to his arm as they walked away from the market. But what are we going to do? She said. We must live somehow. And I do want some beauty in my surroundings. I want a sort of natural grandeur, even splendor. Y'all never get it in houses and furniture, even clothes, houses and furniture and clothes. They are all terms of an old base world, a detestable society of man. And if you have a Tudor house and old beautiful furniture, it is only the past perpetuated on top of you horrible. And if you have a perfect modern house done for you by Port, it is something else. Perpetuated on top of you, it is all horrible, it is all possessions bullying you, and turning you into a generalization. You have to be like Rod and Michelangelo, and leave a piece of raw rock unfinished to your figure. You must leave your surroundings sketchy unfinished, so that you are never contained, never confined, never dominated from the outside. She stood in the street contemplating. And we are never to have a complete place of our own ever, a home, she said. Pray God in this world, no, he answered. But there's only this world, she objected. He spread out his hands with a gesture of indifference. Meanwhile, then we'll avoid having things of our own, he said. But you've just bought a chair, she said. I can tell the man, I don't want it, he replied. She pondered again, then a queer little movement twitched her face. No, she said, we don't want it, I am sick of old things. New ones as well, he said. They retraced their steps. There in front of some furniture stood the young couple, the woman who was going to have a baby, and the narrow-faced youth. She was fair, rather short, stout. He was of medium height. Attractively built, his dark hair fell sideways over his brow from under his cap. He stood strangely aloof like one of the damned. Let us give it to them, whispered Ursula. Look, they are getting a home together. I want A to bet them in it, he said petulantly, instantly sympathizing with the aloof, furtive youth against the active, procreant female. Oh yes, cried Ursula, it's right for them, there's nothing else for them. Very well, said Birkin, you offer it to them, ill watch. Ursula went rather nervously to the young couple who were discussing an iron washstand door. Rather, the man was glancing furtively and wonderingly like a prisoner at the abominable article, whilst the woman was arguing. We bought a chair, said Ursula, and we don't want it. Would you have it? We should be glad if you would. The young couple looked round at her, not believing that she could be addressing them. Would you care for it? Repeated Ursula. It's really very pretty, but she smiled, rather dazzlingly. The young couple only stared at her, and looked significantly at each other, to know what to do, and the man curiously obliterated himself, as if he could make himself invisible as a rat can. We wanted to give it to you, explained Ursula, now overcome with confusion and dread of them. She was attracted by the young man. He was a still mindless creature, hardly a man at all, a creature that the towns have produced strangely purebred and fine in one sense. Furtive, quick, subtle, his lashes were dark and long and fine over his eyes that had no mind in them. Only a dreadful kind of subject inward consciousness, glazed and dark his dark brows, and all his lines were finely drawn. He would be a dreadful but wonderful lover to a woman. So marvelously contributed, his legs would be marvelously subtle and alive under the shapeless trousers. He had some of the fineness and stillness and silkiness of a dark-eyed silent rat. Ursula had apprehended him with a fine frisson of attraction. The full-built woman was staring offensively again. Ursula forgot him. Want you have the chair, she said. The man looked at her with a sideways look of appreciation. Yet ferof, almost insolent, the woman drew herself up. There was a certain costermonger richness about her. She did not know what Ursula was after she was on her guard. Hostile Birkin approached, smiling wickedly at seeing Ursula so nonplussed and frightened. What's the matter? He said, smiling. His eyelids had dropped slightly. There was about him the same suggestive mocking secrecy that was in the bearing of the two city creatures. The man jerked his head a little on one side, indicating Ursula, and said with curious, amiable, jeering warmth, "What she warnte?" An odd smile writhed his lips. Birkin looked at him from under his slack, ironical eyelids. "To give you a chairthat with the label on it," he said, pointing. The man looked at the object, indicated. There was a curious hostility in male outlawed understanding between the two men. "What's she warn't to give it us for, governor?" he replied, in a tone of free intimacy that insulted Ursula. "Thought you'd like it, it's a pretty chair, we bought it, and don't want it, no need for you to have it, don't be frightened," said Birkin with a wry smile. The man glanced up at him, half inimical, half recognizing. "Why don't you want it for yourselves, if you've just bought it?" asked the woman, coolly. "'Tain't good enough for you now, you've had a look at it, frightened, it's got something in it, eh?" She was looking at Ursula admiringly, but with some resentment. "I'd never thought of that," said Birkin, "but no, the wood's too thin everywhere." "You see," said Ursula, her face luminous, "and pleased, we are just going to get married, and we thought we'd buy things. Then we decided just now that we wouldn't have furniture wed go abroad. The full-built, slightly blousy city girl looked at the fine face of the other woman. With appreciation, they appreciated each other. The youth stood aside his face, expressionless and timeless. The thin line of the black mustache drawn strangely suggestive over his rather wide-closed mouth. He was impassive abstract, like some dark suggestive presence, a gutter presence. "It's all right to be some folks," said the city girl, turning to her own young man. He did not look at her, but he smiled with the lower part of his face, putting his head aside in an odd gesture of assent. His eyes were unchanging, glazed with darkness. "Costs something to change your mind," he said, in an incredibly low accent. "Only 10 shillings this time," said Birkin. The man looked up at him with a grimace of a smile, furtive, unsure. "Cheap at arf a quid, governor," he said, "not like getting divorced." "We're not married yet," said Birkin. "No, no more errant," we said the young woman loudly, "but we shall be a Saturday." Again she looked at the young man with a determined, protective look, at once overbearing and very gentle. He grinned, sicklily, turning away his head. She had got his manhood, but Lord, what did he care? He had a strange, furtive pride and slinking singleness. "Good luck to you," said Birkin. "Same to you," said the young woman, then rather tentatively, "When's yours coming off then?" Birkin looked round at Ursula. "It's for the lady to say," he replied. "We go to the registrar the moment she's ready." Ursula laughed, covered with confusion and bewilderment. "No 'urry," said the young man, grinning suggestive. "Oh, don't break your neck to get there," said the young woman, "slike, when you're a deadier long time married." The young man turned aside as if this hit him. "The longer the better, let us hope," said Birkin. "That's it, governor," said the young man, admiringly. "Enjoy it, while it larst never whip a dead donkey." "Only when he's shamming dead," said the young woman, looking at her young man with cursive tenderness of authority. "Ah, there's a difference," he said satirically. "What about the chair?" said Birkin. "Yes, all right," said the woman. They trailed off to the dealer, the handsome but abject young fellow hanging a little aside. "That's it," said Birkin. "Will you take it with you, or have the address altered?" "Oh, Fred can carry it. Make him do what he can for the dear old ome." "Make use of I am," said Fred, grimly humorous. As he took the chair from the dealer, his movements were graceful, yet curiously abject, slinking. "'Ere's mother's cozy chair," he said, "warnts a cushion," and he stood it down on the market stones. "Don't you think it's pretty?" laughed Ursula. "Oh, I do," said the young woman. "Ave a sit in it, y'all wish you'd kept it," said the young man. Ursula promptly sat down, in the middle of the marketplace. "Awfully comfortable," she said, "but rather hard. You try it." She invited the young man to a seat, but he turned uncouthly, awkwardly aside, glancing up at her with quick, bright eyes, oddly suggestive, like a quick live rat. "Don't spoil him," said the young woman. "He's not used to armchairs, he isn't." The young man turned away and said with averted grin, "Only warrants legs on is." The four parted. The young woman thanked them. "Thank you for the chair. It'll last till it gives way." "Keep it for an ornament," said the young man. Good afternoon," said Ursula and Birkin. "Good luck to you," said the young man, glancing and avoiding Birkin's eyes as he turned aside his head. The two couples went asunder, Ursula clinging to Birkin's arm. When they had gone some distance, she glanced back and saw the young man going beside the full, easy young woman. His trousers sank over his heels. He moved with a sort of slinking evasion, more crushed with odd self-consciousness now. He had the slim old armchair to carry his arm over the back, the four fine, square, tapering legs swaying perilously near the granite sets of the pavement. And yet he was somewhere indomitable and separate, like a quick, vital rat. He had a queer subterranean beauty, repulsive too. "How strange they are," said Ursula. "Children of men," he said, "they remind me of Jesus. The meek shall inherit the earth." "But they aren't the meek," said Ursula. "Yes, I don't know why, but they are," he replied. They waited for the tramcar. Ursula sat on top and looked out on the town. The dusk was just dimming the hollows of crowded houses. "And are they going to inherit the earth?" she said. "Yes, they." "Then what are we going to do?" she asked. "We're not like Themere, we were not the meek." "No, we've got to live in the chinks they leave us." "How horrible," cried Ursula. "I don't want to live in chinks." "Don't worry," he said, "they are the children of men. They like marketplaces and street corners best. That leaves plenty of chinks." "All the world," she said. "Ah, na but some room." The tramcar mounted slowly up the hill, where the ugly wintergreen masses of houses looked like a vision of hell that is cold and angular. They sat and looked away in the distance. Was an angry redness of sunset. It was all cold, somehow small, crowded, and like the end of the world. I don't mind it even then, said Ursula, looking at the repulsiveness of it all. It doesn't concern me. No more it does, he replied, holding her hand. One needn't see. One goes one's way in my world. It is sunny and spacious. It is my love, isn't it? She cried, hugging near to him on the top of the tramcar, so that the other passengers stared at them. And we will wander about on the face of the earth, he said, and well look at the world beyond just this bit. There was a long silence. Her face was radiant like gold, as she sat thinking. I don't want to inherit the earth, she said. I don't want to inherit anything. He closed his hand over hers. Neither do Roman. One, I want to be disinherited. She clasped his fingers closely. We won't care about anything, she said. He sat still and laughed. And well, be married and have done with them, she added. Again he laughed. It's one way of getting rid of everything, she said, to get married. And one way of accepting the whole world, he added. A whole other world, yes, she said happily. Perhaps there's Gerald and Gudrun, he said. If there is, you see, she said, it's no good our worrying. We can't really alter them, can we? No, he said, one has no right to try, not with the best intentions in the world. Do you try to force them, she asked. Perhaps, he said, why should I want him to be free if it isn't his business? She paused for a time. We can't make him happy, anyhow, she said, he'd have to be it of himself. I know, he said, but we want other people with us, don't we? Why should we, she asked. I don't know, he said uneasily. One has a hankering after a sort of further fellowship. But why, she insisted, why should you hanker after other people, why should you need them? This hit him right on the quick, his brows knitted. Does it end with just our two selves, he asked, tense. Yes, what more do you want? If anybody likes to come along, let them, but why must you run after them? His face was tense and unsatisfied. You see, he said, I always imagine our being really happy, with some few other people, little freedom with people. She pondered for a moment. Yes, one does want that, but it must happen. You can't do anything for it with your will. You always seem to think you can force the flowers to come out. People must love us, because they love us. You can't make them. I know, he said, but must one take no steps at all? Must one just go as if one were alone in the world, only creature in the world? You've got me, she said. Why should you need others? Why must you force people to agree with you? Why can't you be single by yourself? As you're always saying, you try to bully Gerald is. You tried to bully Hermione. You must learn to be alone. And it's so horrid of you, you've got me. And yet you want to force other people to love you as well. You do try to bully them to love you. And even then you don't want their love. His face was full of real perplexity. Don't I, he said, it's the problem I can't solve, I know. I want a perfect and complete relationship with you, and we've nearly got it, we really have. But beyond that, do I want a real ultimate relationship with Gerald? Do I want a final, almost extra-human relationship with him, a relationship in the ultimate of me and him, or don't I? She looked at him for a long time with strange, bright eyes, but she did not answer. Chapter Roman 27, Flitting. That evening Ursula returned home, very bright-eyed, and wondrous which irritated her people. Her father came home at supper time tired, after the evening class, and the long journey home. Gudrun was reading. The mother sat in silence. Suddenly Ursula said to the company at large in a bright voice, Rupert and I are going to be married tomorrow. Her father turned round stiffly. You what? He said. Tomorrow, echoed Gudrun. Indeed, said the mother. But Ursula only smiled wonderfully and did not reply. Married tomorrow, cried her father harshly. What are you talking about? Yes, said Ursula. Why not? Those two words from her always drove him mad. Everything is all right. We shall go to the registrar's office. There was a second's hush in the room after Ursula's blithe vagueness. Really, Ursula, said Gudrun. Might we ask why there has been all this secrecy? Demanded the mother, rather superbly. But there hasn't, said Ursula. You knew. Who knew now? Cried the father. Who knew? What do you mean by your you knew? He was in one of his stupid rages. She instantly closed against him. Of course you knew, she said coolly. You knew we were going to get married. There was a dangerous pause. We knew you were going to get married. Did we knew? Why does anybody know anything about you, you shifty bitch? Father cried Gudrun, flushing deep in violent remonstrance. Then in a cold but gentle voice, as if to remind her sister to be tractable, "But isn't it a fearfully sudden decision, Ursula?" she asked. "No, not really," replied Ursula, with the same maddening cheerfulness. "He's been wanting me to agree for weekshes, had the license, ready only I wasn't ready in myself. Now, I am ready. Is there anything to be disagreeable about?" "Certainly not," said Gudrun, but in a tone of cold reproof. "You are perfectly free to do as you like. Ready in yourself, that's all that matters, isn't it? I wasn't ready in myself." He mimicked her phrase offensively. "You and yourself, you're of some importance, aren't you?" She drew herself up and set back her throat, her eyes shining yellow and dangerous. "I am to myself," she said, wounded and mortified. "I know. I am not to anybody else. You only wanted to bully Mayu, never cared for my happiness." He was leaning forward, watching her, his face intense like a spark. "Ursula, what are you saying? Keep your tongue still," cried her mother. Ursula swung round, and the lights in her eyes flashed. "No, I want," she cried, "I want hold my tongue and be bullied. What does it matter? Which day I get married, what does it matter? It doesn't affect anybody but myself." Her father was tense and gathered together like a cat about to spring. "Doesn't it?" he cried, coming nearer to her. She shrank away. "No, how can it?" she replied, shrinking but stubborn. "It doesn't matter to me. Then what you doubt becomes of you," he cried in a strange voice like a cry. The mother and Gudrun stood back as if hypnotized. "No," stammered Ursula, her father was very near to her. "You only want to." She knew it was dangerous, and she stopped. He was gathered together, every muscle ready. "What?" he challenged. "Bully me," she muttered, and even as her lips were moving, his hand had caught her smack at the side of the face, and she was sent up against the door. "Father," cried Gudrun in a high voice, "it is impossible." He stood unmoving. Ursula recovered her hand, was on the door handle. She slowly drew herself up. He seemed doubtful now. "It's true," she declared, with brilliant tears in her eyes, her head lifted up in defiance. "What has your love meant? What did it ever mean?" Bullying and denial it did. He was advancing again with strange tense movements and clenched fist, and the face of a murderer, but swift as lightning she had flashed out of the door, and they heard her running upstairs. He stood for a moment looking at the door, then like a defeated animal, he turned and went back to his seat by the fire. Gudrun was very white out of the intense silence. The mother's voice was heard saying, cold and angry, "Well, you shouldn't take so much notice of her." Again the silence fell. Each followed a separate set of emotions and thoughts. Suddenly the door opened again. Ursula, dressed in hat and furs with a small valise in her hand. "Goodbye," she said in her maddening bright, almost mocking tone. "I am going." And in the next instant the door was closed. They heard the outer door, then her quick steps down the garden path. Then the gate banged, and her light footfall was gone. There was a silence like death in the house. Ursula went straight to the station, hastening heedlessly on winged feet. There was no train. She must walk onto the junction. As she went through the darkness, she began to cry, and she wept bitterly with a dumb, heartbroken child's anguish all the way on the road. And in the train time passed unheeded and unknown. She did not know where she was nor what was taking place. Only she wept from fathomless depths of hopeless grief, the terrible grief of a child that knows no extenuation. Yet her voice had the same defensive brightness as she spoke to Birkin's landlady at the door. "Good evening, is Mr. Birkin in? Can I see him?" "Yes, he's in his study." Ursula slipped past the woman. His door opened. He had heard her voice. "Hello," he exclaimed in surprise, seeing her standing there with the valise in her hand and marks of tears on her face. She was one who wept without showing many traces, like a child. "Do I look a sight?" she said, shrinking. "No," he come in. He took the bag from her hand, and they went into the study. There immediately, her lips began to tremble like those of a child that remembers again, and the tears came rushing up. "What's the matter?" he asked, taking her in his arms. She sobbed violently on his shoulder, whilst he held her, still waiting. "What's the matter?" he said again, when she was quieter, but she only pressed her face further into his shoulder in pain, like a child that cannot tell. "What is it then?" he asked suddenly. She broke away, wiped her eyes, regained her composure, and went and sat in a chair. "Father hit me," she announced, sitting, bunched up rather like a ruffled bird, her eyes very bright. "What for?" he said. She looked away and would not answer. There was a pitiful redness about her sensitive nostrils and her quivering lips. Why, he repeated in his strange, soft, penetrating voice. She looked round at him rather defiantly. Because I said I was going to be married tomorrow, and he bullied me. Why did he bully you? Her mouth dropped again. She remembered the scene. Once more the tears came up. Because I said he didn't carry and he doesn't, it's only his domineeringness that's hurt. She set her mouth, pulled awry by her weeping all the time she spoke, so that he almost smiled. It seemed so childish. Yet it was not childish, it was a mortal conflict, a deep wound. It isn't quite true, he said, and even so you shouldn't say it. It is true, she wept, and I won't be bullied by his pretending it's love when it isn't, doesn't care. How can he know he can't? He sat in silence. She moved him beyond himself. Then you shouldn't rouse him, if he can't, replied Birkin quietly. And I have loved him, I have, she wept. I've loved him always, and he's always done this to me, he has. It's been a love of opposition. Then he said, never mind, it will be all right, it's nothing desperate. Yes, she wept, it is, it is. Why? I shall never see him again. Not immediately, don't cry, you had to break with him, it had to be, don't cry. He went over to her and kissed her fine, fragile hair, touching her wet cheeks gently. Don't cry, he repeated, don't cry any more. He held her head close against him, very close and quiet. At last she was still, then she looked up, her eyes wide and frightened. Don't you want me, she asked. Want you? His darkened, steady eyes puzzled her, and did not give her play. Do you wish I hadn't come? She asked, anxious now again, for fear she might be out of place. No, he said, I wish there hadn't been the violence, so much ugliness, but perhaps it was inevitable. She watched him in silence. He seemed deadened. But where shall I stay? She asked, feeling humiliated. He thought for a moment. Here with me, he said. We're married as much today as we shall be tomorrow. But I'll tell Mrs. Varley, he said. Never mind now. He sat looking at her. She could feel his darkened, steady eyes looking at her. All the time it made her a little bit frightened. She pushed her hair off her forehead nervously. Do I look ugly? She said. And she blew her nose again. A small smile came round his eyes. No, he said, fortunately. And he went across to her and gathered her like a belonging in his arms. She was so tenderly beautiful he could not bear to see her. He could only bear to hide her against himself, now washed all clean by her tears. She was new and frail like a flower, just unfolded, a flower so new, so tender, so made perfect by inner light that he could not bear to look at her. He must hide her against himself, cover his eyes against her. She had the perfect candor of creation, something translucent and simple like a radiant shining flower, that moment unfolded in primal blessedness. She was so new, so wonderclear, so undimmed. And he was so old, so steeped in heavy memories. Her soul was new, undefined, and glimmering with the unseen, and his soul was dark and gloomy. It had only one grain of living hope, like a grain of mustard seed. But this one living grain in him matched the perfect youth in her. I love you, he whispered as he kissed her, and trembled with pure hope like a man who is born again to a wonderful, lively hope, far exceeding the bounds of death. She could not know how much it meant to him, how much he meant by the few words, almost childish. She wanted proof and statement, even overstatement, for everything seemed still uncertain, unfixed to her. But the passion of gratitude with which he received her into his soul, the extreme unthinkable gladness of knowing himself living and fit to unite with her, he who was so nearly dead, who was so near to being gone with the rest of his race, down the slope of mechanical death, could never be understood by her. He worshipped her as age worships youth. He gloried in her. Because in his one grain of faith, he was young as he was her proper mate. This marriage with her was his resurrection and his life. All this she could not know. She wanted to be made much of, to be adored. There were infinite distances of silence between them. How could he tell her of the imminence of her beauty, that was not form or weight or color, but something like a strange golden light? How could he know himself what her beauty lay in for him? He said, your nose is beautiful, your chin is adorable, but it sounded like lies, and she was disappointed, hurt, even when he said, whispering with truth, I love you, I love you. It was not the real truth, it was something beyond love, such a gladness of having surpassed oneself, of having transcended the old existence. How could he say I when he was something new and unknown, not himself at all? This old formula of the age, was a dead letter. In the new superfine bliss, a peace superseding knowledge, there was no I and you, there was only the third unrealized wonder, the wonder of existing not as oneself, but in a consummation of my being, and of her being in a new one, a new paradisal unit regained from the duality, nor can I say I love you when I have ceased to be, and you have ceased to be, we are both caught up and transcended into a new oneness, where everything is silent because there is nothing to answer, all is perfect, and at one speech travels between the separate parts, but in the perfect one there is perfect silence of bliss. They were married by law on the next day, and she did as he bade her. She wrote to her father and mother. Her mother replied, not her father. She did not go back to school. She stayed with Birkin in his rooms, or at the mill moving with him as he moved. But she did not see anybody save Gudrun and Gerald. She was all strange and wondering as yet, but relieved as by dawn. Gerald sat talking to her one afternoon, in the warm study down, at the Roman 1099. Rupert had not yet come home. You are happy? Gerald asked her with a smile. Very happy, she cried, shrinking a little in her brightness. Yes, one can see it. Can one? Cried Ursula in surprise. He looked up at her with a communicative smile. Oh, yes, plainly. She was pleased. She meditated a moment. And can you see that Rupert is happy as well? He lowered his eyelids and looked aside. Oh, yes, he said. Really? Oh, yes. He was very quiet, as if it were something not to be talked about by him. He seemed sad. She was very sensitive to suggestion. She asked the question he wanted her to ask. Why don't you be happy as well? She said. You could be just the same. He paused a moment. With Gudrun? He asked. Yes, she cried, her eyes glowing, but there was a strange tension and emphasis, as if they were asserting their wishes against the truth. You think Gudrun would have me, and we should be happy, he said. Yes, I am sure, she cried. Her eyes were round with delight, yet underneath she was constrained. She knew her own insistence. Oh, I am so glad, she added. He smiled. What makes you glad? He said. For her sake, she replied. I am sure You're the right man for her. You are, he said, and do you think she would agree with you? Oh yes, she exclaimed hastily. Then upon reconsideration, very uneasy, though Gudrun isn't so very simple. Is she? One doesn't know her in 5 minutes, does one? She's not like me in that. She laughed at him, with her strange, open, dazzled face. You think she's not much like you? Gerald asked. She knitted her brows. Oh, in many ways she is, but I never know what she will do when anything new comes. You don't, said Gerald. He was silent for some moments, then he moved tentatively. I was going to ask her in any case to go away with me at Christmas, he said in a very small, cautious voice. Go away with you for a time, you mean? As long as she likes, he said, with a deprecating movement. They were both silent for some minutes. Of course, said Ursula at last, she might just be willing to rush into marriage, you can see. Yes, smiled Gerald, I can see, but in case she want, you think she would go abroad with me for a few days or for a fortnight? Oh yes, said Ursula. I'd ask her. Do you think we might all go together? All of us again? Ursula's face lighted up. It would be rather fun, don't you think? Great fun, he said. And then you could see, said Ursula. What? How things went. I think it is best to take the honeymoon before the wedding, don't you? She was pleased with this mo. He laughed. In certain cases, he said, I'd rather it were so in my own case. Would you? Exclaimed Ursula. Then doubtingly, yes, perhaps you're a right, one should please oneself. Birkin came in a little later, and Ursula told him what had been said. Gudrun, exclaimed Birkin, she's a born mistress, just as Gerald is a born love-ramant. And titter, if, as somebody says, all women are either wives or mistresses, then Gudrun is a mistress. And all men, either lovers or husbands, cried Ursula, but why not both? The one excludes the other, he laughed. Then I want a lover, cried Ursula. No, you don't, he said. But I do, she wailed. He kissed her and laughed. It was 2 days after this that Ursula was to go to fetch her things from the house in Beldover. The removal had taken place, the family had gone. Gudrun had rooms in Willey Green. Ursula had not seen her parents since her marriage. She wept over the rupture. Yet what was the good of making it up, good or not good? She could not go to them, so her things had been left behind, and she and Gudrun were to walk over for them in the afternoon. It was a wintry afternoon with red in the sky when they arrived at the house. The windows were dark and blank. Already, the place was frightening. A stark void entrance hall struck a chill to the hearts of the girls. I don't believe I dare have come in alone, said Ursula, it frightens me. Ursula cried, Gudrun, isn't it amazing? Can you believe you lived in this place? And never felt it how I lived here a day without dying of terror? I cannot conceive. They looked in the big dining room. It was a good-sized room, but now a cell would have been lovelier. The large bay windows were naked, the floor was stripped, and a border of dark polish went round the tract of pale boarding. In the faded wallpaper were dark patches, where furniture had stood, where pictures had hung, the sense of walls dry, thin, flimsy-seeming walls, and a flimsy flooring pale with its artificial black edges, was neutralizing to the mind. Everything was null to the senses. There was enclosure without substance, for the walls were dry and papery. Where were they, standing on earth? Or suspended in some cardboard box in the hearth, was burnt paper and scraps of half-burnt paper. Imagine that we passed our days here, said Ursula. I know, cried Gudrun, it is too appalling. What must we be like, if we are the contents of this? Vile, said Ursula, it really is. And she recognized half-burnt covers of voguey half-burnt representations of women in gownslaying under the grate. They went to the drawing room, another piece of shoot-in air, without weight or substance, only a sense of intolerable papery imprisonment, in nothingness. The kitchen did look more substantial because of the red-tiled floor and the stove, but it was cold and horrid. The two girls tramped hollowly up the bare stairs, every sound reached out under their hearts. They tramped down the bare corridor, against the wall of Ursula's bedroom, where her things, a trunk, a work-basket, some books loose, coats, a hat-box, standing desolate in the universal emptiness of the dusk. A cheerful sight, errant, they, said Ursula, looking down at her forsaken possessions. Very cheerful, said Gudrun. The two girls set to carrying everything down to the front door again, and again, they made the hollow reaching transit. The whole place seemed to resound about them, with a noise of hollow, empty futility. In the distance, the empty, invisible rooms sent forth a vibration, almost of obscenity. They almost fled with the last articles into the out-door. But it was cold. They were waiting for Birkin, who was coming with the car. They went indoors again, and upstairs to their parents' front bedroom, whose windows looked down on the road, and across the country at the black-barred sunset, black and red-barred without light. They sat down in the windows to wait. Both girls were looking over the room. It was void, with a meaninglessness that was almost dreadful. Really, said Ursula, this room couldn't be sacred, could it? Gudrun looked over it with slow eyes. Impossible, she replied. When I think of their lives, fathers and mothers, their love and their marriage, and all of us children and our bringing up, would you have such a life, prune? I wouldn't, Ursula. It all seems so nothing. There two lives, there's no meaning in it, really. If they had not met, and not married, and not lived together through it, wouldn't have mattered, would it? Of course you can't tell, said Gudrun. No, but if I thought my life was going to be like it, prune, she caught Gudrun's arm, I should run. Gudrun was silent for a few moments. As a matter of fact, one cannot contemplate the ordinary life cannot contemplate it, replied Gudrun. With you, Ursula, it is quite different. You will be out of it all. With Birkin, he's a special case. But with the ordinary man who has his life fixed in one place, marriage is just impossible. There may be, and there are thousands of women who want it, and could conceive of nothing else, but the very thought of it sends me mad. One must be free above all. One must be free. One may forfeit everything else, but one must be free. One must not become 7 Pinchbeck Streeter, Somerset driver, Shortlands. No man will be sufficient to make that good. No man to marry one must have a free lance, or nothing, a comrade in arms, a Glucksritter, a man with a position in the social world. Well, it is just impossible, impossible. What a lovely word, a Glucksritter, said Ursula, so much nicer than a soldier of fortune. Yes, isn't it, said Gudrun, id tilt the world with a Glucksritter, but a home and establishment, Ursula, what would it mean, think? I know, said Ursula, we've had one home, that's enough for me. Quite enough, said Gudrun. The little grey home in the west, quoted Ursula, ironically. Doesn't it sound grey too, said Gudrun grimly. They were interrupted by the sound of the car. There was Birkin. Ursula was surprised that she felt so lit up, that she became suddenly so free from the problems of grey homes in the west. They heard his heels click on the hall pavement below. Hello, he called, his voice echoing alive through the house. Ursula smiled to herself. He was frightened of the place too. Hello, here we are, she called downstairs, and they heard him quickly running up. This is a ghostly situation, he said. These houses don't have ghosts, they've never had any personality, And only a place with personality can have a ghost, said Gudrun. I suppose so. Are you both weeping over the past? We are, said Gudrun grimly. Ursula laughed. Not weeping that it's gone, but weeping that it ever was, she said. Oh, he replied, relieved. He sat down for a moment. There was something in his presence Ursula thought lambent and alive. It made even the impertinent structure of this null house disappear. Gudrun says she could not bear to be married and put into a house, said Ursula meaningfully. Knew this referred to Gerald. He was silent for some moments. Well, he said, if you know beforehand you couldn't stand it, you're a safe. Quite, said Gudrun. Why does every woman think her aim in life is to have a hubby and a little gray home in the West? Why is this the goal of life? Why should it be, said Ursula. Il faut avoir le respect de ses bêtises, said Birkin. But you needn't have the respect for the bêtises before you've committed it, laughed Ursula. Ah then, des bêtises du papa. Et de la maman, added Gudrun satirically. Et des voisins, said Ursula. They all laughed and rose. It was getting dark. They carried the things to the car. Gudrun locked the door of the empty house. Birkin had lighted the lamps of the automobile. It all seemed very happy, as if they were setting out. Do you mind stopping at Coulson's? I have to leave the key there, said Gudrun. Right, said Birkin, and they moved off. They stopped in the main street. The shops were just lighted. The last miners were passing home, along the causeway's half-visible shadows in their gray pit dirt, moving through the blue air, but their feet rang harshly in manifold sound along the pavement. How pleased Gudrun was to come out of the shop and enter the car and be borne swiftly away into the downhill of palpable dusk with Ursula. And Birkin, what an adventure life seemed at this moment, how deeply, how suddenly. She envied Ursula. Life for her was so quick, and an open door so reckless, as if not only this world but the world that was gone, and the world to come were nothing to her. Ah, if she could be just like that, it would be perfect. For always, except in her moments of excitement, she felt a want within herself. She was unsure she had felt that now at last in Gerald's strong and violent love, she was living fully and finally. But when she compared herself with Ursula already, her soul was jealous, unsatisfied. She was not satisfied, was never to be satisfied. What was she short of now? It was marriage, was the wonderful stability of marriage. She did want it, let her say what she might. She had been lying. The old idea of marriage was right, even no marriage. And the home, yet her mouth gave a little grimace at the words. She thought of Gerald and Shortland's marriage. And the home, ah well, let it rest. He meant a great deal to her, but perhaps it was not in her to marry. She was one of life's outcasts, one of the drifting lives that have no root. No, no, it could not be so. She suddenly conjured up a rosy room with herself in a beautiful gown, and a handsome man in evening dress who held her in his arms in the firelight, and kissed her. This picture she entitled Home. It would have done for the Royal Academy. Come with us to Tito, said Ursula, as they ran nearer to the cottage of Willie Green. Thanks awfully, but I must go in, said Gudrun. She wanted very much to go on with Ursula and Birkin. That seemed like life indeed to her, yet a certain perversity would not let her. Do come, as it would be so nice, pleaded Ursula. I am awfully sorry, I should love to, but I can't really. She descended from the car in trembling haste. Can't you really, came Ursula's regretful voice. No, really, I can't, responded Gudrun's pathetic, chagrined words out of the dusk. All right, are you called Birkin? Quite, said Gudrun. Good night. Good night, they called. Come, whenever you like, we shall be glad, called Birkin. Thank you very much, called Gudrun, in the strange, twanging voice of lonely chagrin that was very puzzling to him. She turned away to her cottage gate, and they drove on, but immediately she stood to watch them as the car ran vague into the distance. And as she went up the path to her strange house, her heart was full of incomprehensible bitterness. In her parlor was a long-case clock, and inserted into its dial was a ruddy, round, slanted, joyous-painted face that wagged over with the most ridiculous ogle when the clock ticked and back again, with the same absurd glade eye at the next tick all the time. The absurd, smooth, brown-ruddy face gave her an obtrusive glade eye. She stood for minutes watching it, till a sort of maddened disgust overcame her and she laughed at herself hollowly. And still it rocked and gave her the glade eye from one side, then from the other, from one side, then from the other. Ah, how unhappy she was in the midst of her most active happiness. Ah, how unhappy she was. She glanced at the table. Gooseberry jam, and the same homemade cake with too much soda in it. Still gooseberry jam was good, and one so rarely got it. All the evening she wanted to go to the Roman 1099, but she coldly refused to allow herself. She went the next afternoon. Instead, she was happy to find Ursula alone. It was a lovely, intimate, secluded atmosphere. They talked endlessly. And delightedly errant, you fearfully happy here, said Gudrun to her sister, glancing at her own bright eyes in the mirror. She always envied almost with resentment the strange positive fullness that subsisted in the atmosphere around Ursula and Birkin. How really beautifully this room is done, she said aloud, this hard-plated matting, what a lovely color. It is the color of cool light. And it seemed to her perfect. Ursula, she said at length, in a voice of question and detachment, did you know that Gerald Crich had suggested our going away all together at Christmas? Yes, he's spoken to Rupert. A deep flush dyed Gudrun's cheek. She was silent a moment, as if taken aback and not knowing what to say. But don't you think, she said at last, it is amazingly cool? Ursula laughed. I like him for it, she said. Gudrun was silent. It was evident that, whilst she was almost mortified by Gerald's taking the liberty of making such a suggestion to Birkin, yet the idea itself attracted her strongly. There's a rather lovely simplicity about Gerald, I think, said Ursula, so defiant somehow. Oh, I think he's very lovable. Gudrun did not reply for some moments. She had still to get over the feeling of insult at the liberty taken with her freedom. What did Rupert say, do you know, she asked. He said it would be most awfully jolly, said Ursula. Again Gudrun looked down and was silent. Don't you think it would, said Ursula tentatively. She was never quite sure how many defenses Gudrun was having round herself. Gudrun raised her face with difficulty and held it averted. I think it might be awfully jolly, as you say, she replied. But don't you think it was an unpardonable liberty to Taquito talk of such things to Rupert, who, after Algu, see what I mean, Ursulathi, might have been two men arranging an outing with some little type they'd picked up. Oh, I think it's unforgivable, quite, she used the French word type. Her eyes flashed, her soft face was flushed, and sullen Ursula looked on rather frightened most of all, because she thought Gudrun seemed rather common, really like a little type. But she had not the courage quite to think this not right out. Oh no, she cried, stammering, oh, no, not at all like Thado, no, no. I think it's rather beautiful, the friendship between Rupert and Gerald. They just are sympathy, say anything to each other like brothers. Gudrun flushed deeper. She could not bear it that Gerald gave her away even to Birkin. But do you think even brothers have any right to exchange confidences of that sort? She asked with deep anger. Oh yes, said Ursula. There's never anything said that isn't perfectly straightforward. No, the thing that's amazed me most in Gerald, how perfectly simple and direct he can be, and you know it takes rather a big man. Most of them must be indirect, they are such cowards. But Gudrun was still silent with anger. She wanted the absolute secrecy kept with regard to her movements. Want you go, said Ursula. Do we might all be so happy. There is something I love about Gerald, is much more lovable than I thought him. He's free, Gudrun, he really is. Gudrun's mouth was still closed, sullen and ugly. She opened it at length. Do you know where he proposes to go, she asked. Yesto, the Tyrol, where he used to go when he was in Germania, lovely place, where students go small and rough, and lovely for winter sport. Through Gudrun's mind went the angry thought, thee know everything. Yes, she said aloud, about 40 kilometers from Innsbruck, isn't it? I don't know exactly where, but it would be lovely, don't you think, high in the perfect snow? Very lovely, said Gudrun sarcastically. Ursula was put out. Of course, she said, I think Gerald spoke to Rupert, so that it shouldn't seem like an outing with a type. I know, of course, said Gudrun, that he quite commonly does take up with that sort. Does he, said Ursula, why, how do you know? I know of a model in Chelsea, said Gudrun coldly. Now Ursula was silent. Well, she said at last, with a doubtful laugh, I hope he has a good time with her, at which Gudrun looked more glum. Chapter Roman 28, Gudrun in the Pompadour. Christmas drew near. All four, prepared for flight, Birkin and Ursula, were busy packing their few personal things, making them ready to be sent off to whatever country and whatever place they might choose. At last Gudrun was very much excited. She loved to be on the wing. She and Gerald, being ready, first set off via London and Paris to Innsbruck, where they would meet Ursula and Birkin in London. They stayed one night, they went to the music hall, and afterwards to the Pompadour Café. Gudrun hated the café, yet she always went back to it, as did most of the artists of her acquaintance. She loathed its atmosphere of petty vice and petty jealousy and petty art. Yet she always called in again. When she was in town, it was as if she had to return to this small, slow, central whirlpool of disintegration and dissolution. Just give it a look. She sat with Gerald drinking some Swedish liqueur, and staring with black sullen looks at the various groups of people at the tables. She would greet nobody, but young men nodded to her frequently with a kind of sneering familiarity. She cut them all, and it gave her pleasure to sit their cheeks flushed eyes black, and sullen seeing them all objectively as put away. From her like creatures in some menagerie of apish degraded souls, God, what a foul crew they were! Her blood beat black and thick in her veins with rage and loathing. Yet she must sit and watch. One or two people came to speak to her from every side of the cafe, eyes turned half furtively, half jeeringly at her men, looking over their shoulders, women under their hats. The old crowd was there, Carlian in his corner with his pupils, and his girl Halliday and Libidnikov, and the pussumthy were all there. Gudrun watched Gerald. She watched his eyes linger a moment on Halliday's party. These last were on the lookout. They nodded to him. He nodded again. They giggled and whispered among themselves. Gerald watched them with the steady twinkle in his eyes. They were urging the pussum to something. She at last rose. She was wearing a curious dress of dark silk, splashed and spattered with different colors, a curious motley effect. She was thinner, her eyes were perhaps hotter, more disintegrated otherwise. She was just the same. Gerald watched her with the same steady twinkle in his eyes as she came across. She held out her thin brown hand to him. "How are you?" she said. He shook hands with her but remained seated and let her stand near him against the table. She nodded blackly to Gudrun, whom she did not know to speak to, but well enough by sight and reputation. "I am very well," said Gerald, "and you?" "Oh, I am all right. What about Rupert?" "Rupert, he's very well too." "Yes, I don't mean that. What about him being married?" "Ah, he is married." The pussum's eyes had a hot flash. "Oh, he's really be-wadded off then, has he? When was he married?" "A week or two ago." "Really, he's never written?" "No. No, don't you think it's too bad?" This last was in a tone of challenge. The pussum let it be known by her tone that she was aware of Gudrun's listening. "I suppose he didn't feel like it," replied Gerald. "But why didn't he?" pursued the pussum. This was received in silence. There was an ugly mocking persistence in the small, beautiful figure of the short-haired girl as she stood near Gerald. "Are you staying in town long?" she asked. "Tonight only." "Oh, only tonight? Are you coming over to speak to Julius?" "Not tonight." "Oh, very well, I'll tell him then." Then came her touch of diablerie. "You're looking awfully fit." "Yes, I feel it." Gerald was quite calm, and easy, a spark of satiric amusement in his eye. "Are you having a good time?" This was a direct blow for Gudrun, spoken in a level, toneless voice of callous ease. "Yes," he replied quite colorlessly. "I am awfully sorry you aren't coming round to the flat. You aren't very faithful to your F-weens." "Not very," he said. She nodded them both good night and went back slowly to her own set. Gudrun watched her curious walk, stiff and jerking at the loins. They heard her level, toneless voice distinctly. "He won't come over. He is otherwise engaged." It said there was more laughter and lowered voices and mockery at the table. "Is she a friend of yours?" said Gudrun, looking calmly at Gerald. "I've stayed at Halliday's flat with Birkin," he said, meeting her slow, calm eyes, and she knew that the pussum was one of his mistresses, and he knew she knew. She looked round and called for the waiter. She wanted an iced cocktail, of all things. This amused Gerald. He wondered what was up. The Halliday party was tipsy and malicious. They were talking out loudly about Birkin, ridiculing him on every point, particularly on his marriage. "Oh, don't make me think of Birkin," Halliday was squealing. "He makes me perfectly sick. He is as bad as Jesus, Lord. What must I do to be saved?" He giggled to himself tipsily. "Do you remember?" came the quick voice of the Russian. "The letters he used to send. Desire is holy." "Oh yes," cried Halliday. "Oh, how perfectly splendid. Why, I've got one in my pocket. I am sure I have." He took out various papers from his pocketbook. "I am sure I've oh dear, get one." Gerald and Gudrun were watching absorbedly. "Oh yes, how perfectly splendid. Don't make me laugh, pussum. It gives me the hic," they all giggled. "What did he say in that one?" the pussum asked, leaning forward, her dark soft hair falling and swinging against her face. There was something curiously indecent, obscene, about her small, longish dark skull, particularly when the ears showed. "Wait, oh do wait, new, I won't give it to you." Ill read it aloud. "Ill Read you the choice bitchik, oh dear. Do you think if I drink water it would take off this hiccup hic? Oh, I feel perfectly helpless. Isn't that the letter about uniting the dark and the light and the flux of corruption? Asked Maxim in his precise, quick voice. I believe so, said the pussum. Oh, is it id forgotten his it was that one Halliday said opening the letter hic oh yes, how perfectly splendid this is one of the best there is a phase in every race he read, in the sing-song slow distinct voice of a clergyman reading the scriptures, when the desire for destruction overcomes every other desire in the individual this desire is ultimately a desire for destruction in the self hic, he paused and looked up. I hope he's going ahead with the destruction of himself, said the quick voice of the Russian Halliday giggled and lolled his head back vaguely. There's not much to destroy in him, said the pussum, he's so thin already, there's only a fagen to start on. Oh, isn't it beautiful, I love reading it. I believe it has cured my hiccup, squealed Halliday. Do let me go on, it is a desire for the reduction process in oneself, a reducing back to the origin, a return along the flux of corruption to the original rudimentary conditions of being but I do think it is wonderful, it almost supersedes the Bible. Yes, flux of corruption, said the Russian, I remember that phrase. Oh, he was always talking about corruption, said the pussum, he must be corrupt himself to have it so much on his mind. Exactly, said the Russian. Do let me go on, oh, this is a perfectly wonderful piece. But do listen to this, and in the great retrogression, the reducing back of the created body of life, we get knowledge, and beyond knowledge the phosphorescent ecstasy of acute sensation. Oh, I do think these phrases are too absurdly wonderful, oh, but don't you think they earthy are nearly as good as Jesus? And if Julius, you want this ecstasy of reduction with the pussum, you must go on, till it is fulfilled. But surely there is in you also somewhere the living desire for positive creation, relationships in ultimate faith, when all this process of active corruption with all its flowers of mud is transcended, and more or less finished. I do wonder what the flowers of mud are, pussum. You are a flower of mud. Thank you, and what are you? Oh, I am another, surely according to this letter. We're all flowers of mud, flirshik. Du mal, it's perfectly wonderful, Birkin harrowing, hell harrowing the pompadour hic. Go on, said Maxim. What comes next, it's really very interesting. I think it's awful cheek to write like that, said the pussum. Yes, I so do I, said the Russian. He is a megalomaniac, of course. It is a form of religious mania. He thinks he is the savior of mango on reading. Surely Halliday intoned, surely goodness and mercy hath followed me all the days of my life, he broke off and giggled then. He began again, intoning like a clergyman, surely there will come an end in us to this desire effer, the constant going apart, this passion for putting asunder everything ourselves, reducing ourselves part from patriacting in intimacy only for destruction, using sex as a great reducing agent, reducing the two great elements of male and female from their highly complex unity, reducing the old ideas, going back to the savages, for our sensations always seeking to lose ourselves in some ultimate black sensation, mindless and infinite burning, only with destructive fires raging on, with the hope of being burnt out utterly. I want to go, said Gudrun to Gerald. As she signaled the waiter, her eyes were flashing, her cheeks were flushed, the strange effect of Birkin's letter, read aloud in a perfect clerical sing-song, clear and resonant phrase by phrase, made the blood mount into her head as if she were mad. She rose whilst Gerald was paying the bill and walked over to Halliday's table. They all glanced up at her. Excuse me, she said, is that a genuine letter you are reading? Oh yes, said Halliday, quite genuine. May I see? Smiling foolishly, he handed it to her as if hypnotized. Thank you, she said. And she turned and walked out of the cafe with the letter, all down the brilliant room between the tables in her measured fashion. It was some moments before anybody realized what was happening. From Halliday's table came half-articulate cries, then somebody booed, then all the far end of the place began booing after Gudrun's retreating form. She was fashionably dressed in blackish green, and silver, her hat was brilliant green like the sheen on an insect. But the brim was soft dark green, a falling edge with fine silver, her coat was dark green lustrous with a high collar of gray fur and great fur cuffs, the edge of her dress showed silver and black velvet, her stockings and shoes were silver gray. She moved with slow, fashionable indifference to the door. The porter opened obsequiously for her, and at her nod hurried to the edge of the pavement and whistled for a taxi. The two lights of a vehicle almost immediately curved round towards her like two eyes. Gerald had followed in wonder amid all the booing, not having caught her misdeed. he heard the Pussum's voice saying. Go and get it back from her. I never heard of such a thing. Go and get it back from her. Tell Gerald Crich there he goes go, and make him give it up. Gudrun stood at the door of the taxi, which the man held open for her. To the hotel, she asked as Gerald came out hurriedly. Where you like, he answered. Right, she said then, to the driver Wagstaff's Barton Street. The driver bowed his head and put down the fleck. Gudrun entered the taxi with the deliberate, cold movement of a woman who is well-dressed and contemptuous in her soul, yet she was frozen with overwrought feelings. Gerald followed her. You've forgotten the man, she said coolly with a slight nod of her hat. Gerald gave the porter a shilling. The man saluted. They were in motion. What was all the row about? Asked Gerald, in wondering excitement. I walked away with Birkin's letter, she said, and he saw the crushed paper in her hand. His eyes glittered with satisfaction. Ah, he said, splendid, a set of jackasses. I could have killed them, she cried in passion. Dogs, are dogs. Why is Rupert such a fool as to write such letters to them? Why does he give himself away to such canaille? It's a thing that cannot be borne. Gerald wondered over her strange passion. And she could not rest any longer in London. They must go by the morning train from Charing Cross. As they drew over the bridge in the train, having glimpses of the river between the great iron girders, she cried. I feel I could never see this foul town again. I couldn't bear to come back to it. Chapter Roman Continental. Ursula went on in an unreal suspense the last weeks before going away. She was not herself, she was not anything, she was something that is going to be soon, very soon, but as yet she was only imminent. She went to see her parents. It was a rather stiff, sad meeting, more like a verification of separateness than a reunion. But they were all vague and indefinite with one another, stiffened in the fate that moved them apart. She did not really come to, until she was on the ship crossing from Dover to Ostend dimly. She had come down to London with Birkin. London had been a vagueness, so had the train journey to Dover. It was all like a sleep. And now at last, as she stood in the stern of the ship in a pitch-dark, rather blowy night, feeling the motion of the sea, and watching the small, rather desolate little lights that twinkled on the shores of England, as on the shores of nowhere, watched them sinking smaller and smaller on the profound and living darkness, she felt her soul stirring to awake from its anesthetic sleep. Let us go forward, shall we? Said Birkin. He wanted to be at the tip of their projection. So they left off, looking at the faint sparks that glimmered out of nowhere, in the far distance called England, and turned their faces to the unfathomed night in front. They went right to the bows of the softly plunging vessel in the complete obscurity. Birkin found a comparatively sheltered nook, where a great rope was coiled up. It was quite near the very point of the ship, near the black unpierced space. Ahead there they sat down, folded together, folded round, with the same rug creeping in nearer, and ever nearer to one another, till it seemed they had crept right into each other, and become one substance. It was very cold, and the darkness was palpable. One of the ship's crew came along the deck, dark as the darkness, not really visible. They then made out the faintest pallor of his face. He felt their presence, and stopped unsure, then bent forward, when his face was near them. He saw the faint pallor of their faces, then he withdrew like a phantom, and they watched him without making any sound. They seemed to fall away into the profound darkness. There was no sky, no earth, only one unbroken darkness, into which, with a soft sleeping motion, they seemed to fall like one closed seed of life, falling through dark, fathomless space. They had forgotten where they were, forgotten all that was, and all that had been conscious only in their heart, and their conscious only of this pure trajectory, through the surpassing darkness. The ship's prow cleaved on with a faint noise of cleavage into the complete night, without knowing, without seeing, only surging on. In Ursula, the sense of the unrealized world ahead triumphed over everything in the midst of this profound darkness. There seemed to glow on her heart the effulgence of a paradise unknown, and unrealized her heart was full of the most wonderful light, golden like honey of darkness, sweet like the warmth of day, a light which was not shed on the world, only on the unknown paradise towards which she was going, a sweetness of habitation, a delight of living quite unknown, but hers infallibly in her transport. She lifted her face suddenly to him, and he touched it with his lips, so cold, so fresh, so sea clear her face was, it was like kissing a flower that grows near the surf. But he did not know the ecstasy of bliss in foreknowledge that she knew. To him, the wonder of this transit was overwhelming. He was falling through a gulf of infinite darkness, like a meteorite plunging across the chasm between the worlds. The world was torn in two, and he was plunging like an unlit star through the ineffable rift. What was beyond was not yet for him. He was overcome by the trajectory. In a trance he lay, and folding Ursula round about his face was against her fine fragile hair, he breathed its fragrance with the sea and the profound night, and his soul was at peace yielded as he fell into the unknown. This was the first time that an utter and absolute peace had entered his heart, now in this final transit out of life. When there came some stir on the deck, they roused, they stood up, how stiff and cramped they were in the night time, and yet the paradisal glow on her heart, and the unutterable peace of darkness in his, this was the Alanol. They stood up and looked ahead, low lights were seen down the darkness. This was the world again, it was not the bliss of her heart, nor the peace of his, it was the superficial, unreal world of fact, yet not quite the old world for the peace, and the bliss in their hearts was enduring. Strange and desolate above all things, like disembarking from the Styx into the desolated underworld. Was this landing at night? There was the raw, half-lighted coverted vastness of the dark place, boarded and hollow underfoot, with only desolation. Everywhere Ursula had caught sight of the big pallid mystic letters, Ostend standing in the darkness, everybody was hurrying with a blind, insect-like intentness. Through the dark gray air porters were calling in. Un-English English, then trotting with heavy bags, their colorless blouses looking ghostly. As they disappeared, Ursula stood at a long, low, zinc-covered barrier, along with hundreds of other spectral people. And all the way down the vast raw darkness was this low stretch of open bags and spectral people, whilst on the other side of the barrier pallid officials in peaked caps and mustaches were turning the underclothing in the bags, then scrawling a chalk mark. It was done. Birkin snapped the handbags, off they went, the porter coming behind. They were through a great doorway. And in the open night agona, a railway platform, voices were still calling in inhuman agitation. Through the dark gray air, specters were running along the darkness between the train. Calm Berlin. Ursula, made out on the boards, hung on the high train on one side. Here we are, said Birkin, and on her side, she saw Elsa's Lothringen Luxembourg Metzball. That was it, Ball. The porter came up. A Baladuxim class, voila, and he clambered into the high train. They followed the compartments, were already some of them taken. But many were dim and empty, the luggage was stowed, the porter was tipped. Nous avons encore, said Birkin, looking at his watch and at the porter. Encore une demi-heure, with which in his blue blouse, he disappeared. He was ugly and insolent. Come, said Birkin, it is cold, let us eat. There was a coffee wagon on the platform. They drank hot watery coffee, and ate the long rolls split with ham, between which were such a wide bite that it almost dislocated Ursula's jaw, and they walked beside the high trains. It was all so strange, so extremely desolate, like the underworld, gray, dirt, gray, desolate, forlorn, no herregry, dreary, nowhere. At last they were moving through the night in the darkness. Ursula made out the flat fields, the wet, flat, dreary darkness of the continent. They pulled up surprisingly soon Bruges. Then on, through the level darkness with glimpses of sleeping farms and thin poplar trees and deserted highroads. She sat dismayed, hand in hand with Birkin. He, pale, immobile like a revenant himself, looked sometimes out of the window, sometimes closed his eyes, then his eyes opened again, dark as the darkness outside. A flash of a few lights on the darkness Ghent station, a few more specters moving outside on the platform, then the bell, then motion again, through the level darkness. Ursula saw a man with a lantern come out of a farm by the railway and cross to the dark farm buildings. She thought of the marsh, the old intimate farm life at Cossithe. My God, how far was she projected from her childhood? How far was she still to go in one lifetime? One traveled through ons the great chasm of memory from her childhood in the intimate country surroundings of Cossithe and the marsh farms. Remembered the servant Tilly, who used to give her bread and butter, sprinkled with brown sugar, in the old living room, where the grandfather clock had two pink roses in a basket painted above the figures on the face. And now, when she was traveling into the unknown, with Birkin, an utter stranger was so great that it seemed she had no identity, that the child she had been playing in Cossithe churchyard was a little creature of history, not really herself. They were at Brusselschaff, an hour for breakfast. They got down on the great station clock. It said 6 o'clock. They had coffee and rolls and honey in the vast desert refreshment room, so dreary always, so dreary, dirty, so spacious, such desolation of space. But she washed her face and hands in hot water and combed her hair. That was a blessing. Soon they were in the train again, and moving on. The grayness of dawn began. There were several people in the compartment, large, florid Belgian businessmen, with long brown beards, talking incessantly in an ugly French. She was too tired to follow. It seemed the train ran by degrees out of the darkness into a faint light, then beat after beat into the day. Ah, how weary it was! Faintly the trees showed like shadows. Then a house, white, had a curious distinctness, How was it then she saw a villa-together were always houses passing? This was an old world she was still journeying through winter heavy and dreary. There was plowland and pasture, and copses of bare trees, copses of bushes and homesteads naked, and work bare no new earth had come to pass. She looked at Birkin's face, it was white and still and eternal too eternal. She linked her fingers imploringly in his under the cover of her rug. His fingers responded his eyes, looked back at her, how dark like a night. His eyes were like another world, beyond if he were the world as well if only the world were he if only he could call a world into being that should be their own world. The Belgians left the train, ran on through Luxembourg, through Alsace-Lorraine, through Metz. But she was blind, she could see no more, her soul did not look out. They came at last to Ball to the hotel. It was all a drifting trance from which she never came to. They went out in the morning, before the train departed. She saw the street, the river, she stood on the bridge. But it all meant nothing. She remembered some shop zone full of pictures, one with orange velvet and ermine. But what did these signify? Nothing. She was not at ease till they were in the train again. Then she was relieved so long as they were moving onwards. She was satisfied they came to Zurich. Then, before very long, ran under the mountains that were deep in snow at last. She was drawing near. This was the other world now. Innsbruck was wonderful deep in snow and evening. They drove in an open sledge over the snow. The train had been so hot and stifling. And the hotel with the golden light glowing under the porch seemed like a home. They laughed with pleasure when they were in the hall. The place seemed full and busy. Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Crich, English from Paris, have arrived? Birkin asked in German. The porter reflected a moment, and was just going to answer when Ursula caught sight of Gudrun, sauntering down the stairs, wearing her dark, glossy coat with grey fur. Gudrun, Gudrun, she called, waving up the well of the staircase. Shuhu. Gudrun looked over the rail, and immediately lost her sauntering, diffident air. Her eyes flashed. Really, Ursula, she cried, and she began to move downstairs. As Ursula ran up, they met at a turn, and kissed with laughter and exclamations, inarticulate and stirring. But cried Gudrun, mortified, we thought it was tomorrow you were coming. I wanted to come to the station. No, we've come today, cried Ursula. Isn't it lovely here? Adorable, said Gudrun. Gerald's just gone out to get something. Ursula, aren't you fearfully tired? No, not so very, but I look a filthy sight, don't I? No, you don't. You look almost perfectly fresh. I like that fur cap immensely. She glanced over Ursula, who wore a big soft coat with a collar of deep soft blonde fur, and a soft blonde cap of fur. And you, cried Ursula, what do you think you look like? Gudrun assumed an unconcerned, expressionless face. Do you like it? She said. It's very fine, cried Ursula, perhaps with a touch of satire. Go, Rupert, come down, said Birkin. For there. The sisters stood. Gudrun with her hand on Ursula's arm, on the turn of the stairs, halfway to the first landing, blocking the way, and affording full entertainment to the whole of the hall below, from the door porter to the plump Jew in black clothes. The two young women slowly mounted, followed by Birkin and the waiter. First floor? Asked Gudrun, looking back over her shoulder. Second, madame, lift, the waiter replied, and he darted to the elevator to forestall the two women. But they ignored him as, chattering without heed, they set to mount the second flight. Rather chagrined, the waiter followed. It was curious, the delight of the sisters in each other. At this meeting, it was as if they met in exile, and united their solitary forces against all the world. Birkin looked on with some mistrust and wonder. When they had bathed and changed, Gerald came in. He looked shining like the sun on frost. Go with Gerald and smoke, said Ursula to Birkin. Gudrun, and I want to talk. Then the sisters sat in Gudrun's bedroom and talked clothes and experiences. Gudrun told Ursula the experience of the Birkin letter in the cafe. Ursula was shocked and frightened. Where is the letter? She asked. I kept it, said Gudrun. Y'all give it me, want you, she said. But Gudrun was silent for some moments before she replied. Do you really want it, Ursula? I want to read it, said Ursula. Certainly, said Gudrun. Even now she could not admit to Ursula that she wanted to keep it as a memento or a symbol, but Ursula knew and was not pleased, so the subject was switched off. What did you do in Paris? Asked Ursula. Oh, said Gudrun, laconical. Usual things. We had a fine party one night in Fanny Bath's studio. Did you and Gerald were there? Who else? Tell me about it. Well, said Gudrun, there's nothing particular to tell you. No, Fanny is frightfully in love with that painter Billy Macfarlane, He was there so Fanny spared nothing, she spent very freely. It was really remarkable, of course. Everybody got fearfully drunk, but, in an interesting way, not like that filthy London crowd. The fact is, these were all people that matter, which makes all the difference. There was a Romanian, a fine chap, he got completely drunk and climbed to the top of a high studio ladder and gave the most marvelous address, really, Ursula. It was wonderful, he began in French, La Viceste, une affaire dames impériales. A most beautiful voice, was a fine-looking chap, but he had got into Romanian before he had finished, and not a soul understood. But Donald Gilchrist was worked to a frenzy. He dashed his glass to the ground and declared by God he was glad he had been born by God. It was a miracle to be alive. And do you know Ursula? So it was. Gudrun laughed rather hollowly. But how was Gerald among them? All asked Ursula. Gerald, oh my word, he came out like a dandelion in the sun. He's a whole Saturnalia in himself. Once he is roused, I shouldn't like to say whose waist his arm did not go round, really, Ursula. He seems to reap the women like a harvest. There wasn't one that would have resisted him. It was too amazing, can you understand it? Ursula reflected, and a dancing light came into her eyes. Yes, she said, I can. He is such a hole hugger. Hole hugger, I should think so, exclaimed Gudrun. But it is true, Ursula, every woman in the room was ready to surrender to him. Chanticleer isn't in Itvin Fanny Bath, who is genuinely in love with Billy Macfarlane. I never was more amazed in my life. And you know, afterwards I felt I was a whole roomful of women. I was no more myself to him than I was Queen Victoria. I was a whole roomful of women. At once it was most astounding. But my eye id caught a sultan that time. Gudrun's eyes were flashing, her cheek was hot, she looked strange, exotic, satiric. Ursula was fascinated at onseemed, yet uneasy. They had to get ready for dinner. Gudrun came down in a daring gown of vivid green silk and tissue of gold with green velvet bodice, and a strange black and white band round her hair. She was really brilliantly beautiful, and everybody noticed her. Gerald was in that full-blooded gleaming state when he was most handsome. Birkin watched them with quick, laughing, half-sinister eyes. Ursula quite lost her head. There seemed a spell, almost a blinding spell, cast round their table, as if they were lighted up more strongly than the rest of the dining room. Don't you love to be in this place? Cried Gudrun. Isn't the snow wonderful? Do you notice how it exalts everything? It is simply marvelous. One really does feel übermenschlich, more than human. One does, cried Ursula, but isn't that partly the being out of England? Oh, of course, cried Gudrun, one could never feel like this in England, for the simple reason that the damper is never lifted off one there. It is quite impossible, really, to let go in England, of that I am assured. And she turned again to the food. She was eating, she was fluttering with vivid intensity. It's quite true, said Gerald, it never is quite the same in England. But perhaps we don't want it to be. Perhaps it's like bringing the light a little too near the powder magazine, to let go altogether in England. One is afraid what might happen if everybody else let go. My God, cried Gudrun, but wouldn't it be wonderful if all England did suddenly go off like a display of fireworks? It couldn't, said Ursula, they are all too damp, the powder is damp in them. I am not so sure of that, said Gerald. Nor I, said Birkin. When the English really begin to go off en masse, it'll be time to shut your ears and run. They never will, said Ursula. Well, see, he replied. Isn't it marvelous, said Gudrun, how thankful one can be to be out of one's country? I cannot believe myself. I am so transported the moment I set foot on a foreign shore. I say to myself, here steps a new creature into life. Don't be too hard on poor old England, said Gerald, though we curse it, we love it really. To Ursula, there seemed a fund of cynicism in these words. We may, said Birkin, but it's a damnably uncomfortable love, like a love for an aged parent who suffers horribly from a complication of diseases for which there is no hope. Gudrun looked at him with dilated dark eyes. You think there is no hope? She asked in her pertinent fashion. But Birkin backed away. He would not answer such a question. Any hope of England's becoming real, God knows it's a great actual unreality. Now an aggregation into unreality, it might be real if there were no Englishmen. You think the English will have to disappear? Persisted Gudrun. It was strange, her pointed interest in his answer. It might have been her own fate, she was inquiring, after her dark, dilated eyes rested on Birkin, as if she could conjure the truth of the future out of him, as out of some instrument of divination. He was pale, then reluctantly he answered. Well, what else is in front of them? But disappearance, they've got to disappear from their own special brand of Englishness anyhow. Gudrun watched him as if in a hypnotic state, her eyes wide and fixed on him. But in what way do you mean disappear? She persisted. Yes, do you mean a change of heart? Put in Gerald. I don't mean anything. Why should I? Said Birkin. I am an Englishman, and I've paid the price of it. I can't talk about England. I can only speak for myself. Yes, said Gudrun slowly, you love England immensely. Immensely, Rupert. And leave her, he replied. No, not for good. Y'all come back, said Gerald, nodding sagely. They say the lice crawl off a dying body, said Birkin with a glare of bitterness, so I leave England. Ah, but y'all come back, said Gudrun with a sardonic smile. Tant pis pour moi, he replied. Isn't he angry with his mother country? Laughed Gerald, amused. Ah, patriot, said Gudrun with something like a sneer. Birkin refused to answer any more. Gudrun watched him still for a few seconds, then she turned away. It was finished her spell of divination in him. She felt already purely cynical. She looked at Gerald. He was wonderful, like a piece of radium to her. She felt she could consume herself and know all by means of this fatal living metal. She smiled to herself at her fancy. And what would she do with herself when she had destroyed herself? For if spirit, if integral being is destructible, matter is indestructible. He was looking bright and abstracted, puzzled for the moment. She stretched out her beautiful arm with its fluff of green tulle and touched his chin with her subtle artist's fingers. What are they then? She asked with a strange knowing smile. What he replied, his eyes suddenly dilating with wonder. Your thoughts? Gerald looked like a man coming awake. I think I had none, he said. Really, she said with grave laughter in her voice. And to Birkin it was as if she killed Gerald with that touch. Ah, but cried Gudrun, let us drink to Britannia, let us drink to Britannia. It seemed there was wild despair in her voice. Gerald laughed and filled the glasses. I think Rupert means, he said, that nationally, all Englishmen must die so that they can exist individually, and supernationally, put in Gudrun with a slight ironic grimace, raising her glass. The next day they descended at the tiny railway station of Hohenhausen, at the end of the tiny valley railway. It was snow everywhere, a white, perfect cradle of snow, new and frozen, sweeping up on either side black crags and white sweeps of silver towards the blue pale heavens. As they stepped out on the naked platform, with only snow around and above, Gudrun shrank, as if it chilled her heart. My God, Jerry, she said, turning to Gerald with sudden intimacy, you've done it now. What? She made a faint gesture, indicating the world on either hand. Look at it. She seemed afraid to go on. He laughed. They were in the heart of the mountains. From high above on either side swept down the white fold of snow, so that one seemed small and tiny, in a valley of pure concrete, heaven all strangely radiant and changeless and silent. It makes one feel so small and alone, said Ursula, turning to Birkin and laying her hand on his arm. You're not sorry you've come, are you? Said Gerald to Gudrun. She looked doubtful. They went out of the station between banks of snow. Ah, said Gerald, sniffing the air, in elation, this is perfect. There's our sledge. Well, walk a bit, well, run up the road. Gudrun, always doubtful, dropped her heavy coat on the sledge as he did his, and they set off suddenly. She threw up her head and set off scudding along the road of snow, pulling her cap down over her ears. Her blue bright dress fluttered in the wind. Her thick scarlet stockings were brilliant above the whiteness. Gerald watched her. She seemed to be rushing towards her fate, and leaving him behind, he let her get some distance. Then, loosening his limbs, he went after her. Everywhere was deep and silent snow. Great snow eaves weighed down the broad-roofed Tyrolese houses that were sunk to the window sashes in snow. Peasant women, full-skirted, wearing each a crossover shawl, and thick snow boots, turned in the way to look at the soft, determined girl, running with such heavy fleetness from the man who was overtaking her, but not gaining any power over her. They passed the inn with its painted shutters and balcony, a few cottages half buried in the snow, then the snow-buried silent sawmill by the roofed bridge, which crossed the hidden stream over which they ran into the very depth of the untouched sheets of snow. It was a silence, and a sheer whiteness exhilarating to madness. But the perfect silence was most terrifying, isolating the soul, surrounding the heart with frozen air. It's a marvelous place for all that, said Gudrun, looking into his eyes with a strange meaning look. His soul leapt. Good, he said. A fierce electric energy seemed to flow over all his limbs. His muscles were surcharged. His hands felt hard with strength. They walked along rapidly up the snow road that was marked by withered branches of trees stuck in at intervals. He and she were separate, like opposite poles of one fierce energy. but they felt powerful enough to leap over the confines of life into the forbidden places and back again. Birkin and Ursula were running along also over the snow. He had disposed of the luggage, and they had a little start of the sledges. Ursula was excited and happy, but she kept turning suddenly to catch hold of Birkin's arm to make sure of him. "This is something I never expected," she said. "It is a different world here." They went on into a snow meadow. There they were overtaken by the sledge that came tinkling through the silence. It was another mile before they came upon Gudrun and Gerald on the steep up climb beside the pink half-buried shrine. Then they passed into a gully where were walls of black rock and a river filled with snow and a still blue sky above through a covered bridge. They went drumming roughly over the boards crossing the snowed. Once more, then slowly up and up, the horses walking swiftly, the driver cracking his long whip as he walked beside and calling his strange wild hue, the walls of rock passing slowly by, till they emerged again between slopes and masses of snow up and up. Gradually, they went through the cold shadow radiance of the afternoon, silenced by the imminence of the mountains, the luminous dazing sides of snow that rose above them and fell away beneath. They came forth at last in a little high tableland of snow, where stood the last peaks of snow like the heart petals of an open rose. In the midst of the last deserted valleys of heaven, stood a lonely building with brown wooden walls and white heavy roof, deep and deserted in the waste of snow like a dream. It stood like a rock that had rolled down from the last steep slopes, a rock that had taken the form of a house and was now half buried. It was unbelievable that one could live there uncrushed by all this terrible waste of whiteness and silence and clear upper ringing cold. Yet the sledges ran up in fine style. People came to the door laughing and excited. The floor of the hostel rang hollow. The passage was wet with snow. It was a real warm interior. The newcomers tramped up the bare wooden stairs, following the serving woman. Gudrun and Gerald took the first bedroom. In a moment, they found themselves alone in a bare, smallish, close-shut room that was all of golden-colored wood floor, walls, ceiling, door, all of the same warm gold paneling of oiled pine. There was a window opposite the door, but low down because the roof sloped under the slope of the ceiling, were the table with washhand bowl and jug, and across another table with mirror on either side. The door were two beds piled high, with an enormous blue-checked overbolster. Enormous. This was all no cupboard, none of the amenities of life here. They were shut up together in this cell of golden-colored wood. With two blue-checked beds, they looked at each other and laughed, frightened by this naked nearness of isolation. A man knocked and came in with the luggage. He was a sturdy fellow with flattish cheekbones, rather pale, and with coarse fair mustache. Gudrun watched him put down the bags in silence, then tramp heavily out. "It isn't too rough, is it?" Gerald asked. The bedroom was not very warm, and she shivered slightly. "It is wonderful," she equivocated. "Look at the color of this paneling. It's wonderful, like being inside a nut." He was standing watching her, feeling his short-cut mustache, leaning back slightly, and watching her with his keen, undaunted eyes dominated by the constant passion that was like a doom upon him. She went and crouched down in front of the window, curious. "Oh, but this," she cried involuntarily, almost in pain. In front was a valley shut in under the sky, the last huge slopes of snow and black rock, and at the end, like the navel of the earth, a white-folded wall and two peaks glimmering in the late light. Straight in front ran the cradle of silent snow between the great slopes that were fringed with a little roughness of pine trees like hair round the base, but the cradle of snow ran on to the eternal Closingen, where the walls of snow and rock rose impenetrable, and the mountain peaks above were in heaven immediate. This was the center, the not the navel of the world, where the earth belonged to the skies, pure, unapproachable, impassable. It filled Gudrun with a strange rapture. She crouched in front of the window, clenching her face in her hands, in a sort of trance. At last, she had arrived, she had reached her place here at last. She folded her venture, and settled down like a crystal in the navel of snow, and was gone. Gerald bent above her and was looking out over her shoulder already. He felt he was alone. She was gone. She was completely gone, and there was icy vapor round his heart. He saw the blind valley, the great cul-de-sac of snow and mountain peaks under the heaven, and there was no way out. The terrible silence and cold, and the glamorous whiteness of the dusk wrapped him round, and she remained crouching before the window, as at a shrine, a shadow. "Do you like it?" he asked in a voice that sounded detached and foreign. At least she might acknowledge he was with her. But she only averted her soft, mute face a little from his gaze, and he knew that there were tears in her eyes, her own tears, tears of her strange religion that put him to naught. Quite suddenly, he put his hand under her chin and lifted up her face to him, her dark blue eyes in their wetness of tears dilated. As if she was startled in her very soul, they looked at him through their tears in terror. And a little horror, his light blue eyes were keen, small-pupilled, and unnatural. In their vision her lips parted as she breathed with difficulty. The passion came up in him stroke after stroke like the ringing of a bronze bell, so strong and unflawed. And indomitable his knees tight to bronze, as he hung above her soft face whose lips parted, and whose eyes dilated in a strange violation. In the grasp of his hand, her chin was unutterably soft, and silken he felt strong as winter his hands were living metal invincible, and not to be turned aside his heart, rang like a bell clanging inside him. He took her up in his arms, she was soft and inert motionless, all the while her eyes, in which the tears had not yet dried, were dilated, as if in a kind of swoon of fascination and helplessness. He was superhumanly strong and unflawed, as if invested with supernatural force. He lifted her close and folded her against him. Her softness, her inert, relaxed weight lay against his own surcharged bronze-like limbs, in a heaviness of desirability that would destroy him if he were not fulfilled. She moved convulsively, recoiling away from him. His heart went up like a flame of ice. He closed over her like steel. He would destroy her rather than be denied. But the overweening power of his body was too much for her. She relaxed again, and lay loose and soft, panting in a little delirium. And to him, she was so sweet, she was such bliss of release, that he would have suffered a whole eternity of torture, rather than forgo 1 second of this pang of unsurpassable bliss. My God, he said to her, his face drawn and strange, transfigured. What next? She lay perfectly still, with a still childlike face and dark eyes looking at him. She was lost, fallen right away. I shall always love you, he said, looking at her. But she did not hear. She lay looking at him, as at something she could never understand, never as a child looks at a grown-up person, without hope of understanding, only submitting. He kissed her eyes shut so that she could not look any more. He wanted something now, some recognition, some sign, some admission. But she only lay silent and childlike, and remote like a child that is overcome and cannot understand, only feels lost. He kissed her again, giving up. Shall we go down and have coffee and kuchen, he asked. The twilight was falling slate blue at the window. She closed her eyes, closed away the monotonous level of dead wonder, and opened them again to the everyday world. Yes, she said, briefly regaining her will. With a click she went again to the window. Blue evening had fallen over the cradle of snow, and over the great pallid slopes. But in the heaven, the peaks of snow were rosy glistening, like transcendent, radiant spikes of blossom, in the heavenly upperworld so lovely and beyond. Gudrun saw all their loveliness. She knew how immortally beautiful they were, great pistils of rose-colored snowed fire. In the blue twilight of the heaven, she could see it, she knew it. But she was not of it. She was divorced, debarred, a soul shut out. With a last look of remorse, she turned away, and was doing her hair. He had unstrapped the luggage, and was waiting, watching her. She knew he was watching her. It made her a little hasty and feverish in her precipitation. They went downstairs, both with a strange, otherworld look on their faces, and with a glow in their eyes. They saw Birkin and Ursula sitting at the long table in a corner waiting for them. How good and simple they looked together, Gudrun thought jealously. She envied them some spontaneity, a childish sufficiency to which she herself could never approach. They seemed such children to her. Such good Kranskuchen, cried Ursula greedily, so good. Right, said Gudrun, can we have Kaffee mit Kranskuchen? She added to the waiter. And she seated herself on the bench beside Gerald Birkin, looking at them, felt a pain of tenderness for them. I think the place is really wonderful, Gerald, he said, prachtvoll and wunderbar and wunderskin and unbeschreiblich, and all the other German adjectives. Gerald broke into a slight smile. I like it, he said. The tables of white scrubbed wood were placed round 3 sides of the room, as in a Gasthaus. Birkin and Ursula sat with their backs to the wall, which was of oiled wood, and Gerald and Gudrun sat in the corner next them near to the stove. It was a fairly large place, with a tiny bar just like a country inn, but quite simple and bare, and all of oiled wood ceilings and walls and floor, the only furniture being the tables and benches going round 3 sides the great green stove, and the bar and the doors on the 4th side. The windows were double and quite uncurtained. It was early evening. The coffee came hot and good, and a whole ring of cake. A whole kuchen, cried Ursula. They give you more than us. I want some of yours. There were other people in the place, 10 altogether, so Birkin had found out 2 artists, 3 students, a man and wife, and a professor, and 2 Dottersall Germans, The four English people, being newcomers, sat in their coign of vantage. To watch the Germans peeped in at the door, called a word to the waiter, and went away again. It was not mealtime, so they did not come into the dining room, but betook themselves, when their boots were changed, to the reunion song. The English visitors could hear the occasional twanging of a zither, the strumming of a piano, snatches of laughter and shouting, and singing, a faint vibration of voices. The whole building, being of wood, it seemed to carry every sound like a drum, but instead of increasing each particular noise, it decreased it, so that the sound of the zither seemed tiny, as if a diminutive zither were playing somewhere, and it seemed the piano must be a small one, like a little spinet. The host came when the coffee was finished. He was a Tyrolese broad, rather flat-cheeked, with a pale, pockmarked skin and flourishing mustaches. "Would you like to go to the reunion saal, to be introduced to the other ladies and gentlemen?" he asked, bending forward and smiling, showing his large, strong teeth. His blue eyes went quickly from one to the other. Was not quite sure of his ground with these English people. He was unhappy too, because he spoke no English, and he was not sure whether to try his French. "Shall we go to the reunion saal and be introduced to the other people?" repeated Gerald, laughing. There was a moment's hesitation. "I suppose we'd better break the ice," said Birkin. The women rose, rather flushed, and the Wirt's black, beetle-like, broad-shouldered figure went on ignominiously in front towards the noise. He opened the door and ushered the four strangers into the playroom. Instantly, a silence fell. A slight embarrassment came over the company. The newcomers had a sense of many blonde faces looking their way. Then the host was bowing to a short, energetic-looking man with large mustaches and saying in a low voice, "Herr Professor, darf ich vorstellen?" The Herr Professor was prompt and energetic. He bowed low to the English people, smiling, and began to be a comrade at once. "Namen die Herrschaftenteil, an unserer Unterhaltung," he said with a vigorous suavity, his voice curling up in the question. The four English people smiled, lounging, with an attentive uneasiness. In the middle of the room, Gerald, who was spokesman, said that they would willingly take part in the entertainment. Gudrun and Ursula, laughing, excited, felt the eyes of all the men upon them, and they lifted their heads and looked nowhere and felt royal. The professor announced the names of those present. Sans ceremony, there was a bowing to the wrong people, and to the right people. Everybody was there, except the man and wife. The two tall, clear-skinned, athletic daughters of the professor, with their plain-cut dark blue blouses and loden skirts, their rather long, strong necks, their clear blue eyes, and carefully banded hair, and their blushes bowed, and stood back. The three students bowed, very low, in the humble hope of making an impression of extreme good breeding. Then there was a thin, dark-skinned man with full eyes, an odd creature like a child, and like a troll, quick, detached. He bowed slightly. His companion, a large, fair young man, stylishly dressed, blushed to the eyes, and bowed very low. It was over. "Herr Lowerk was giving us a recitation in the Cologne dialect," said the professor. "He must forgive us for interrupting him," said Gerald. "We should like very much to hear it." There was instantly a bowing, and an offering of seats. Gudrun and Ursula, Gerald and Birkin sat in the deep sofas against the wall. The room was of naked old paneling. Like the rest of the house, it had a piano, sofas and chairs, and a couple of tables with books and magazines. In its complete absence of decoration, save for the big blue stove, it was cozy and pleasant. Herr Lowerk was the little man with the boyish figure, and the round, full, sensitive-looking head, and the quick, full eyes like a mouse's. He glanced swiftly from one to the other of the strangers, and held himself aloof. "Please go on with the recitation," said the professor suavely, with his slight authority. Lowerk, who was sitting hunched on the piano stool, blinked and did not answer. "It would be a great pleasure," said Ursula, who had been getting the sentence ready in German for some minutes. Then suddenly the small, unresponding man swung aside towards his previous audience and broke forth exactly as he had broken off, in a controlled, mocking voice, giving an imitation of a quarrel between an old Cologne woman and a railway guard. His body was slight and unformed like a boy's, but his voice was mature, sardonic. Its movement had the flexibility of essential energy and of a mocking, penetrating understanding. Gudrun could not understand a word of his monologue, but she was spellbound watching him. He must be an artist. Nobody else could have such fine adjustment and singleness. The Germans were doubled up with laughter, hearing his strange, droll words, his droll phrases of dialect, and in the midst of their paroxysms, they glanced with deference at the four English strangers. The elect, Gudrun and Ursula, were forced to laugh. The room rang with shouts of laughter. The blue eyes of the professor's daughters were swimming over with laughter tears. Their clear cheeks were flushed crimson with mirth. Their father broke out in the most astonishing peals of hilarity. The students bowed their heads. On their knees in excessive joy, Ursula looked round amazed the laughter was bubbling out of her involuntarily. She looked at Gudrun, Gudrun looked at her. And the two sisters burst out laughing, carried away lower, glanced at them swiftly. With his full eyes, Birkin was sniggering involuntarily. Gerald Crich sat erect with a glistening look of amusement on his face. And the laughter crashed out again in wild paroxysms. The professor's daughters were reduced to shaking helplessness. The veins of the professor's neck were swollen, his face was purple, he was strangled in ultimate silent spasms of laughter. The students were shouting half-articulated words that tailed off in helpless explosions. Then suddenly, the rapid patter of the artist ceased. There were little whoops of subsiding mirth. Ursula and Gudrun were wiping their eyes, and the professor was crying loudly. Des war ausgezeichnet, des war famos. Wirklich famos, echoed his exhausted daughters faintly. And we couldn't understand it, cried Ursula. Oh, later, later, cried the professor. You couldn't understand it, cried the students, let loose at last in speech, with the newcomers. Ja, das ist wirklich shade, das ist shade nadig, Frau Wissensei. The mixture was made, the newcomers were stirred into the party like new ingredients. The whole room was alive. Gerald was in his element. He talked freely and excitedly. His face glistened with a strange amusement. Perhaps even Birkin in the end would break forth. He was shy and withheld, though full of attention. Ursula was prevailed upon to sing Annie Laurie, as the professor called it. There was a hush of extreme deference. She had never been so flattered in her life. Gudrun accompanied her on the piano, playing from memory. Ursula had a beautiful ringing voice, but usually no confidence. She spoiled everything this evening. She felt conceited, and untrammeled. Birkin was well in the background. She shone, almost in reaction. The Germans made her feel fine, and infallible. She was liberated into overweening self-confidence. She felt like a bird flying in the air as her voice soared out, enjoying herself extremely in the balance and flight of the song, like the motion of a bird's wings that is up in the wind, sliding and playing on the air. She played with sentimentality supported by rapturous attention. She was very happy singing that song by herself, full of a conceit of emotion and power working upon all those people, and upon herself, exerting herself with gratification, giving immeasurable gratification to the Germans. At the end, the Germans were all touched with admiring delicious melancholy. They praised her in soft, reverent voices. They could not say too much. Weiskan y Rurend auch die Schottischen Lieder, sie haben so viel Stimmung, aber die Nadege, Frau hat ein wunderbar Stimme. Die Nadege, Frau ist wirklich ein Künstlerin, aber wirklich. She was dilated and brilliant like a flower in the morning sun. She felt Birkin looking at her, as if he were jealous of her, and her breasts thrilled, her veins were all golden. She was as happy as the sun that has just opened above clouds, and everybody seemed so admiring and radiant. It was perfect. After dinner, she wanted to go out for a minute to look at the world. The company tried to dissuade her, it was so terribly cold, but just to look, she said. They all four wrapped up warmly, and found themselves in a vague, unsubstantial outdoors of dim snow and ghosts of an upper world that made strange shadows before the stars. It was indeed cold, bruisingly, frighteningly, unnaturally cold. Ursula could not believe the air in her nostrils. It seemed conscious, malevolent, purposive in its intense, murderous coldness. Yet it was wonderful in intoxication, a silence of dim, unrealized snow, of the invisible intervening between her and the visible, between her and the flashing stars. She could see Orion sloping up. How wonderful! He was wonderful enough to make one cry aloud. And all around was this cradle of snow, and there was firm snow underfoot that struck with heavy cold through her boot soles. It was night. And silence, she imagined. She could hear the stars, she imagined distinctly. She could hear the celestial musical motion of the stars, quite near at hand. She seemed like a bird flying amongst their harmonious motion. And she clung close to Birkin suddenly. She realized she did not know what he was thinking, she did not know where he was ranging. My love, she said, stopping to look at him. His face was pale, his eyes dark. There was a faint spark of starlight on them, and he saw her face soft and upturned to him. Very near, he kissed her softly. What then? He asked. Do you love me? She asked. Too much, he answered quietly. She clung a little closer. Not too much, she pleaded. Far too much, he said almost sadly. And does it make you sad that I am everything to you? She asked, wistful. He held her close to him, kissing her, and saying scarcely audible. No, but I feel like a beggar, I feel poor. She was silent, looking at the stars now, then she kissed him. Don't be a beggar, she pleaded wistfully. It isn't ignominious that you love me. It is ignominious to feel poor, isn't it? He replied. Why should it be? She asked. He only stood still in the terribly cold air that moved invisibly over the mountain tops, folding her round with his arms. I couldn't bear this cold, eternal place. Without you, he said. I couldn't bear it, it would kill the quick of my life. She kissed him again suddenly. Do you hate it? She asked, puzzled, wondering. If I couldn't come near to you, if you weren't here, I should hate it. I couldn't bear it, he answered. But the people are nice, she said. I mean the stillness, the cold, the frozen eternality, he said. She wondered, then her spirit came home to him, nestling unconscious in him. Yes, it is good we are warm and together, she said. And they turned home again. They saw the golden lights of the hotel, glowing out in the night of snow silence, small in the hollow like a cluster of yellow berries. It seemed like a bunch of sunsparks, tiny and orange, in the midst of the snow darkness behind, was a high shadow of a peak blotting out the stars like a ghost. They drew near to their home. They saw a man come from the dark building, with a lighted lantern which swung golden, and made that his dark feet walked in a halo of snow. He was a small, dark figure in the darkened snow. He unlatched the door of an outhouse, a smell of cow's hot animal almost like beef came out on the heavily cold, ere there was a glimpse of two cattle in their dark stalls. Then the door was shut again, and not a chink of light showed. It had reminded Ursula again of home, of the marsh of her childhood, and of the journey to Brussels, and strangely of Anton Skrebensky. Oh God, could one bear it, this past, which was gone down the abyss, could she bear that it ever had been? She looked round this silent upper world of snow and stars, and powerful cold. There was another world like views on a magic lantern. The marsh Cosithe Ilkeston, lit up with a common unreal light. There was a shadowy unreal Ursula, a whole shadowplay of an unreal life. It was as unreal and circumscribed as a magic lantern show. She wished the slides could all be broken. She wished it could be gone forever like a lantern slide, which was broken. She wanted to have no past. She wanted to have come down from the slopes of heaven to this place, with Birkin, not to have twirled out of the murk of her childhood and her upbringing, slowly all soiled. She felt that memory was a dirty trick played upon her. What was this decree that she should remember? Why not a bath of pure oblivion, a new birth, without any recollections or blemish of a past life? She was with Birkin, she had just come into life here in the high snow against the stars. What had she to do with parents and antecedents? She knew herself new and unbegotten. She had no father, no mother, no anterior connections. She was herself pure and silvery. She belonged only to the oneness with Birkin, a oneness that struck deeper notes, sounding into the heart of the universe, the heart of reality, where she had never existed before. Even Gudrun was a separate unit, separate, having nothing to do with this self, this Ursula, in her new world of reality, that old shadow world, the actuality of the pasta. Let it go, she rose free on the wings of her new condition. Gudrun and Gerald had not come in, they had walked up the valley straight in front of the house, not like Ursula, and Birkin on to the little hill at the right. Gudrun was driven by a strange desire. She wanted to plunge on, and on till she came to the end of the valley of snow. Then she wanted to climb the wall of white finality, climb over into the peaks that sprang up like sharp petals in the heart of the frozen, mysterious navel of the world. She felt that there, over the strange, blind, terrible wall of rocky snow there, in the navel of the mystic world, among the final cluster of peaks there, in the enfolded navel of it all was her consummation, if she could but come there alone and pass into the enfolded navel of eternal snow and of uprising immortal peaks of snow and rock. She would be a oneness with all, she would be herself, the eternal infinite silence, the sleeping, timeless, frozen center of the. They went back to the house, to the reunion saal. She was curious to see what was going on. The men there made her alert, roused her curiosity. It was a new taste of life for her. They were so prostrate before her, yet so full of life. The party was boisterous, they were dancing all together, dancing the Schuppleteln, the Tyrolese dance of the clapping hands, and tossing the partner in the air at the crisis. The Germans were all proficient, they were from Munich. Chiefly Gerald, also, was quite passable. There were three zithers twanging away in a corner. It was a scene of great animation and confusion. The professor was initiating Ursula into the dance, stamping, clapping, and swinging her high with amazing force and zest. When the crisis came, even Birkin was behaving manfully with one of the professor's fresh, strong daughters, who was exceedingly happy. Everybody was dancing. There was the most boisterous turmoil. Gudrun looked on with delight. The solid wooden floor resounded to the knocking heels of the men. The air quivered with the clapping hands, and the zither music there was a golden dust about the hanging lamps. Suddenly the dance finished lowerk, and the students rushed out to bring in drinks. There was an excited clamor of voices, a clinking of muglids, a great crying of prosit lowerk, was everywhere at once like a gnome, suggesting drinks for the women making an obscure, slightly risky joke, with the men confusing and mystifying the waiter. He wanted very much to dance with Gudrun from the first moment he had seen her. He wanted to make a connection with her instinctively. She felt this, and she waited for him to come up, but a kind of sulkiness kept him away from her, so she thought he disliked her. Will you schuplatel nadige Frau, said the large fair youth Loerk's companion. He was too soft, too humble for Gudrun's taste. But she wanted to dance. And the fair youth who was called Leitner was handsome enough in his uneasy, slightly abject fashion, a humility that covered a certain fear. She accepted him as a partner. The zithers sounded out again, the dance began. Gerald led them laughing with one of the professor's daughters. Ursula danced with one of the students, Birkin with the other daughter of the professor with Frau Kramer, and the rest of the men danced together, with quite as much zest as if they had had women partners. Because Gudrun had danced with the well-built soft youth, his companion Loerk was more pettish and exasperated than ever, and would not even notice her existence in the room. This piqued her. But she made up to herself by dancing with the professor, who was strong as a mature, well-seasoned bull, and as full of coarse energy she could not bear him critically, and yet she enjoyed being rushed through the dance, and tossed up into the air on his coarse, powerful impetus. The professor enjoyed it, too. He eyed her with strange, large blue eyes full of galvanic fire. She hated him for the seasoned, semi-paternal animalism with which he regarded her, but she admired his weight of strength. The room was charged with excitement and strong animal emotion. Loerk was kept away from Gudrun, to whom he wanted to speak as by a hedge of thorns, and he felt a sardonic, ruthless hatred for this young love companion Leitner, who was his penniless dependent. He mocked the youth with an acid ridicule that made Leitner red in the face and impotent with resentment. Gerald, who had now got the dance perfectly, was dancing again with the younger of the professor's daughters, who was almost dying of virgin excitement. Because she thought Gerald so handsome, so superb, he had her in his power, as if she were a palpitating bird, fluttering, flushing, bewildered creature, and it made him smile as she shrank convulsively between his hands, violently, when he must throw her into the air at the end. She was so overcome with prostrate love for him that she could scarcely speak sensibly at all. Birkin was dancing with Ursula. There were odd little fires playing in his eyes. He seemed to have turned into something wicked and flickering, mocking, suggestive, quite impossible. Ursula was frightened of him, and fascinated clear before her eyes. As in a vision she could see the sardonic, licentious mockery of his eyes. He moved towards her with subtle, animal, indifferent approach. The strangeness of his hands, which came quick and cunning inevitably to the vital place beneath her breasts, and lifting with mocking, suggestive impulse, carried her through the air, as if without strength, through black magic, made her swoon with fear for a moment. She revolted. It was horrible. She would break the spell. But before the resolution had formed, she had submitted again, yielded to her fear. He knew all the time what he was doing. She could see it in his smiling, concentrated eyes. It was his responsibility. She would leave it to him. When they were alone in the darkness, she felt the strange licentiousness of him hovering upon her. She was troubled and repelled. Why should he turn like this? What is it? She asked in dread. But his face only glistened on her unknown horrible, and yet she was fascinated. Her impulse was to repel him, violently break from this spell of mocking brutishness. But she was too fascinated. She wanted to submit. She wanted to know what would he do to her. He was so attractive and so repulsive at one, the sardonic suggestivity that flickered over his face and looked from his narrowed eyes, made her want to hide herself away from him and watch him from somewhere unseen. Why are you like this? She demanded again, rousing against him with sudden force and animosity. The flickering fires in his eyes concentrated as he looked into her eyes, then the lids drooped with a faint motion of satiric contempt, then they rose again to the same remorseless suggestivity, and she gave way. He might do as he would. His licentiousness was repulsively attractive, but he was self-responsible. She would see what it was. They might do as they liked, as she realized, as she went to sleep. How could anything that gave one satisfaction be excluded? What was degrading? Who cared? Degrading things were real with a different reality. And he was so unabashed and unrestrained, wasn't it? Rather horrible, a man who could be so soulful and spiritual now, to be so balked at her own thoughts and memories. Then she had dead so bestial. So bestial, they too so degraded. She winced. But after all, why not? She exulted as well, why not be bestial? And go the whole round of experience, she exulted in it. She was bestial, how good it was to be really shameful. There would be no shameful thing she had not experienced. Yet she was unabashed, she was herself. Why not? She was free, when she knew everything and no dark, shameful things were denied her. Gudrun, who had been watching Gerald in the reunion saal, suddenly thought. He should have all the women he can. It is his nature. It is absurd to call him. Monogamous is naturally promiscuous. That is his nature. The thought came to her involuntarily. It shocked her somewhat. It was as if she had seen some new mean upon the wall. Yet it was merely true. A voice seemed to have spoken it to her so clearly that for the moment she believed in inspiration. It is really true, she said to herself again. She knew quite well she had believed it all along, she knew it implicitly, but she must keep it dark almost from herself. She must keep it completely secret. It was knowledge for her alone, and scarcely even to be admitted to herself. The deep resolve formed in her to combat him, one of them, must triumph over the other, which should it be. Her soul steeled itself with strength. Almost she laughed within herself at her confidence. It woke a certain keen, half-contemptuous pity-tenderness for him. She was so ruthless. Everybody retired early, the professor and Lowerk went into a small lounge. To drink they both watched Gudrun go along the landing, by the railing upstairs. Ein scones Frauenzimmer, said the professor. Ja, asserted Lowerk shortly. Gerald walked with his queer long wolf steps across the bedroom to the window, stooped, and looked out, then rose again, and turned to Gudrun, his eyes sharp with an abstract smile. He seemed very tall to her. She saw the glisten of his whitish eyebrows that met between his brows. How do you like it? He said. He seemed to be laughing inside himself, quite unconsciously. She looked at him. He was a phenomenon to her, not a human being, a sort of creature greedy. I like it very much, she replied. Who do you like best downstairs? He asked, standing tall and glistening above her, with his glistening stiff hair erect. Who do I like best? She repeated, wanting to answer his question, and finding it difficult to collect herself. Why, I don't know enough about them, yet to be able to say, who do you like best? Oh, I don't care, I don't like or dislike any of them, it doesn't matter about me, I wanted to know about you. But why? She asked, going rather pale. The abstract, unconscious smile in his eyes was intensified. I wanted to know, he said. She turned aside, breaking the spell in some strange way. She felt he was getting power over her. Well, I can't tell you already, she said. She went to the mirror to take out the hairpins from her hair. She stood before the mirror every night for some minutes, brushing her fine dark hair. It was part of the inevitable ritual of her life. He followed her and stood behind her. She was busy with bent head taking out the pins and shaking her warm hair loose when she looked up. She saw him in the glass, standing behind her, watching, unconsciously, not consciously seeing her, and yet watching with fine-pupilled eyes that seemed to smile and which were not really smiling. She started. It took all her courage for her to continue brushing her hair as usual, for her to pretend she was at her ease. She was far, far from being at her ease with him. She beat her brains wildly for something to say to him. What are your plans for tomorrow? She asked nonchalantly. Whilst her heart was beating so furiously, her eyes were so bright with strange nervousness. She felt he could not but observe, but she knew also that he was completely blind, blind as a wolf, looking at her. It was a strange battle between her ordinary consciousness and his uncanny black art consciousness. I don't know, he replied. What would you like to do? He spoke emptily, his mind was sunk away. Oh, she said with easy protestation, I am ready for anything. Anything will be fine for me, I am sure. And to herself, she was saying, God, why am I so nervous? Are you so nervous, you fool? If he sees it, I am done for forever. You know you're done for forever. If he sees the absurd state you're. And she smiled to herself, as if it were all child's play. Meanwhile, her heart was plunging. She was almost fainting. She could see him in the mirror, as he stood there behind her, tall and overarching blonde, and terribly frightening. She glanced at his reflection, with furtive eyes, willing to give anything to save him from knowing she could see him. He did not know she could see his reflection. He was looking unconsciously, glisteningly down at her head, from which the hair fell loose, as she brushed it with wild, nervous hand. She held her head aside and brushed her hair madly for her life. She could not turn round and face him for her life. She could not, and the knowledge made her almost sink to the ground, in a faint, helpless spent. She was aware of his frightening, impending figure standing close behind her. She was aware of his hard, strong, unyielding chest close upon her back, and she felt she could not bear it any more in a few minutes. she would fall down at his feet, groveling at his feet, and letting him destroy her. The thought pricked up all her sharp intelligence and presence of mind. She dared not turn round to him and there. He stood motionless, unbroken, summoning all her strength, she said, in a full, resonant, nonchalant voice that was forced out with all her remaining self-control. "Oh, would you mind looking in that bag behind there and giving me my—" Here her power fell inert, my what she screamed in silence to herself. But he had started round surprised and startled that she should ask him to look in her bag, which she always kept so very private to herself. She turned now, her face white, her dark eyes blazing with uncanny, overwrought excitement. She saw him stooping to the bag, undoing the loosely buckled strap, unattentive. "You're what?" he asked. "Oh, a little enamel box, yellow with a design of a cormorant plucking her breast." She went towards him, stooping her beautiful bare arm, and deftly turned some of her things, disclosing the box, which was exquisitely painted. "That is it, see," she said, taking it from under his eyes. And he was baffled now. He was left to fasten up the bag, whilst she swiftly did up her hair for the night and sat down to unfasten her shoes. She would not turn her back to him any more. He was baffled, frustrated, but unconscious. She had the whip hand over him now. She knew he had not realized her terrible panic. Her heart was beating heavily still. Fool, that she was to get into such a state. How she thanked God for Gerald's obtuse blindness. Thank God he could see nothing. She sat slowly unlacing her shoes, and he too commenced to undress. Thank God that crisis was over. She felt almost fond of him, now almost in love with him. "Ah, Gerald," she laughed caressively, teasingly. "Ah, what a fine game you played with the professor's daughter, didn't you now?" "What game?" he asked, looking round. "Isn't she in love with you, dear? Isn't she in love with you?" said Gudrun in her gayest, most attractive mood. "I shouldn't think so," he said. "Shouldn't think so," she teased. "Why, the poor girl is lying at this moment, overwhelmed, dying with love for you. She thinks you're a wonderful, marvelous, beyond what man has ever been. Really, isn't it funny?" "Why funny? What is funny?" he asked. "Why, to see you working it on her," she said, with a half-reproach that confused the male conceit in him. "Really, Gerald, the poor girl." "I did nothing to her," he said. "Oh, it was too shameful, the way you simply swept her off her feet." "That was Schuplatown," he replied with a bright grin. "Ha ha ha," laughed Gudrun. Her mockery quivered through his muscles with curious reachos. When he slept, he seemed to crouch down in the bed, lapped up in his own strength that yet was hollow. And Gudrun slept strongly, a victorious sleep. Suddenly, she was almost fiercely awake. The small timber room glowed with the dawn that came upwards from the low window. She could see down the valley. When she lifted her head, the snow, with a pinkish half-revealed, magic the fringe of pine trees at the bottom of the slope, and one tiny figure moved over the vaguely illuminated space. She glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He was still completely asleep, and she was so hard awake, it was almost frightening. A hard metallic wakefulness. She lay looking at him. He slept in the subjection of his own health and defeat. She was overcome by a sincere regard for him. Till now she was afraid before him. She lay and thought about him, what he was, what he represented in the world, a fine independent. Well, she thought of the revolution he had worked in the mines in so short a time. She knew that if he were confronted with any problem, any hard actual difficulty, he would overcome it. If he laid hold of any idea, he would carry it through. He had the faculty of making order out of confusion. Only let him grip hold of a situation, and he would bring to pass an inevitable conclusion. For a few moments, she was borne away on the wild wings of ambition. Gerald, with his force of will, and his power for comprehending the actual world, should be set to solve the problems of the day. The problem of industrialism in the modern world. She knew he would, in the course of time, affect the changes he desired. He could reorganize the industrial system. She knew he could do it. As an instrument in these things, he was marvelous. She had never seen any man with his potentiality. He was unaware of it, but she knew. He only needed to be hitched on. He needed that his hand should be set to the task, because he was so unconscious. And this she could do. She would marry him. He would go into Parliament in the Conservative interest. He would clear up the great muddle of labor and industry. He was so superbly fearless, masterful. He knew that every problem could be worked out in life as in geometry. And he would care neither about himself, nor about anything but the pure working out of the problem. He was very pure, really. Her heart beat fast. She flew away on wings of elation, imagining a future. He would be a Napoleon of peace, or a Bismarck, and she the woman behind him. She had read Bismarck's letters, and had been deeply moved by them, and Gerald would be freer, more dauntless than Bismarck. But even as she lay in fictitious transport, bathed in the strange false sunshine of hope and life, something seemed to snap in her, and a terrible cynicism began to gain upon her, blowing in like a wind. Everything turned to irony with her. The last flavor of everything was ironical. When she felt her pang of undeniable reality, this was when she knew the hard irony of hopes and ideas. She lay and looked at him. As he slept, he was sheerly beautiful. He was a perfect instrument to her mind. He was a pure and human, almost superhuman instrument. His instrumentality appealed so strongly to her. She wished she were God to use him as a tool. And at the same instant came the ironical question, what for she thought of the colliers' wives with their linoleum, and their lace curtains, and their little girls in high-laced boots. She thought of the wives and daughters of the pit managers, their tennis parties, and their terrible struggles to be superior each to the other in the social scale. There was Shortlands with its meaningless distinction, the meaningless crowd of the Criches. There was London, the House of Commons, the extant social world, my God. Young as she was, Gudrun had touched the whole pulse of social England. She had no ideas of rising in the world. She knew with the perfect cynicism of cruel youth that to rise in the world meant to have one outside show. Instead of another, the advance was like having a spurious half-crown instead of a spurious penny. The whole coinage of valuation was spurious. Yet of course her cynicism knew well enough that, in a world where spurious coin was current, a bad sovereign was better than a bad farthing, but rich and poor, she despised both alike. Already she mocked at herself for her dreams. They could be fulfilled easily enough. But she recognized too well in her spirit the mockery of her own impulses. What did she care that Gerald had created a richly paying industry out of an old worn-out concern? What did she care, the worn-out concern and the rapid, splendidly organized industry? They were bad money, yet of course she cared a great deal. Outwardly and outwardly was all that mattered, for inwardly was a bad joke. Everything was intrinsically a piece of irony to her. She leaned over Gerald and said in her heart with compassion, "Oh, my dear, the game isn't worth even you. You are a fine thing. Really, should you be used on such a poor show?" Her heart was breaking with pity and grief for him, and at the same moment, a grimace came over her mouth of mocking irony at her own unspoken tirade. Ah, what a farce it was! She thought of Parnell and Catherine O'Shea Parnell. After all, who can take the nationalization of Ireland seriously? Who can take political Ireland really seriously, whatever it does? And who can take political England seriously? Who can care a straw really how the old patched-up constitution is tinkered at any more? Who cares a button for our national ideas? Any more than for our national bowler hat? Aha, it is all old hat, it is all old bowler hat. That's all it is, Gerald, my young hero. At any rate, well, spare ourselves the nausea of stirring the old broth. Any more, you be beautiful, my Gerald, and reckless. There are perfect moments. Wake up, Gerald. Wake up, convince me of the perfect moments. Oh, convince me, I need it. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She greeted him with a mocking, enigmatic smile, in which was a poignant gaiety over his face. Went the reflection of the smile, he smiled, too purely unconsciously. That filled her with extraordinary delight to see the smile cross his face reflected from her face. She remembered that was how a baby smiled. It filled her with extraordinary radiant delight. "You've done it," she said. What he asked, dazed. "Convinced me." And she bent down, kissing him passionately, so that he was bewildered. He did not ask her of what he had convinced her, though he meant to. He was glad she was kissing him. She seemed to be feeling for his very heart to touch the quick of him, and he wanted her to touch the quick of his being. He wanted that most of all. Outside, somebody was singing in a manly, reckless, handsome voice. "Mach mir auf du Stolz. Mach mir ein Führer von Hals. Vom Regen bin ich nass." Gudrun knew that that song would sound through her eternity, sung in a manly, reckless, mocking voice. It marked one of her supreme moments, the supreme pangs of her nervous gratification. There, it was fixed in eternity for her. The day came fine and bluish. There was a light wind blowing among the mountain tops, keen as a rapier, where it touched, carrying with it a fine dust of snow-powder. Gerald went out with the fine, blind face of a man who is in his state of fulfillment. Gudrun and he were in perfect static unity this morning. But unseeing and unwitting, they went out with a toboggan, leaving Ursula and Birkin to follow. Gudrun was all scarlet and royal blue, scarlet jersey and cap, and a royal blue skirt and stockings. She went gaily over the white snow, with Gerald beside her in white and gray, pulling the little toboggan. They grew small in the distance of snow, climbing the steep slope. For Gudrun herself, she seemed to pass altogether into the whiteness of the snow. She became a pure thoughtless crystal. When she reached the top of the slope in the wind, she looked round and saw peak. Beyond, peak of rock and snow bluish transcendent in heaven. And it seemed to her like a garden with the peaks for pure flowers and her heart gathering them. She had no separate consciousness for Gerald. She held on to him as they went shearing down over the keen slope. She felt as if her senses were being whetted on some fine grindstone that was keen as flame. The snow sprinted on either side like sparks from a blade that is being sharpened. The whiteness round about ran swifter in pure flame. The white slope flew against her, and she fused like one molten dancing globule, rushed through a white intensity. Then there was a great swerve at the bottom, when they swung, as it were, in a fall to earth in the diminishing motion. They came to rest, but when she rose to her feet, she could not stand. She gave a strange cry, turned, and clung to him, sinking her face on his breast, fainting in him. Utter oblivion came over her, as she lay for a few moments abandoned against him. "What is it?" he was saying. "Was it too much for you?" But she heard nothing. When she came to, she stood up and looked round, astonished. Her face was white, her eyes brilliant and large. "What is it?" he repeated. "Did it upset you?" She looked at him with her brilliant eyes that seemed to have undergone some transfiguration, and she laughed with a terrible merriment. "No," she cried with triumphant joy, "it was the complete moment of my life." And she looked at him with her dazzling, overweening laughter, like one possessed. A fine blade seemed to enter his heart, but he did not care or take any notice. But they climbed up the slope again, and they flew down through the white flame again, splendidly. Gudrun was laughing and flashing, powdered with snow crystals. Gerald worked perfectly. He felt he could guide the toboggan to a hairbreadth. Almost he could make it pierce into the air, and right into the very heart of the sky. It seemed to him the flying sledge was but his strength. Spread out, he had but to move his arms, the motion was his own. They explored the great slopes to find another slide. He felt there must be something better than they had known. And he found what he desired, a perfect, long, fierce sweep shearing past the foot of a rock. And into the trees at the base. It was dangerous, he knew. But then he knew also he would direct the sledge between his fingers. The first days passed in an ecstasy of physical motion, sleighing, skiing, skating, moving in an intensity of speed and white light that surpassed life itself, and carried the souls of the human beings beyond into an inhuman abstraction of velocity and weight and eternal frozen snow. Gerald's eyes became hard and strange, and as he went by on his skis, he was more like some powerful, fateful sigh than a man, his muscles elastic in a perfect soaring trajectory, his body projected in pure flight, mindless, soulless whirling along one perfect line of force. Luckily, there came a day of snow when they must all stay indoors, otherwise, Birkin said they would all lose their faculties and begin to utter themselves in cries and shrieks like some strange, unknown species of snow creatures. It happened in the afternoon that Ursula sat in the reunion saal, talking to Lowerk. The latter had seemed unhappy lately. He was lively and full of mischievous humor as usual. But Ursula had thought he was sulky about something. His partner, too, the big, fair, good-looking youth, was ill at ease, going about as if he belonged to nowhere, and was kept in some sort of subjection against which he was rebelling. Lowerk had hardly talked to Gudrun. His associate, on the other hand, had paid her constantly a soft, over-deferential attention. Gudrun wanted to talk to Lowerk. He was a sculptor, and she wanted to hear his view of his art, and his figure attracted her. There was the look of a little wastrel about him that intrigued her, and an old man's look that interested her, and then, beside this, an uncanny singleness, a quality of being by himself, not in contact with anybody else, that marked out an artist to her. He was a chatterer, a magpie, a maker of mischievous word jokes that were sometimes very clever, but which often were not, and she could see in his brown gnome's eyes the black look of inorganic misery, which lay behind all his small buffoonery. His figure interested her, the figure of a boy, almost a street Arab. He made no attempt to conceal it. He always wore a simple loden suit with knee breeches. His legs were thin, and he made no attempt to disguise the fact, which was of itself remarkable in a German, and he never ingratiated himself anywhere, not in the slightest, but kept to himself for all his apparent playfulness. Leitner, his companion, was a great sportsman, very handsome with his big limbs, and his blue eyes. Lowerk would go tobogganing or skating in little snatches. But he was indifferent, and his fine, thin nostrils, the nostrils of a purebred street Arab, would quiver with contempt at Leitner's spluttering gymnastic displays. It was evident that the two men who had traveled and lived together, sharing the same bedroom, had now reached the stage of loathing Leitner hated Lowerk. With an injured, writhing, impotent hatred, and Lowerk treated Leitner with a fine-quivering contempt. And sarcasm, soon the two would have to go apart. Already they were rarely together. Leitner ran attaching himself to somebody or other, always deferring Lowerk. Was a good deal alone out of doors. He wore a Westphalian cap, a close brown velvet head, with big brown velvet flaps down over his ears, so that he looked like a low-haired rabbit or a troll. His face was brown-red with a dry, bright skin that seemed to crinkle with his mobile expressions. His eyes were a resting brown, full like a rabbit's, or like a troll's, or like the eyes of a lost being, having a strange, dumb, depraved look of knowledge and a quick spark of uncanny fire. Whenever Gudrun had tried to talk to him, he had shied away unresponsive, looking at her with his watchful dark eyes, but entering into no relation with her. He had made her feel that her slow French and her slower German were hateful to him. As for his own inadequate English, he was much too awkward to try it at all, but he understood a good deal of what was said nevertheless, and Gudrun piqued left him alone. This afternoon, however, she came into the lounge. As he was talking to Ursula, his fine black hair somehow reminded her of a bat, thin, as it was on his full, sensitive-looking head, and worn away at the temples. He sat hunched up as if his spirit were bat-like, and Gudrun could see he was making some slow confidence to Ursula, unwilling a slow, grudging, scanty self-revelation. She went and sat by her sister. He looked at her, then looked away again, as if he took no notice of her, but as a matter of fact she interested him deeply. "Isn't it interesting, Prune?" said Ursula, turning to her sister. "Herr Lowerk is doing a great frieze for a factory in Cologne for the outside the street." She looked at him, at his thin, brown, nervous hands that were prehensile, and somehow like talons, like Griff's in human. "What in?" she asked. "O's was," repeated Ursula. "Granite," he replied. It had become immediately a laconic series of question and answer between fellow craftsmen. "What is the relief?" asked Gudrun. "Alto relievo." "And at what height?" It was very interesting to Gudrun to think of his making the great granite frieze for a great granite factory in Cologne. She got from him some notion of the design. It was a representation of a fair with peasants and artisans, in an orgy of enjoyment, drunk and absurd in their modern dress, whirling ridiculously in roundabouts, gaping at shows, kissing and staggering, and rolling and not swinging in swingboats and firing down shooting galleries, a frenzy of chaotic motion. There was a swift discussion of technicalities. Gudrun was very much impressed. "But how wonderful to have such a factory," cried Ursula. "Is the whole building fine?" "Oh yes," he replied, "the frieze is part of the whole architecture. Yes, it is a colossal thing." Then he seemed to stiffen, shrugged his shoulders, and went on. "Sculpture and architecture must go together the day for irrelevant statues. As for wall pictures is over. As a matter of fact, sculpture is always part of an architectural conception. And since churches are all museum stuff, since industry is our business now, then let us make our places of industry, our ardor factoriaria, our Parthenon echo." Ursula pondered. "I suppose," she said, "there is no need for our great works to be so hideous." Instantly, he broke into motion. "There you are," he cried, "there you are. There is not only no need for our places of work to be ugly, but their ugliness ruins the work in the end. Men will not go on submitting to such intolerable ugliness in the end. It will hurt too much, and they will wither because of it. And this will wither the work as well. They will think the work itself is ugly, the machines, the very act of labor, whereas the machinery and the acts of labor are extremely maddeningly beautiful. But this will be the end of our civilization, when people will not work because work has become so intolerable to their senses. It nauseates them too much. They would rather starve. Then we shall see the hammer used only for smashing. Then we shall see it. Yet here we arrow have the opportunity to make beautiful factories, beautiful machine houses. We have the opportunity." Gudrun could only partly understand. She could have cried with vexation. "What does he say?" she asked Ursula, and Ursula translated, stammering, and brief Lowerk watched Gudrun's face to see her judgment. "And do you think then," said Gudrun, "that art should serve industry?" "Art should interpret industry, as art once interpreted religion," he said. "But does your fair interpret industry?" she asked him. "Certainly. What is man doing when he is at a fair like this? He is fulfilling the counterpart of labor. The machine works him instead of he, the machine. He enjoys the mechanical motion in his own body." "But is there nothing but work, mechanical work?" said Gudrun. "Nothing but work," he repeated, leaning forward, his eyes two darknesses with needle points of light. "No, it is nothing but this serving a machine, or enjoying the motion of a machine motion that is all you have never worked for hunger, or you would know what God governs us. Gudrun quivered and flushed for some reason. She was almost in tears. No, I have not worked for hunger, she replied, but I have worked. Travail lavorado, he asked, ichi lavorach, lavoro quel travail est que vous avez fait. He broke into a mixture of Italian and French, instinctively using a foreign language when he spoke to her. You have never worked as the world works, he said to her, with sarcasm. Yes, she said, I have, and I work now for my daily bread. He paused, looked at her steadily, then dropped the subject entirely. She seemed to him to be trifling. But have you ever worked as the world works? Ursula asked him. He looked at her untrustful. Yes, he replied with a surly bark, I have known what it was to lie in bed for 3 days, because I had nothing to eat. Gudrun was looking at him with large grave eyes that seemed to draw the confession from him, as the marrow from his bones. All his nature held him back from confessing, and yet her large grave eyes upon him seemed to open some valve in his veins, and involuntarily he was telling. My father was a man who did not like work, and we had no mother. We lived in Austria, Polish Austria. How did we live? Somehow, mostly in a room with 3 other families set in each corner, and the W Roman 100 in the middle of the room, a pan with a plank on. Itha, I had 2 brothers and a sister, and there might be a woman with my father. He was a free being in his way, would fight with any man in the towna, garrison townend, was a little man too, but he wouldn't work for anybody, set his heart against it and wouldn't. And how did you live then? Asked Ursula. He looked at her, then suddenly at Gudrun. Do you understand? He asked. Enough, she replied. Their eyes met for a moment, then he looked away. He would say no more. And how did you become a sculptor? Asked Ursula. How did I become a sculptor? He paused. Dunk. He resumed in a changed manner, and beginning to speak French. I became old enough. I used to steal from the marketplace later. I went to work and printed the stamp on clay bottles before they were baked. It was an earthenware bottle factory. There I began making models. One day, I had had enough. I lay in the sun and did not go to work. Then I walked to Munich. Then I walked to Italy, begging everything. The Italians were very good to me, were good and honorable to me from Bozen to Rome. Almost every night I had a meal, and a bed perhaps of straw with some peasant. I love the Italian people with all my heart. Dunk a decimatenant, I earn £1,000 in a year, or I earn 2,000. He looked down at the ground, his voice tailing off into silence. Gudrun looked at his fine, thin, shiny skin, reddish-brown from the sun drawn tight over his full temples, and at his thin hair and at the thick, coarse, brush-like mustache cut short about his mobile, rather shapeless mouth. How old are you? She asked. He looked up at her with his full elfin eyes, startled. Why, alt, he repeated, and he hesitated. It was evidently one of his reticencies. How old are you? He replied without answering. I am 26, she answered. 26, he repeated, looking into her eyes. He paused, then he said. Und I her Herr Gemmal, why alt ist Who? Asked Gudrun. Your husband, said Ursula with a certain irony. I haven't got a husband, said Gudrun, in English and German, she answered. He is 31. But Lowerk was watching closely with his uncanny, full, suspicious eyes. Something in Gudrun seemed to accord with him. He was really like one of the little people who have no soul, who has found his mate in a human being. But he suffered in his discovery. She too was fascinated by him, fascinated as if some strange creature, a rabbit or a bat or a brown seal, had begun to talk to her. But also she knew what he was unconscious of, his tremendous power of understanding, of apprehending her living motion. He did not know his own power. He did not know how, with his full, submerged, watchful eyes, he could look into her and see her what she was, see her secrets. He would only want her to be herself. I knew her, verily, with a subconscious, sinister knowledge, devoid of illusions and hopes. To Gudrun, there was in Lowerk the rock bottom of all life. Everybody else had their illusion, must have their illusion there before and after. But he with a perfect stoicism did without any before, and after dispensed with all illusion. He did not deceive himself in the last issue. He cared about nothing, he was troubled about nothing, he made not the slightest attempt to be at one. With anything he existed a pure unconnected will, stoical and momentaneous. There was only his work. It was curious, too, how his poverty, the degradation of his earlier life, attracted her. There was something insipid and tasteless to her in the idea of a gentleman, a man who had gone the usual course through school and university, A certain violent sympathy, however, came up in her. For this mudchild, he seemed to be the very stuff of the underworld of life. There was no going beyond him. Ursula, too, was attracted by Lowerk. In both sisters he commanded a certain homage, but there were moments when to Ursula he seemed indescribably inferior, false of vulgarism. Both Birkin and Gerald disliked him. Gerald, ignoring him with some contempt, Birkin exasperated. "What do the women find so impressive in that little brat?" Gerald asked. "God alone knows," replied Birkin, "unless it's some sort of appeal he makes to them which flatters them, and has such a power over them." Gerald looked up in surprise. "Does he make an appeal to them?" he asked. "Oh, yes," replied Birkin, "he is the perfectly subjected being existing, almost like a criminal. And the women rush towards that like a current of air towards a vacuum." "Funny they should rush to that," said Gerald. "Makes one mad too," said Birkin. "But he has the fascination of pity and repulsion for them, a little obscene monster of the darkness that he is." Gerald stood still, suspended in thought. "What do women want at the bottom?" he asked. Birkin shrugged his shoulders. "God knows," he said, "some satisfaction in basic repulsion. It seems to me they seem to creep down some ghastly tunnel of darkness, and will never be satisfied till they've come to the end." Gerald looked out into the mist of fine snow that was blowing by everywhere. Was blind today, horribly blind. "And what is the end?" he asked. Birkin shook his head. "I've not got there yet, so I don't know. Ask Lowerk. He's pretty near. He is a good many stages further than either you or I can go." "Yes, but stages further in what?" cried Gerald, irritated. Birkin sighed and gathered his brows into a knot of anger. "Stages further in social hatred. He said he lives like a rat in the river of corruption. Just where it falls over into the bottomless pit, he's further on than we are. He hates the ideal more acutely. He hates the ideal utterly, yet it still dominates him. I expect he is a Jewer, part Jewish." "Probably," said Gerald. "He is a gnawing little negation, gnawing at the roots of life." "But why does anybody care about him?" cried Gerald. "Because they hate the ideal also in their souls. They want to explore the sewers, and he's the wizard rat that swims ahead." Still Gerald stood and stared at the blind haze of snow outside. "I don't understand your terms, really," he said in a flat, doomed voice, "but it sounds a rum sort of desire." "I suppose we want the same," said Birkin, "only we want to take a quick jump downwards, in a sort of ecstasy, and he ebbs with the stream, the sewer stream." Meanwhile, Gudrun and Ursula waited for the next opportunity to talk to Lowerk. It was no use beginning when the men were there. Then they could get into no touch with the isolated little sculptor. He had to be alone with them, and he preferred Ursula to be there as a sort of transmitter to Gudrun. "Do you do nothing but architectural sculpture?" Gudrun asked him one evening. "Not now," he replied. "I have done all sorts except portraits. I never did portraits, but other things." "What kind of things?" asked Gudrun. He paused a moment, then rose and went out of the room. He returned almost immediately with a little roll of paper, which he handed to her. She unrolled it. It was a photogravure reproduction of a statuette signed F. Lowerk. "That is quite an early thing, not mechanical," he said, "more popular." The statuette was of a naked girl, small, finely made, sitting on a great naked horse. The girl was young and tender, a mere bud. She was sitting sideways on the horse, her face in her hands, as if in shame and grief. In a little abandon, her hair, which was short and must be flaxen, fell forward, divided, half covering her hands. Her limbs were young and tender, her legs scarcely formed, yet the legs of a maiden just passing towards cruel womanhood dangled childishly over the side of the powerful horse. Pathetically, the small feet folded one over the other as if to hide, but there was no hiding there. She was exposed naked on the naked flank of the horse. The horse stood stock, still stretched in a kind of start. It was a massive, magnificent stallion, rigid with pent-up power. Its neck was arched and terrible like a sickle. Its flanks were pressed back, rigid with power. Gudrun went pale, and a darkness came over her eyes like shame. She looked up with a certain supplication, almost slave-like. He glanced at her and jerked his head a little. "How big is it?" she asked in a toneless voice, persisting in appearing casual and unaffected. "How big?" he replied, glancing again at her. "Without pedestal so high." He measured with his hand. "With pedestal so." He looked at her steadily. There was a little brusque, turgid contempt for her in his swift gesture, and she seemed to cringe a little. "And what is it done in?" she asked, throwing back her head and looking at him with affected coldness. He still gazed at her steadily, and his dominance was not shaken. Bronze, green, bronze. Green bronze, repeated Gudrun coldly, accepting his challenge. She was thinking of the slender, immature, tender limbs of the girl, smooth and cold in green bronze. Yes, beautiful, she murmured, looking up at him with a certain dark homage. He closed his eyes and looked aside, triumphant. Why, said Ursula, did you make the horse so stiff? It is as stiff as a block. Stiff, he repeated in arms at once. Yes, look how stock and stupid and brutal it is. Horses are sensitive, quite delicate, and sensitive really. He raised his shoulders, spread his hands in a shrug of slow indifference, as much as to inform her she was an amateur and an impertinent nobody. Wissen sai, he said, with an insulting patience and condescension in his voice, that horse is a certain form, part of a whole form. It is part of a work of art, a piece of form. It is not a picture of a friendly horse, to which you give a lump of sugar. Do you see it? Is part of a work of art. It has no relation to anything outside that work of art. Ursula, angry at being treated quite so insultingly, de haut en bas, from the height of esoteric art to the depth of general exoteric amateurism, replied, hotly flushing and lifting her face. But it is a picture of a horse nevertheless. He lifted his shoulders in another shrug. As you like it, is not a picture of a cow, certainly. Here Gudrun broke in, flushed and brilliant, anxious to avoid any more of this, any more of Ursula's foolish persistence in giving herself away. What do you mean by it is a picture of a horse? She cried at her sister. What do you mean by a horse? You mean an idea you have in your head, and which you want to see represented. There is another idea altogether, quite another idea. Call it a horse, if you like, or say, it is not a horse. I have just as much right to say that your horse isn't a horse, that it is a falsity of your own makeup. Ursula wavered, baffled, then her words came. But why does he have this idea of a horse? She said, I know it is his idea. I know it is a picture of himself, really. Loark snorted with rage. A picture of myself, he repeated in derision. Wissen sei gnädige Frau. That is a Kunstwerk, a work of art. It is a work of art. It is a picture of nothing, of absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with anything. But itself, it has no relation with the everyday world of this and other. There is no connection between them, absolutely none. They are two different and distinct planes of existence. And to translate one into the other is worse than foolish. It is a darkening of all counsel, a making confusion. Everywhere, do you see? You must not confuse the relative work of action with the absolute world of art, that you must not do. That is quite true, cried Gudrun, let loose in a sort of rhapsody. The two things are quite and permanently apart. They have nothing to do with one another. I and my art. They have nothing to do with each other. My art stands in another world. I am in this world. Her face was flushed and transfigured. Loark, who was sitting with his head ducked like some creature at bay, looked up at her swiftly, almost furtively, and murmured, Ja, so ist ease, so ist ease. Ursula was silent after this outburst. She was furious. She wanted to poke a hole into them both. It isn't a word of it true of all this harangue you have made me, she replied flatly. The horse is a picture of your own stock stupid brutality, and the girl was a girl you loved and tortured, and then ignored. He looked up at her with a small smile of contempt in his eyes. He would not trouble to answer this last charge. Gudrun, too, was silent in exasperated contempt. Ursula was such an insufferable outsider, rushing in where angels would fear to tread, but then fools must be suffered if not gladly. But Ursula was persistent too. As for your world of art and your world of reality, she replied, you have to separate the two, because you can't bear to know what you are. You can't bear to realize what a stock stiff, hidebound brutality you are really. So you say, it's the world of art. The world of art is only the truth about the real world. That's all, but you are too far gone to see it. She was white and trembling, intent. Gudrun and Loark sat in stiff dislike of her. Gerald, too, who had come up in the beginning of the speech, stood looking at her in complete disapproval and opposition. He felt she was undignified. She put a sort of vulgarity over the esotericism, which gave man his last distinction. He joined his forces with the other two. They all three wanted her to go away. But she sat on in silence, her soul weeping, throbbing violently, her fingers twisting her handkerchief. The others maintained a dead silence, letting the display of Ursula's obtrusiveness pass. By then Gudrun asked, in a voice that was quite cool and casual, as if resuming a casual conversation, was the girl a model? Nin sei war kein Model, sei war ein klein Malschülerin. An art student, replied Gudrun. and how the situation revealed itself to her. She saw the girl art student unformed, and of pernicious recklessness, too young, her straight flaxen hair cut short, hanging just into her neck, curving inwards slightly. Because it was rather thick, and Lowerk, the well-known master sculptor, and the girl probably well brought up, and of good family, thinking herself so great to be his mistress. Oh, how well she knew the common callousness of it all. Dresden, Paris, or London? What did it matter? She knew it. Where is she now? Ursula asked. Lowerk raised his shoulders to convey his complete ignorance and indifference. That is already 6 years ago, he said. She will be 23 years old, no more. Good. Gerald had picked up the picture and was looking at it. It attracted him. Also, he saw on the pedestal that the piece was called Lady Godiva. But this isn't Lady Godiva, he said, smiling good-humoredly. She was the middle-aged wife of some earl or other, who covered herself with her long hair. Allah, Maud Allan, said Gudrun with a mocking grimace. Why, Maud Allan, he replied, isn't it? So I always thought the legend was that. Yes, Gerald dear, I am quite sure you've got the legend perfectly. She was laughing at him with a little mock-cursive contempt. To be sure, I'd rather see the woman than the hair, he laughed in return. Wouldn't you just, mocked Gudrun. Ursula rose and went away, leaving the three together. Gudrun took the picture again from Gerald and sat looking at it closely. Of course, she said, turning to tease Lowerk, now, you understood your little Malschülerin. He raised his eyebrows and his shoulders in a complacent shrug. The little girl asked Gerald, pointing to the figure. Gudrun was sitting with the picture in her lap. She looked up at Gerald full into his eyes, so that he seemed to be blinded. Didn't he understand her? She said to Gerald, in a slightly mocking, humorous playfulness. You've only to look at the feet, aren't they darling, so pretty and tender? They're really wonderful, they are really. She lifted her eyes slowly, with a hot, flaming look into Lowerk's eyes. His soul was filled with her burning recognition. He seemed to grow more uppish and lordly. Gerald looked at the small, sculptured feet. They were turned together, half covering each other in pathetic shyness and fear. He looked at them a long time, fascinated. Then, in some pain, he put the picture away from him. He felt full of barrenness. What was her name? Gudrun asked Lowerk. Annette von Weck. Lowerk replied, reminiscent. Ja, sie war hübsch. She was pretty, but she was tiresome. She was a nuisance, not for a minute would she keep still, not until Id slapped her hard and made her crithen shed sit for 5 minutes. He was thinking over the work, his work, the all-important to him. Did you really slap her? Asked Gudrun coolly. He glanced back at her, reading her challenge. Yes, I did, he said nonchalant, harder than I have ever beat anything in my life. I had to, it was the only way I got the work done. Gudrun watched him with large, dark-filled eyes for some moments. She seemed to be considering his very soul. Then she looked down in silence. Why did you have such a young Godiva? Then asked Gerald. She is so small, besides on the horse, not big enough for it, such a child. A queer spasm went over Lowerk's face. Yes, he said, I don't like them any bigger, any older than. They are beautiful at 16, 17, 18, after that they are no use to me. There was a moment's pause. Why not? Asked Gerald. Lowerk shrugged his shoulders. I don't find them interesting or beautiful. They are no good to me for my work. Do you mean to say a woman isn't beautiful after she is 20? Asked Gerald. For me, no, before 20, she is small and fresh and tender, and slight after that. Let her be what she likes. She has nothing for me. The Venus of Milo is a Bergia ice, so are they all. And you don't care for women at all after 20? Asked Gerald. They are no good to me. They are of no use in my art. Lowerk repeated impatiently. I don't find them beautiful. You are an epicure, said Gerald, with a slight sarcastic laugh. And what about men? Asked Gudrun suddenly. Yes, they are good at all ages, replied Lowerk. A man should be big and powerful, whether he is old or young, is of no account, so he has the size something of massiveness and stupid form. Ursula went out alone into the world of pure new snow, but the dazzling whiteness seemed to beat upon her. Till it hurt her, she felt the cold was slowly strangling her soul, her head felt dazed and numb. Suddenly she wanted to go away. It occurred to her like a miracle that she might go away into another world. She had felt so doomed up here in the eternal snow, as if there were no beyond. Now suddenly, as by a miracle, she remembered that away beyond below her lay the dark, fruitful earth, that towards the south there were stretches of land dark with orange trees, and cypress gray with olives, that ilex trees lifted wonderful plumy tufts in shadow, against a blue sky miracle of Miracles's utterly silent, frozen world of the mountaintops, was not universal one might leave it, and have done with it one might go away. She wanted to realize the miracle. At once she wanted at this instant to have done with the snow world, the terrible static ice-built mountain tops. She wanted to see the dark earth, to smell its earthy fecundity, to see the patient wintry vegetation, to feel the sunshine touch a response in the buds. She went back gladly to the house full of hope. Birkin was reading lying in bed. Rupert, she said, bursting in on him, I want to go away. He looked up at her slowly. Do you? He replied mildly. She sat by him put her arms round his neck. It surprised her that he was so little surprised. Don't you? She asked, troubled. I hadn't thought about it, he said, but I am sure I do. She sat up suddenly erect. I hate it, she said. I hate the snow, and the unnaturalness of it, the unnatural light. It throws on everybody the ghastly glamour, the unnatural feelings it makes everybody have. He lay still and laughed, meditating. Well, he said, we can go away, can go tomorrow, well, go tomorrow to Verona, and find Romeo and Juliet, and sit in the amphitheatre, shall we? Suddenly, she hid her face against his shoulder with perplexity and shyness. He lay so untrammeled. Yes, she said, softly, filled with relief. She felt her soul had new wings now. He was so uncaring. I shall love to be Romeo and Juliet, she said, my love. Though a fearfully cold wind blows in Verona, he said from out of the Alps, we shall have the smell of the snow in our noses. She sat up and looked at him. Are you glad to go? She asked, troubled. His eyes were inscrutable, and laughing, she hid her face against his neck, clinging close to him, pleading. Don't laugh at me, don't laugh at me. Why? How's that? He laughed, putting his arms round her. Because I don't want to be laughed at, she whispered. He laughed more as he kissed her delicate, finely perfumed hair. Do you love me? She whispered in wild seriousness. Yes, he answered, laughing. Suddenly she lifted her mouth to be kissed. Her lips were taut and quivering and strenuous. His were soft, deep, and delicate. He waited a few moments in the kiss. Then a shade of sadness went over his soul. Your mouth is so hard, he said in faint reproach. And yours is so soft and nice, she said gladly. But why do you always grip your lips? He asked, regretful. Never mind, she said swiftly, it is my way. She knew he loved her, she was sure of him, yet she could not let go a certain hold over herself. She could not bear him to question her. She gave herself up in delight to being loved by him. She knew that in spite of his joy when she abandoned herself. He was a little bit saddened too. She could give herself up to his activity, but she could not be herself. She dared not come forth quite nakedly to his nakedness, abandoning all adjustment, lapsing in pure faith with him. She abandoned herself to him, or she took hold of him and gathered her joy of him. And she enjoyed him fully, but they were never quite together at the same moment. One was always a little left out, nevertheless. She was glad and hope, glorious and free, full of life and liberty. And he was still and soft and patient for the time. They made their preparations to leave the next day. First, they went to Gudrun's room, where she and Gerald were just dressed ready for the evening indoors. Prune, said Ursula, I think we shall go away tomorrow. I can't stand the snow anymore. It hurts my skin and my soul. Does it really hurt your soul? Ursula asked Gudrun in some surprise. I can believe quite it hurts your skin. It is terrible. But I thought it was admirable for the soul. No, not for mine, it just injures it, said Ursula. Really? Cried Gudrun. There was a silence in the room, and Ursula and Birkin could feel that Gudrun and Gerald were relieved by their going. You will go south, said Gerald, a little ring of uneasiness in his voice. Yes, said Birkin, turning away. There was a queer, indefinable hostility between the two men lately. Birkin was on the whole dim and indifferent, drifting along in a dim, easy flow, unnoticing and patient since he came abroad, whilst Gerald, on the other hand, was intense and gripped into white light agonists. The two men revoked one another. Gerald and Gudrun were very kind to the two who were departing, solicitous for their welfare. As if they were two children, Gudrun came to Ursula's bedroom with 3 pairs of the colored stockings for which she was notorious, and she threw them on the bed. But these were thick silk stockings, vermilion, cornflower blue, and gray, bought in Paris. The gray ones were knitted seamless and heavy. Ursula was in raptures. She knew Gudrun must be feeling very loving to give away such treasures. I can't take them from you, Prune, she cried. I can't possibly deprive you of them, the jewels. Aren't they jewels? Cried Gudrun, eyeing her gifts with an envious eye. Aren't they real lambs? Yes, you must keep them, said Ursula. I don't want them, I've got 3 more pairs. I want you to keep them, I want you to have them, they're yours there. And with trembling, excited hands, she put the coveted stockings under Ursula's pillow. One gets the greatest joy of all out of really lovely stockings, said Ursula. One does, replied Gudrun, the greatest joy of all. And she sat down in the chair. It was evident she had come for a last talk. Ursula, not knowing what she wanted, waited in silence. Do you feel, Ursula, Gudrun began, rather skeptically, that you are going away forever, never to return sort of thing? Oh, we shall come back, said Ursula. It isn't a question of train journeys. Yes, I know, but spiritually, so to speak, you are going away from us all. Ursula quivered. I don't know a bit what is going to happen, she said. I only know we are going somewhere. Gudrun waited. And you are glad, she asked. Ursula meditated for a moment. I believe I am very glad, she replied. But Gudrun read the unconscious brightness on her sister's face, rather than the uncertain tones of her speech. But don't you think y'all want the old connection with the world, father? And the rest of us? And all that it means, England and the world of thought, don't you think y'all need that really to make a world? Ursula was silent, trying to imagine. I think, she said at length, involuntarily, that Rupert is right and wants a new space to be in, and one falls away from the old. Gudrun watched her sister with impassive face and steady eyes. One wants a new space to be in, I quite agree, she said, but I think that a new world is a development from this world, and that to isolate oneself with one other person isn't to find a new world at all, but only to secure oneself in one's illusions. Ursula looked out of the window. In her soul, she began to wrestle, and she was frightened. She was always frightened of words, because she knew that mere word force could always make her believe what she did not believe. Perhaps, she said, full of mistrust of herself and everybody. But she added, I do think that one can't have anything new, whilst one cares for the old, though you know what I mean of in fighting the old is belonging to it. I know one is tempted to stop with the world, just to fight it, but then it isn't worth it. Gudrun considered herself. Yes, she said, in a way one is of the world if one lives in it, but isn't it really an illusion to think you can get out of it, after all? A cottage in the Abruzzi, or wherever it may be, isn't a new world, no, the only thing to do with the world is to see it through. Ursula looked away, she was so frightened of argument. But there can be something else, can't there? She said. One can see it through, in one's soul long enough before it sees itself through in actuality. And then, when one has seen one's soul, one is something else. Can one see it through, in one's soul? Asked Gudrun. If you mean that you can see to the end of what will happen, I don't agree. I really can't agree. And anyhow, you can't suddenly fly off onto a new planet, because you think you can see to the end of this. Ursula suddenly straightened herself. Yes, she said, yeson, knows one has no more connections here, one has a sort of other self that belongs to a new planet, not to this you've got to hop off. Gudrun reflected for a few moments, then a smile of ridicule, almost of contempt, came over her face. And what will happen when you find yourself in space? She cried in derision. After all, the great ideas of the world are the same there. You above everybody can't get away from the fact that love, for instance, is the supreme thing in space as well as on Earth. No, said Ursula, it isn't. Love is too human, and little I believe in something inhuman of which love is only a little part. I believe what we must fulfill comes out of the unknown to us. And it is something infinitely more than love. It isn't so merely human. Gudrun looked at Ursula with steady, balancing eyes. She admired and despised her sister so much both. Then suddenly, she averted her face, saying coldly, uglily, well, I've got no further than love yet. Over Ursula's mind flashed the thought, because you never have loved you can't get beyond it. Gudrun rose, came over to Ursula, and put her arm round her neck. Go and find your new world, dear, she said, her voice clanging with false benignity. After all, the happiest voyage is the quest of Rupert's blessed isles. Her arm rested round Ursula's neck, her fingers on Ursula's cheek. For a few moments, Ursula was supremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, there was an insult in Gudrun's protective patronage that was really too hurting. Feeling her sister's resistance, Gudrun drew awkwardly away, turned over the pillow, and disclosed the stockings again. Haha, she laughed rather hollowly. How we do talk, indeed, new worlds and old. And they passed to the familiar, worldly subjects. Gerald and Birkin had walked on ahead, waiting for the sledge to overtake them, conveying the departing guests. How much longer will you stay here? Asked Birkin, glancing up at Gerald's very red, almost blank face. Oh, I can't say, Gerald replied, till we get tired of it. You're not afraid of the snow melting? First asked Birkin. Gerald laughed. Does it melt? He said. Things are all right with you, then, said Birkin. Gerald screwed up his eyes a little. All right, he said, I never know what those common words mean, all right, and all wrong, don't they become synonymous somewhere? Yes, I suppose. How about going back? Asked Birkin. Oh, I don't know, we may never get back. I don't look before and after, said Gerald. Nor pine for what is not, said Birkin. Gerald looked into the distance with the small-pupilled abstract eyes of a hawk. No, there's something final about this. And Gudrun seems like the end to me. I don't know, but she seems so soft, her skin, like silk, her arms heavy and soft. And it withers my consciousness somehow, it burns the pith of my mind. He went on a few paces, staring ahead, his eyes fixed, looking like a mask, used in ghastly religions of the barbarians. It blasts your soul's eye, he said, and leaves you sightless. Yet you want to be sightless, you want to be blasted. You don't want it any different. He was speaking as if in a trance, verbal and blank. Then suddenly, he braced himself up with a kind of rhapsody, and looked at Birkin with vindictive cowed eyes, saying, Do you know what it is to suffer when you are with a woman? She's so beautiful, so perfect, you find her so good it tears you like a silk, and every stroke and bit cuts. Hatha, that perfection, when you blast yourself, you blast yourself. And then he stopped on the snow, and suddenly opened his clenched hands. It's nothing, your brain might have gone charred as ragsend. He looked round into the air with a queer histrionic movement. It's blasting you? Understand what I mean? It is a great experience, something final. And the Nair shriveled. As if struck by electricity, he walked on in silence. It seemed like bragging, but like a man in extremity bragging truthfully. Of course, he resumed, I wouldn't not have had it. It's a complete experience. And she's a wonderful woman, but oh, I hate her somewhere. It's curious. Birkin looked at him, at his strange, scarcely conscious face. Gerald seemed blank before his own words. But you've had enough now, said Birkin. You have had your experience. Why work on an old wound? Oh, said Gerald, I don't know, it's not finished. And the two walked on. I've loved you as well as Gudrun, don't forget, said Birkin. Bitterly, Gerald looked at him strangely abstractedly. Have you? He said with icy skepticism. Or do you think you have? He was hardly responsible for what he said. The sledge came. Gudrun dismounted, and they all made their farewell. They wanted to go apart, all of them. Birkin took his place, and the sledge drove away, leaving Gudrun and Gerald standing on the snow, waving. Something froze Birkin's heart, seeing them standing there, in the isolation of the snow, growing smaller and more isolated. Chapter Roman 30 snowed up. When Ursula and Birkin were gone, Gudrun felt herself free in her contest with Gerald. As they grew more used to each other, he seemed to press upon her more and more. At first, she could manage him, so that her own will was always left free. But very soon he began to ignore her female tactics. He dropped his respect for her whims and her privacies. He began to exert his own will blindly without submitting to hers. Already a vital conflict had set in which frightened them both, but he was alone, whilst already she had begun to cast round for external resource. When Ursula had gone, Gudrun felt her own existence had become stark and elemental. She went and crouched alone in her bedroom, looking out of the window at the big flashing stars in front. Was the faint shadow of the mountain knot. That was the pivot she felt, strange and inevitable. As if she were centered upon the pivot of all existence, there was no further reality. Presently Gerald opened the door. She knew he would not be long before he came. She was rarely alone. He pressed upon her like a frost, deadening her. Are you alone in the dark? He said, and she could tell by his tone he resented it. He resented this isolation she had drawn round herself, yet feeling static and inevitable, she was kind towards him. Would you like to light the candle? She asked. He did not answer but came and stood behind her in the darkness. Look, she said, at that lovely star up there. Do you know its name? He crouched beside her to look through the low window. No, he said, it is very fine. Isn't it beautiful? Do you notice how it darts different colored fires? It flashes, really superbly. They remained in silence with a mute, heavy gesture. She put her hand on his knee and took his hand. Are you regretting, Ursula? He asked. No, not at all, she said. Then, in a slow mood, she asked, How much do you love me? He stiffened himself further against her. How much do you think I do? He asked. I don't know, she replied. But what is your opinion? He asked. There was a pause at length in the darkness, came her voice hard and indifferent. Very little indeed, she said coldly, almost flippant. His heart went icy at the sound of her voice. Why don't I love you, he asked, as if admitting the truth of her accusation, yet hating her for it. I don't know why you don't. I've been good to you. You were in a fearful state when you came to me. Her heart was beating to suffocate her, yet she was strong and unrelenting. When was I in a fearful state, he asked. When you first came to me, I had to take pity on you, but it was never love. It was that statement, it was never love, which sounded in his ears with madness. Why must you repeat it so often that there is no love, he said in a voice strangled with rage. Well, you don't think you love, do you, she asked. He was silent with cold passion of anger. You don't think you can love me, do you, she repeated almost with a sneer. No, he said. You know you never have loved me, don't you? I don't know what you mean by the word love, he replied. Yes, you do. You know all right that you have never loved me, have you, do you think? No, he said, prompted by some barren spirit of truthfulness and obstinacy. And you never will love me, she said finally, will you? There was a diabolic coldness in her too much to bear. No, he said. Then she replied, what have you against me? He was silent in cold, frightened rage and despair. If only I could kill her, his heart was whispering repeatedly. If only I could kill her, I should be free. It seemed to him that death was the only severing of this Gordian knot. Why do you torture me, he said. She flung her arms round his neck. Ah, I don't want to torture you, she said pityingly, as if she were comforting a child. The impertinence made his veins go cold. He was insensible. She held her arms round his neck in a triumph of pity, and her pity for him was as cold as stone. Its deepest motive was hate of him and fear of his power over her, which she must always counterfoil. Say you love me, she pleaded. Say, you will love me forever. Want you. But it was her voice only that coaxed him. Her senses were entirely apart from him, cold and destructive of him. It was her overbearing will that insisted. Want you, say you'll love me always, she coaxed. Say it even if it isn't true. Say it, Gerald, do. I will love you always, he repeated in real agony, forcing the words out. She gave him a quick kiss. Fancy your actually having said it, she said with a touch of raillery. He stood as if he had been beaten. Tried to love me a little more, and to want me a little less, she said in a half-contemptuous, half-coaxing tone. The darkness seemed to be swaying in waves across his mind, great waves of darkness, plunging across his mind. It seemed to him he was degraded at the very quick made of no account. You mean you don't want me, he said. You are so insistent, and there is so little grace in you, so little fineness. You are so crude, you break Mayu. Only waste, mate, is horrible to me. Horrible to you, he repeated. Yes, don't you think I might have a room to myself? Now Ursula has gone, you can say you want a dressing room. You do as you like, you can leave altogether, if you like, he managed to articulate. Yes, I know that, she replied, so can you can leave me whenever you like without notice even. The great tides of darkness were swinging across his mind. He could hardly stand upright. A terrible weariness overcame him. He felt he must lie on the floor, dropping off his clothes. He got into bed and lay like a man suddenly overcome by drunkenness. The darkness, lifting and plunging as if he were lying upon a black, giddy sea. He lay still in this strange, horrific reeling, for some time purely unconscious. At length she slipped from her own bed and came over to him. He remained rigid, his back to her. He was all but unconscious. She put her arms round his terrifying, insentient body and laid her cheek against his hard shoulder. Gerald, she whispered, Gerald. There was no change in him. She caught him against her. She pressed her breasts against his shoulders. She kissed his shoulder through the sleeping jacket. Her mind wandered over his rigid, unliving body. She was bewildered and insistent. Only her will was set for him to speak to her. Gerald, my dear, she whispered, bending over him, kissing his ear. Her warm breath flying rhythmically over his ear, seemed to relax the tension. She could feel his body, gradually relaxing, a little losing its terrifying, unnatural rigidity. Her hands clutched his limbs, his muscles going over him spasmodically. The hot blood began to flow again through his veins, his limbs relaxed. Turn round to me, she whispered, forlorn with insistence and triumph. So at last he was given again, warm and flexible. He turned and gathered her in his arms, and feeling her soft against him, so perfectly and wondrously soft and recipient, his arms tightened on her. She was as if crushed powerless in him. His brain seemed hard and invincible now, like a jewel. There was no resisting him. His passion was awful to her, tense and ghastly and impersonal, like a destruction ultimate. She felt it would kill her. She was being killed. My God, she cried in anguish in his embrace, feeling her life being killed within her. And when he was kissing her, soothing her, her breath came slowly, as if she were really spent dying. Shall I die, shall I die, she repeated to herself. And in the night and in him, there was no answer to the question. And yet next day the fragment of her, which was not destroyed, remained intact, and hostile she did not go away. She remained to finish the holiday, admitting nothing. He scarcely ever left her alone, but followed her like a shadow. He was like a doom upon her, a continual thou shalt not. Sometimes it was he who seemed strongest whist. She was almost gone, creeping near the earth like a spent wind. Sometimes it was the reverse, but always it was this eternal seesaw, one destroyed that the other might exist, one ratified, because the other was nulled. In the end, she said to herself, I shall go away from him. I can be free of her, he said to himself, in his paroxysms of suffering. And he set himself to be free. He even prepared to go away, to leave her in the lurch. But for the first time, there was a flaw in his will. Where shall I go, he asked himself. Can't you be self-sufficient? He replied to himself, putting himself upon his pride. Self-sufficient, he repeated. It seemed to him that Gudrun was sufficient unto herself, closed round, and completed like a thing, in a case, in the calm static reason of his soul. He recognized this, and admitted it was her right to be closed round upon herself, self-complete, without desire. He realized it, he admitted it. It only needed one last effort on his own part to win for himself the same completeness. He knew that it only needed one convulsion of his will for him to be able to turn upon himself, also to close upon himself as a stone fixes upon itself, and is impervious, self-completed, a thing isolated. This knowledge threw him into a terrible chaos, because however much he might mentally will to be immune and self-complete, the desire for this state was lacking, and he could not create it. He could see that to exist at all, he must be perfectly free of Gudrun, leave her. If she wanted to be left, demand nothing of her, have no claim upon her. But then to have no claim upon her, he must stand by himself in sheer nothingness. And his brain turned to naught at the idea. It was a state of nothingness. On the other hand, he might give in and fawn to her, or finally, he might kill her, or he might become just indifferent, purposeless, dissipated, momentaneous. But his nature was too serious, not gay enough or subtle enough for mocking licentiousness. A strange rent had been torn in him, like a victim that is torn open and given to the heavens, so he had been torn apart and given to Gudrun. How should he close again this wound, this strange, infinite-licensative opening of his soul, where he was exposed like an open flower to all the universe, and in which he was given to his complement, the other, the unknown, this wound, this disclosure, this unfolding of his own covering, leaving him incomplete, limited, unfinished, like an open flower under the sky. This was his cruelest joy. Why then should he forgo it? Why should he close up and become impervious, immune, like a partial thing, in a sheath, when he had broken forth like a seed that has germinated to issue forth in being, embracing the unrealized heavens? He would keep the unfinished bliss of his own yearning, even through the torture she inflicted upon him. A strange obstinacy possessed him. He would not go away from her, whatever she said, or Roman 999, a strange, deathly yearning carried him along with her. She was the determinating influence of his very being. Though she treated him with contempt, repeated rebuffs, and denials, still, he would never be gone, since in being near her, even he felt the quickening, the going forth in him, the release, the knowledge of his own limitation, and the magic of the promise, as well as the mystery of his own destruction and annihilation. She tortured the open heart of him, even as he turned to her, and she was tortured herself. It may have been her will was stronger, she felt with horror, as if he tore at the bud of her heart, tore. It opened like an irreverent, persistent being, like a boy who pulls off a fly's wings or tears open a bud to see what is in the flower. He tore at her privacy, at her very life. He would destroy her as an immature bud torn open is destroyed. She might open towards him a long while hence in her dreams, when she was a pure spirit, but now she was not to be violated, and ruined she closed against him fiercely. They climbed together at evening up the high slope to see the sunset in the finely breathing keen wind. They stood and watched the yellow sun sink in crimson and disappear. Then in the east the peaks and ridges glowed with living rose, incandescent like immortal flowers against a brown-purple sky. A miracle, whilst down below the world was a bluish shadow, and above like an annunciation hovered a rosy transport in midair. To her it was so beautiful it was a delirium. She wanted to gather the glowing eternal peaks to her breast. And Dai he saw them saw they were beautiful, but there arose no clamor in his breast, only a bitterness that was visionary in itself. He wished the peaks were gray and unbeautiful so that she should not get her support from them. Why did she betray the two of them so terribly in embracing the glow of the evening? Why did she leave him standing there, with the ice wind blowing through his heart like death, to gratify herself among the rosy snowtips? What does the twilight matter, he said. Why do you grovel before it? Is it so important to you? She winced in violation and in fury. Go away, she cried, and leave me to it. It is beautiful, beautiful, she sang in strange, rhapsodic tones. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. Don't try to come between it and me. Take yourself away, you are out of place. He stood back a little and left her standing there statue-like, transported into the mystic, glowing east already. The rose was fading, large white stars were flashing out. He waited he would forgo everything but the yearning. That was the most perfect thing I have ever seen, she said in cold, brutal tones. When at last she turned round to him, it amazes me that you should want to destroy it. If you can't see it yourself, why try to debar me? But in reality, he had destroyed it for her. She was straining after a dead effect. One day he said softly, looking up at her, I shall destroy you as you stand looking at the sunset because you are such a liar. There was a soft, voluptuous promise to himself in the words. She was chilled but arrogant. Ha, she said, I am not afraid of your threats. She denied herself to him. She kept her room rigidly private to herself. But he waited on in a curious patience belonging to his yearning for her. In the end, he said to himself with real voluptuous promise, when it reaches that point I shall do away with her. And he trembled delicately in every limb in anticipation, as he trembled in his most violent accesses of passionate approach to her, trembling with too much desire. She had a curious sort of allegiance with Lowark, all the while now something insidious and traitorous. Gerald knew of it, but in the unnatural state of patience, and the unwillingness to harden himself against her, in which he found himself, he took no notice, although her soft kindliness to the other man, whom he hated as a noxious insect, made him shiver again, with an access of the strange shuddering that came over him repeatedly. He left her alone only when he went skiing, a sport he loved, and which she did not practice then. He seemed to sweep out of life to be a projectile into the beyond, and often when he went away, she talked to the little German sculptor. They had an invariable topic in their art. They were almost of the same ideas. He hated Mestrovic, was not satisfied with the futurists. He liked the West African wooden figures, the Aztec art, Mexican, and Central American. He saw the grotesque and a curious sort of mechanical motion intoxicated him, a confusion in nature. They had a curious game with each other, Gudrun and Lowark, of infinite suggestivity, strange and leering, as if they had some esoteric understanding of life, that they alone were initiated into the fearful central secrets, that the world dared not know. Their whole correspondence was in a strange, barely comprehensible suggestivity. They kindled themselves at the subtle lust of the Egyptians, or the Mexicans. The whole game was one of subtle intersuggestivity, and they wanted to keep it on the plane of suggestion from their verbal and physical nuances. They got the highest satisfaction in the nerves from a queer interchange of half-suggested ideas, looks, expressions, and gestures, which were quite intolerable though incomprehensible to Gerald. He had no terms in which to think of their commerce. His terms were much too gross. The suggestion of primitive art was their refuge, and the inner mysteries of sensation, their object of worship. Art and life were to them the reality and the unreality. Of course, said Gudrun, life doesn't really matter. It is one's art, which is central. What one does in one's life has peu de rapport. It doesn't signify much. Yes, that is so exactly, replied the sculptor. What one does in one's art, that is the breath of one's being. What one does in one's life, that is a bagatelle for the outsiders to fuss about. It was curious what a sense of elation and freedom Gudrun found in this communication. She felt established forever. Of course, Gerald was bagatelle. Love was one of the temporal things in her life, except in so far as she was an artist. She thought of Cleopatra. Cleopatra must have been an artist. She reaped the essential from a man. She harvested the ultimate sensation and threw away the husk. And Mary Stuart and the great Rachel panting with her lovers after the theater. These were the exoteric exponents of love. After all, what was the lover but fuel for the transport of this subtle knowledge for a female art, the art of pure perfect knowledge in sensuous understanding? One evening Gerald was arguing with Lowark about Italy, and Tripoli, the Englishman, was in a strange, inflammable state. The German was excited. It was a contest of words. But it meant a conflict of spirit between the two men, and all the while Gudrun could see in Gerald an arrogant English contempt for a foreigner. Although Gerald was quivering his eyes, flashing, his face flushed in his argument, there was a brusqueness, a savage contempt in his manner that made Gudrun's blood flare up, and made Lower keen and mortified, for Gerald came down like a sledgehammer with his assertions. Anything the little German said was merely contemptible rubbish. At last Lower turned to Gudrun, raising his hands in helpless irony, a shrug of ironical dismissal, something appealing and childlike. Sehen sei gnädige Frau, he began. Bit sagen sei nicht immer gnädige Frau, cried Gudrun, her eyes flashing, her cheeks burning. She looked like a vivid Medusa, her voice was loud and clamorous. The other people in the room were startled. Please don't call me Mrs. Crich, she cried aloud. The name, in Lower's mouth particularly, had been an intolerable humiliation and constraint upon her these many days. The two men looked at her in amazement. Gerald went white at the cheekbones. What shall I say? Then asked Lowerk with soft, mocking insinuation. Sagen sei nur nicht das, she muttered, her cheeks flushed crimson. Not that, at least. She saw by the dawning look on Lowerk's face that he had understood. She was not Mrs. Critchsoo. That explained a great deal. Soll ich Fräulein sagen? He asked malevolently. I am not married, she said with some hauteur. Her heart was fluttering, now beating like a bewildered bird. She knew she had dealt a cruel wound, and she could not bear it. Gerald sat erect, perfectly still, his face pale and calm like the face of a statue. He was unaware of her, or of Lowerk, or anybody. He sat perfectly still in an unalterable calm. Lowerk, meanwhile, was crouching and glancing up from under his ducked head. Gudrun was tortured for something to say to relieve the suspense. She twisted her face in a smile and glanced knowingly, almost sneering, at Gerald. Truth is best, she said to him with a grimace. But now again she was under his domination now, because she had dealt him this blow, because she had destroyed him, and she did not know how he had taken it. She watched him. He was interesting to her. She had lost her interest in Lowerk. Gerald rose at length and went over in a leisurely, still movement to the professor. The two began a conversation on Goethe. She was rather piqued by the simplicity of Gerald's demeanor this evening. He did not seem angry or disgusted only. He looked curiously innocent and pure, really beautiful. Sometimes it came upon him, this look of clear distance, and it always fascinated her. She waited troubled throughout the evening. She thought he would avoid her or give some sign, but he spoke to her simply and unemotionally, as he would to anyone else in the room. A certain peace, an abstraction, possessed his soul. She went to his room, hotly, violently in love with him. He was so beautiful and inaccessible. He kissed her. He was a lover to her, and she had extreme pleasure of him. But he did not come to. He remained remote and candid, unconscious. She wanted to speak to him, but this innocent, beautiful state of unconsciousness that had come upon him prevented her. She felt tormented and dark. In the morning, however, he looked at her with a little aversion, some horror, and some hatred darkening into his eyes. She withdrew on to her old ground, but still, he would not gather himself together against her. Lowerk was waiting for her now. The little artist, isolated in his own complete envelope, felt that here at last was a woman from whom he could get something. He was uneasy, all the while waiting to talk with her, subtly contriving to be near her. Her presence filled him with keenness and excitement. He gravitated cunningly towards her, as if she had some unseen force of attraction. He was not in the least doubtful of himself as regards Gerald. Gerald was one of the outsiders. Lowerk only hated him for being rich and proud, and of fine appearance. All these things, however, riches, pride of social standing, handsome physique, were externals when it came to the relation with a woman such as Gudrun. He, Lowerk, had an approach and a power that Gerald never dreamed of. How should Gerald hope to satisfy a woman of Gudrun's caliber? Did he think that pride or masterful will or physical strength would help him? Lowerk knew a secret beyond these things. The greatest power is the one that is subtle and adjusts itself, not one which blindly attacks, and he, Lowerk, had understanding where Gerald was a calf. He, Lowerk, could penetrate into depths far out of Gerald's knowledge. Gerald was left behind like a postulant in the anteroom of this temple of mysteries, this woman, but he, Lowerk, could he not penetrate into the inner darkness, find the spirit of the woman in its inner recess, and wrestle with it there, the central serpent that is coiled at the core of life? What was it, after all, that a woman wanted? Was it mere social effect, fulfillment of ambition in the social world, in the community of mankind? Was it even a union in love and goodness? Did she want goodness? Who but a fool would accept this of Gudrun? This was but the street view of her wants crossed the threshold, and you found her completely cynical about the social world and its advantages once inside the house of her soul, and there was a pungent atmosphere of corrosion, an inflamed darkness of sensation, and a vivid, subtle, critical consciousness that saw the world distorted, horrific. What next was its sheer blind force of passion that would satisfy her now, not this. But the subtle thrills of extreme sensation in reduction, it was an unbroken will reacting against her unbroken will, in a myriad subtle thrills of reduction, the last subtle activities of analysis and breaking down, carried out in the darkness of her, whilst the outside form, the individual, was utterly unchanged, even sentimental in its poses. But between two particular people, any two people on earth, the range of pure sensational experience is limited. The climax of sensual reaction, once reached in any direction, is reached finally. There is no going on, there is only repetition possible, or the going apart of the two protagonists, or the subjugating of the one will to the other, or death. Gerald had penetrated all the outer places of Gudrun's soul. He was to her the most crucial instance of the existing world, the ne plus ultra of the world of man, as it existed for her in him. She knew the world, and had done with it knowing him. Finally, she was the Alexander seeking new worlds. But there were no new worlds, there were no more men, there were only creatures, little ultimate creatures. Like Lowerk, the world was finished, now for her. There was only the inner individual darkness sensation, within the ego, the obscene religious mystery of ultimate reduction, the mystic frictional activities of diabolic reducing, down disintegrating the vital organic body of life. All this Gudrun knew in her subconsciousness, not in her mind. She knew her next step, she knew what she should move on to when she left Gerald. She was afraid of Gerald, that he might kill her. But she did not intend to be killed. A fine thread still united her to him. It should not be her death which broke it. She had further to go, a further slow, exquisite experience, to reap unthinkable subtleties of sensation, to know before she was finished. Of the last series of subtleties, Gerald was not capable. He could not touch the quick of her. But where his ruder blows could not penetrate the fine insinuating blade of Lowerk's insect-like comprehension, could at least it was time for her now to pass over to the other, the creature, the final craftsman. She knew that Lowerk in his innermost soul was detached from everything for him. There was neither heaven nor earth, nor hell. He admitted no allegiance. He gave no adherence anywhere. He was single, and by abstraction from the rest, absolute in himself. Whereas in Gerald's soul, there still lingered some attachment to the rest, to the whole. And this was his limitation. He was limited, born subject to his necessity, in the last issue, for goodness, for righteousness, for oneness, with the ultimate purpose. That the ultimate purpose might be the perfect and subtle experience of the process of death, the will being kept unimpaired, that was not allowed in him, and this was his limitation. There was a hovering triumph in Lowerk, since Gudrun had denied her marriage with Gerald the artist, seemed to hover like a creature on the wing waiting to settle. He did not approach Gudrun violently. He was never ill-timed, but carried on by a sure instinct in the complete darkness of his soul. He corresponded mystically with her imperceptibly, but palpably. For 2 days he talked to her, continued the discussions of art of life, in which they both found such pleasure. They praised the bygone things. They took a sentimental, childish delight in the achieved perfections of the past. Particularly, they liked the late 18th century, the period of Goethe and of Shelley and Mozart. They played with the past, and with the great figures of the past, a sort of little game of chess or marionettes, all to please themselves. They had all the great men for their marionettes, and they too were the god of the show, working it all as for the future that they never mentioned, except one laughed out some mocking dream of the destruction of the world by a ridiculous catastrophe of man's invention. A man invented such a perfect explosive that it blew the earth in two, and the two halves set off in different directions, through space, to the dismay of the inhabitants. Or else the people of the world divided into two halves, and each half decided it was perfect and right, the other half was wrong, and must be destroyed. So another end of the world, or else lower extreme of fear. The world went cold, and snow fell everywhere, and only white creatures, polar bears, white foxes, and men like awful white snowbirds, persisted in ice cruelty. Apart from these stories, they never talked of the future. They delighted most either in mocking imaginations of destruction, or in sentimental fine Mariona shows of the past. It was a sentimental delight to reconstruct the world of Goethe at Weimar, or of Schiller and poverty and faithful love, or to see again Jean-Jacques in his quakings, or Voltaire at Ferney, or Frederick, the great, reading his own poetry. They talked together for hours of literature and sculpture and painting, amusing themselves with Flaxman and Blake and Fuseli, with tenderness, and with Feuerbach and Böcklin. It would take them a lifetime, they felt, to live again in petto the lives of the great artists, but they preferred to stay in the 18th and the 19th centuries. They talked in a mixture of languages, the groundwork was French in either case, but he ended most of his sentences in a stumble of English. And a conclusion of German, she skillfully wove herself to her end in whatever phrase came to her. She took a peculiar delight in this conversation. It was full of odd, fantastic expression, of double meanings, of evasions, of suggestive vagueness. It was a real physical pleasure to her to make this thread of conversation out of the different colored strands of three languages. And all the while they two were hovering hesitating round the flame of some invisible declaration he wanted it, but was held back by some inevitable reluctance. She wanted it also, but she wanted to put it off indefinitely. She still had some pity for Gerald, some connection with him, and, the most fatal of all, she had the reminiscent sentimental compassion for herself, in connection with him. Because of what had been, she felt herself held to him by immortal invisible threads because of what had been, because of his coming to her, that first night into her own house in his extremity, because Gerald was gradually overcome with a revulsion of loathing for Lowark. He did not take the man seriously. He despised him merely, except as he felt in Gudrun's veins the influence of the little creature. It was this that drove Gerald wild, the feeling in Gudrun's veins of Lowark's presence, Lowark's being flowing dominant through her. "What makes you so smitten with that little vermin?" he asked, really puzzled, for he, manlike, could not see anything attractive or important at all in Lowark. Gerald expected to find some handsomeness or nobleness to account for a woman's subjection, but he saw none here, only an insect-like repulsiveness. Gudrun flushed deeply. It was these attacks she would never forgive. "What do you mean?" she replied. "My God, what a mercy I am not married to you." Her voice of flouting and contempt scotched him. He was brought up short, but he recovered himself. "Tell me, only tell me," he reiterated in a dangerous, narrowed voice. "Tell me what it is that fascinates you in him." "I am not fascinated," she said, with cold, repelling innocence. "Yes, you are fascinated by that little dry snake, like a bird, gaping ready to fall down its throat." She looked at him with black fury. "I don't choose to be discussed by you," she said. "It doesn't matter whether you choose or not," he replied. "That doesn't alter the fact that you are ready to fall down and kiss the feet of that little insect. And I don't want to prevent Yaudo it fall down and kiss his feet, but I want to know what it is that fascinates Yao. What is it?" She was silent, suffused with black rage. "How dare you come browbeating me?" she cried. "How dare you, you little squire, you bully? What right have you over me, do you think?" His face was white and gleaming. She knew by the light in his eyes that she was in his power, the wolf. And because she was in his power, she hated him with a power that she wondered did not kill him in her. Well, she killed him as he stood faced him. "It is not a question of right," said Gerald, sitting down on a chair. She watched the change in his body. She saw his clenched, mechanical body, moving there like an obsession. Her hatred of him was tinged with fatal contempt. "It's not a question of my right over you, though. I have some right, remember. I want to know. I only want to know what it is that subjugates you to that little scum of a sculptor. Downstairs, what it is that brings you down like a humble maggot in worship of him. I want to know what you creep after." She stood over against the window, listening, then she turned round. "Do you," she said, in her most easy, most cutting voice, "do you want to know what it is in him? It's because he has some understanding of a woman. Because he is not stupid, that's why it is." A queer, sinister, animal-like smile came over Gerald's face. "But what understanding is it?" he said. "The understanding of a flea? A hopping flea with a proboscis. Why should you crawl abject before the understanding of a flea?" There passed through Gudrun's mind Blake's representation of the soul of a flea. She wanted to fit it to Lowark. Blake was a clown too. But it was necessary to answer Gerald. "Don't you think the understanding of a flea is more interesting than the understanding of a fool?" she asked. "A fool," he repeated. "A fool, a conceited fool, a dummkopf," she replied, adding the German word. "Do you call me a fool?" he replied. "Well, wouldn't I rather be the fool I am than that flea downstairs?" She looked at him, a certain blunt, blind stupidity in him, palled on her soul, limiting her. "You give yourself away by that last," she said. He sat and wondered. "I shall go away soon," he said. She turned on him. Remember, she said, I am completely independent of you completely. You make your arrangements, I make mine. He pondered this. You mean we are strangers from this minute, he asked. She halted and flushed he was putting her in a trap, forcing her hand. She turned round on him. Strangers, she said, we can never be. But if you want to make any movement apart from me, then, I wish you to know you are perfectly free to do, so do not consider me in the slightest. Even so slight an implication that she needed him, and was depending on him still, was sufficient to rouse his passion. As he sat, a change came over his body. The hot molten stream mounted involuntarily through his veins. He groaned inwardly under its bondage. But he loved it. He looked at her with clear eyes waiting for her. She knew at once and was shaken with cold revulsion. How could he look at her with those clear, warm, waiting eyes, waiting for her even now? What had been said between them? Was it not enough to put them worlds asunder, to freeze them forever apart? And yet he was all transfused and roused, waiting for her. It confused her. Turning her head aside, she said, I shall always tell you, whenever I am going to make any change. And with this, she moved out of the room. He sat suspended in a fine recoil of disappointment that seemed gradually to be destroying his understanding. But the unconscious state of patience persisted in him. He remained motionless, without thought or knowledge, for a long time. Then he rose and went downstairs to play at chess with one of the students. His face was open and clear, with a certain innocent lacerolor that troubled Gudrun most, made her almost afraid of him, whilst she disliked him deeply for it. It was after this that Lowerk, who had never yet spoken to her personally, began to ask her of her state. You are not married at all, are you? He asked. She looked full at him. Not in the least, she replied in her measured way. Lowerk laughed, wrinkling up his face oddly. There was a thin wisp of his hair straying on his forehead. She noticed that his skin was of a clear brown color, his hands, his wrists, and his hands seemed closely prehensile. He seemed like topaz, so strangely brownish and pellucid. Good, he said. Still, it needed some courage for him to go on. Was Mrs. Birkin your sister? He asked. Yes. And was she married? She was married. Have you parents then? Yes, said Gudrun, we have parents. And she told him briefly, laconically, her position. He watched her closely, curiously, all the while. So, he exclaimed with some surprise, and the Herr Crich, is he rich? Yes, he is rich, a coal owner. How long has your friendship with him lasted? Some months. There was a pause. Yes, I am surprised, he said at length. The English, I thought they were sockled. And what do you think to do when you leave here? What do I think to do? She repeated. Yes, you cannot go back to the teaching, no. He shrugged his shoulders. That is impossible. Leave that to the canal, who can do nothing else. You, for your part, you, no, you are a remarkable woman, ein seltsame Frau. Why deny it? We make any question of it. You are an extraordinary woman. Why should you follow the ordinary course, the ordinary life? Gudrun sat looking at her hands, flushed. She was pleased that he said so simply that she was a remarkable woman. He would not say that to flatter her, was far too self-opinionated and objective by nature. He said it as he would say a piece of sculpture was remarkable, because he knew it was so. And it gratified her to hear it from him. Other people had such a passion to make everything of one degree, of one pattern. In England, it was chic to be perfectly ordinary, and it was a relief to her to be acknowledged extraordinary. Then she need not fret about the common standards. You see, she said, I have no money whatsoever. Ach, money, he cried, lifting his shoulders. When one is grown up, money is lying about at one's service. It is only when one is young that it is rare. Take no thought for money, that always lies to hand. Does it? She said, laughing. Always. The Gerald will give you a sum if you ask him for it. She flushed deeply. I will ask anybody else, she said, with some difficulty, but not him. Lowerk looked closely at her. Good, he said, then, let it be somebody else, only don't go back to that England, that school. No, that is stupid. Again there was a pause. He was afraid to ask her outright to go with him. He was not even quite sure he wanted her. And she was afraid to be asked. He begrudged his own isolation, was very chary of sharing his life, even for a day. The only other place I know is Paris, she said, and I can't stand that. She looked with her wide, steady eyes full at Lowerk. He lowered his head and averted his face. Paris, no, he said, between the religion dammer and the latest ism and the new turning to Jesus, one had better ride on a carousel all day. But come to Dresden, I have a studio there. I Can give you worko that would be easy enough. I haven't seen any of your things, but I believe in you. Come to Dresden. That is a fine town to be in, and as good a life as you can expect of a town. You have everything there, without the foolishness of Paris or the beer of Munich. He sat and looked at her coldly. What she liked about him was that he spoke to her simple and flat as to himself. He was a fellow craftsman, a fellow being to her first. No Paris, he resumed, it makes me sick. Polymer, I detest it. L'amour die libre. I detest it in every language. Women and love, there is no greater tedium, he cried. She was slightly offended, and yet this was her own basic feeling. Men and love, there was no greater tedium. I think the same, she said. A bore, he repeated. What does it matter whether I wear this hat or another? So love, I needn't wear a hat at all, only for convenience. Neither need I love, except for convenience. I tell you what, gnädige Frau, and he leaned towards her. Then he made a quick odd gesture, as of striking something aside. Gnädige Fräulein, never mind, I tell you. What I would give everything, everything, all your love for a little companionship. In intelligence, his eyes flickered darkly, evilly at her. You understand, he asked with a faint smile. It wouldn't matter if she were 100 years old. 1,000, it would be all the same to me, so that she can understand. He shut his eyes with a little snap. Again Gudrun was rather offended. Did he not think her good looking? Then suddenly she laughed. I shall have to wait about 80 years to suit you at that, she said. I am ugly enough, aren't I? He looked at her with an artist's sudden critical estimating eye. You're beautiful, he said, and I am glad of it, but it isn't that, he cried with emphasis that flattered her. It is that you have a certain wit. It is the kind of understanding for me. I am little Chetif, insignificant good. Do not ask me to be strong and handsome then. But it is the me, he put his fingers to his mouth oddly, it is the me that is looking for a mistress. And my me is waiting for the of the mistress, for the match to my particular intelligence, you understand. Yes, she said, I understand. As for the other, this amour, he made a gesture, dashing his hand aside, as if to dash away something troublesome. It is unimportant, unimportant. Does it matter whether I drink white wine this evening, or whether I drink nothing? It does not matter, it does not matter. So this love, this amour, this baiser, yes. Or no soit, oh soit pas, today, tomorrow? Or never, it is all the same, it does not matter no more than the white wine. He ended with an odd dropping of the head in a desperate negation. Gudrun watched him steadily. She had gone pale. Suddenly she stretched over and seized his hand in her own. That is true, she said in rather a high, vehement voice. That is true for me too. It is the understanding that matters. He looked up at her, almost frightened, furtive. Then he nodded a little sullenly. She let go his hand. He had made not the lightest response, and they sat in silence. Do you know, he said suddenly, looking at her with dark, self-important, prophetic eyes, your fate and mine, they will run together, till, and he broke off in a little grimace. Till when she asked, blanched, her lips going white. She was terribly susceptible to these evil prognostications, but he only shook his head. I don't know, he said, I don't know. Gerald did not come in from his skiing. Until nightfall he missed the coffee and cake that she took at 4 o'clock. The snow was in perfect condition. He had traveled a long way by himself among the snow ridges on his skis. He had climbed high, so high that he could see over the top of the pass. 5 miles distant, could see the Marian hut, the hostel on the crest of the pass, half buried in snow, and over into the deep valley, beyond to the dusk of the pine trees. One could go that way home, but he shuddered with nausea at the thought of Homeown could travel on skis down there and come to the old imperial road below the pass. But why come to any road? He revolted at the thought of finding himself in the world again. He must stay up there in the snow. Forever he had been happy by himself, high up there alone, traveling swiftly on skis, taking far flights and skimming past the dark rocks veined with brilliant snow. But he felt something icy gathering at his heart. This strange mood of patience and innocence, which had persisted in him for some days, was passing away. He would be left again a prey to the horrible passions and tortures. So he came down reluctantly, snow-burned. Snow estranged to the house in the hollow between the knuckles of the mountain tops. He saw its lights shining yellow. And he held back, wishing he need not go in to confront those people, to hear the turmoil of voices, and to feel the confusion of other presences. He was isolated, as if there were a vacuum round his heart, or a sheath of pure ice. The moment he saw Gudrun, something jolted in his soul. She was looking rather lofty and superb, smiling slowly and graciously to the Germans. A sudden desire leapt in his heart to kill her. He thought what a perfect, voluptuous fulfillment it would be to kill her. His mind was absent all the evening, estranged by the snow and his passion, but he kept the idea constant within him. What a perfect, voluptuous consummation it would be to strangle every spark of life out of her, till she lay completely inert, soft, relaxed, forever a soft heap lying dead between his hands, utterly dead. Then, he would have had her finally, and forever there would be such a perfect, voluptuous finality. Gudrun was unaware of what he was feeling. He seemed so quiet and amiable, as usual his amiability even made her feel brutal towards him. She went into his room when he was partially undressed. She did not notice the curious, glad gleam of pure hatred with which he looked at her. She stood near the door with her hand behind her. "I have been thinking, Gerald," she said with an insulting nonchalance, "that I shall not go back to England." "Oh," he said, "where will you go then?" But she ignored his question. She had her own logical statement to make, and it must be made as she had thought it. "I can't see the use of going back," she continued. "It is over between me and you." She paused for him to speak, but he said nothing. He was only talking to himself, saying, "Over is it? I believe it is over. But it isn't finished, remember, it isn't finished. We must put some sort of a finish on it. There must be a conclusion, there must be finality." So he talked to himself, but aloud he said nothing whatever. "What has been," she continued. "There is nothing that I regret. I hope you regret nothing." She waited for him to speak. "Oh, I regret nothing," he said accommodatingly. "Good then," she answered. "Good, then neither of us cherishes any regrets, which is as it should be." "Quite as it should be," he said aimlessly. She paused to gather up her thread again. "Our attempt has been a failure," she said, "but we can try again elsewhere." A little flicker of rage ran through his blood. It was as if she were rousing him, goading him. Why must she do it? "Attempt at what?" he asked. "At being lovers, I suppose," she said, a little baffled, yet so trivial she made it all seem. "Our attempt at being lovers has been a failure," he repeated aloud. To himself, he was saying, "I ought to kill her here. There is only this left for me, to kill her." A heavy, overcharged desire to bring about her death possessed him. She was unaware. "Hasn't it?" she asked. "Do you think it has been a success?" Again, the insult of the flippant question ran through his blood like a current of fire. "It had some of the elements of success, our relationship," he replied. "It might have come off." But he paused before concluding the last phrase. Even as he began the sentence, he did not believe in what he was going to say. He knew it never could have been a success. "No," she replied, "you cannot love." "And you?" he asked. Her wide, dark-filled eyes were fixed on him like two moons of darkness. "I couldn't love you," she said with stark, cold truth. A blinding flash went over his brain. His body jolted, his heart had burst into flame. His consciousness was gone into his wrists, into his hands. He was one blind, incontinent desire to kill her. His wrists were bursting, there would be no satisfaction, till his hands had closed on her. But even before his body swerved forward on her, a sudden cunning comprehension was expressed on her face, and in a flash she was out of the door. She ran in one flash to her room and locked herself, and she was afraid, but confident. She knew her life trembled on the edge of an abyss. But she was curiously sure of her footing. She knew her cunning could outwit him. She trembled as she stood in her room with excitement and awful exhilaration. She knew she could outwit him. She could depend on her presence of mind and on her wits. But it was a fight to the death. She knew it now. One slip, and she was lost. She had a strange, tense, exhilarated sickness in her body, as one who is in peril of falling from a great height, but who does not look down, does not admit the fear. "I will go away the day after tomorrow," she said. She only did not want Gerald to think that she was afraid of him, that she was running away because she was afraid of him. She was not afraid of him fundamentally. She knew it was her safeguard to avoid his physical violence. But even physically, she was not afraid of him. She wanted to prove it to him, when she had proved it, that whatever he was, she was not afraid of him. When she had proved that she could leave him forever, but meanwhile the fight between them, terrible as she knew it to be, was inconclusive. And she wanted to be confident in herself. However many terrors she might have, she would be unafraid, uncowed by him. He could never cow her nor dominate her, nor have any right over her. This she would maintain, until she had proved it. Once it was proved, she was free of him forever. But she had not proved it yet, neither to him nor to herself. And this was what still bound her to him. She was bound to him. She could not live beyond him. She sat up in bed, closely wrapped up, for many hours, thinking endlessly to herself. It was as if she would never have done weaving the great provision of her thoughts. "It isn't as if he really loved me," she said to herself. "He doesn't every woman he comes across. He wants to make her in love with him. He doesn't even know that he is doing it. But there he is before every woman. He unfurls his male attractiveness, displays his great desirability. He tries to make every woman think how wonderful it would be to have him for a lover. His very ignoring of the women is part of the game he is. Never unconscious of them, he should have been a cockerel, so he could strut before 50 females all his subjects. But really his Don Juan does not interest me. I could play Dona Juanita a million times better than he plays Juan. He bores me, his maleness bores me. Nothing is so boring, so inherently stupid and stupidly conceited. Really, the fathomless conceit of these men, it is ridiculous, little strutters. They are all alike. Look at Birkin, built out of the limitation of conceit they are, and nothing else, really nothing, but their ridiculous limitation and intrinsic insignificance could make them so conceited. As for Lowerk, there is 1,000 times more in him than in a Gerald. Gerald is so limited, there is a dead end to him. He would grind on at the old mills, forever, and really, there is no corn between the millstones, any more they grind on. And on when there is nothing to grind, saying the same things, believing the same things, acting the same things, oh my God, it would wear out the patience of a stone. I don't worship Lowerk, but at any rate, he is a free individual. He is not stiff with conceit of his own maleness. He is not grinding dutifully at the old mills, oh God. When I think of Gerald and his work, those offices at Beldover, and the mindset makes my heart sick. What have I to do with it? And him, thinking he can be a lover to a woman, one might as well ask it of a self-satisfied lamppost. These men, with their eternal job send, their eternal mills of God, that keep on grinding at nothing, it is too boring, just boring. However, did I come to take him seriously at all? At least in Dresden, one will have one's back to it all, and there will be amusing things to do. It will be amusing to go to these eurythmic displays. And the German opera, the German theater, it will be amusing to take part in German bohemian life. And Lowerk is an artist. He is a free individual. One will escape from so much. That is the chief thing, escape so much hideous, boring repetition of vulgar actions, vulgar phrases, vulgar postures. I don't delude myself that I shall find an elixir of life in Dresden. I know I shan't, but I shall get away from people who have their own homes and their own children and their own acquaintances, and their own this and their own, that I shall be among people who don't own things, and who haven't got a home, and a domestic servant in the background who haven't got a standing and a status and a degree and a circle of friends of the same. Oh, God, the wheels within wheels of people. It makes one's head tick like a clock, with a very madness of dead mechanical monotony and meaninglessness. How I hate life, how I hate it, how I hate the Geralds that they can offer one nothing else. Shortland's heavens, think of living there 1 week, then the next, and then the third. No, I won't think of it, it is too much. And she broke off, really terrified, really unable to bear any more. The thought of the mechanical succession of day following day, day following day ad infinitum, was one of the things that made her heart palpitate with a real approach of madness. The terrible bondage of this tic-tac of time, this twitching of the hands of the clock, this eternal repetition of hours and days. So God, it was too awful to contemplate, and there was no escape from it, no escape. She almost wished Gerald were with her to save her from the terror of her own thoughts. Oh, how she suffered lying there alone, confronted by the terrible clock with its eternal tic-tac. All life, resolved itself into this tic-tac, tic-tac, tic-tac. Then the striking of the hour, then the tic-tac, tic-tac, and the twitching of the clock fingers. Gerald could not save her from it. He, his body, his motion, his life, it was the same ticking, the same twitching across the dial, a horrible mechanical twitching forward over the face of the hours. What were his kisses, his embraces? She could hear their tic-tac, tic-tac. Hahash laughed to herself, so frightened that she was trying to laugh it off. Haha, how maddening it was, to be sure, to be sure. Then, with a fleeting self-conscious motion, she wondered if she would be very much surprised on rising in the morning to realize that her hair had turned white. She had felt it turning white so often under the intolerable burden of her thoughts and her sensations. Yet there it remained, brown as ever, and there she was herself, looking a picture of health. Perhaps she was healthy, perhaps it was only her unabatable health that left her so exposed to the truth. If she were sickly, she would have her illusions, imaginations. As it was, there was no escape. She must always see and know, and never escape. She could never escape there. She was placed before the clock face of life. And if she turned round, as in a railway station, to look at the bookstall, still she could see with her very spine, she could see the clock. Always the great white clock face. In vain she fluttered the leaves of books or made statuettes in clay. She knew she was not really reading, she was not really working, she was watching the fingers twitch across the eternal mechanical monotonous clock face of time. She never really lived, she only watched indeed. She was like a little 12-hour clock vis-a-vis, with the enormous clock of eternity. She was like dignity and impudence, or impudence and dignity. The picture pleased her. Didn't her face really look like a clock dial, rather roundish, and often pale and impassive? She would have got up to look in the mirror. But the thought of the sight of her own face that was like a 12-hour clock deal filled her with such deep terror that she hastened to think of something else. Oh, why wasn't somebody kind to her? Why wasn't there somebody who would take her in their arms and hold her to their breast and give her rest, pure, deep, healing rest? Oh, why wasn't there somebody to take her in their arms and fold her safe and perfect for sleep? She wanted so much this perfect enfolded sleep. She lay always so unsheathed in sleep. She would lie always unsheathed in sleep, unrelieved, unsaved. Oh, how could she bear it, this endless unrelief, this eternal unrelief? Gerald, could he fold her in his arms and sheath her in sleep? Ha! He needed putting to sleep himself, poor Gerald. That was all he needed. What did he do? He made the burden for her greater. The burden of her sleep was the more intolerable when he was there. He was an added weariness upon her unripening nights, her unfruitful slumbers. Perhaps he got some repose from her. Perhaps he Roman 999. Perhaps this was what he was always dogging her for, like a child that is famished crying for the breast. Perhaps this was the secret of his passion, his forever unquenched desire for her, that he needed her to put him to sleep, to give him repose. What then was she, his mother? Had she asked for a child whom she must nurse through the nights for her lover? She despised him. She despised him. She hardened her heart, an infant crying in the night, this Don Juan. Ooh, but how she hated the infant crying in the night. She would murder it gladly, she would stifle it, and bury it as Hetty Sorrel, Roman 999. No, doubt Hetty Sorrel's infant cried in the night. No doubt Arthur Donnithorne's infant would hathe Arthur Donnithorne's, the Geralds of this world, so manly, by day, yet all the while such a crying of infants in the night. Let them turn into mechanisms, let them become instruments, pure machines, pure wills that work like clockwork in perpetual repetition. Let them be this, let them be taken up entirely in their work. Let them be perfect parts of a great machine, having a slumber of constant repetition. Let Gerald manage his firm there. He would be satisfied as a wheelbarrow that goes backwards and forwards along a plank. All Daesh had seen it. The wheelbarrow, one humble wheeled unit of the firm, then the cart with 2 wheels, then the truck with 4, then the donkey engine with 8, then the winding engine with 16, and so on, till it came to the miner with 1,000 wheels, and then the electrician with 3,000, and the underground manager with 20,000, and the general manager with 100,000 little wheels, working away to complete his makeup, and then Gerald with 1,000,000 wheels and cogs and axles. Poor Gerald, such a lot of little wheels to his makeup. He was more intricate than a chronometer watch. But oh heavens, what weariness, what weariness! God above, a chronometer watch, a beetle, her soul fainted with utter ennui from the thought. So many wheels to count and consider and calculate, enough another was an end to man's capacity for complications, even, or perhaps there was no end. Meanwhile, Gerald sat in his room reading. When Gudrun was gone, he was left stupefied with arrested desire. He sat on the side of the bed for an hour, stupefied, little strands of consciousness appearing and reappearing. But he did not move for a long time. He remained inert, his head dropped on his breast. Then he looked up and realized that he was going to bed. He was cold soon. He was lying down in the dark. But what he could not bear was the darkness. The solid darkness confronting him drove him mad. So he rose and made a light. He remained seated for a while, staring in front. He did not think of Gudrun. He did not think of anything. Then suddenly he went downstairs for a book. He had all his life been in terror of the nights that should come, when he could not sleep. He knew that this would be too much for him to have to face nights of sleeplessness, and of horrified watching the hours. So he sat for hours in bed like a statue, reading, his mind hard and acute read on rapidly. His body understood nothing, in a state of rigid unconsciousness. He read on through the night till morning, when, weary and disgusted in spirit, disgusted most of all with himself, he slept for 2 hours. Then he got up hard and full of energy. Gudrun scarcely spoke to him, except at coffee, when she said, "I shall be leaving tomorrow. We will go together as far as Innsbruck for appearance's sake," he asked. "Perhaps," she said. She said perhaps between the sips of her coffee, and the sound of her taking her breath in the word was nauseous to him. He rose quickly to be away from her. He went and made arrangements for the departure on the morrow. Then, taking some food, he set out for the day on the skis. Perhaps, he said to the Wirt, he would go up to the Marian hut, perhaps to the village below. To Gudrun this day was full of a promise like spring. She felt an approaching release, a new fountain of life rising up in her. It gave her pleasure to dawdle through her packing. It gave her pleasure to dip into books, to try on her different garments, to look at herself in the glass. She felt a new lease of life was come upon her. And she was happy like a child, very attractive and beautiful to everybody with her soft, luxuriant figure. And her happiness, yet underneath, was death itself. In the afternoon, she had to go out with Lowerk. Her tomorrow was perfectly vague before her. This was what gave her pleasure. She might be going to England with Gerald. She might be going to Dresden with Lowerk. She might be going to Munich to a girlfriend. She had there anything. Might come to pass on the morrow. And today was the white, snowy, iridescent threshold of all possibility. All possibility that was the charm to her, the lovely, iridescent, indefinite charm, pure illusion. All possibility because death was inevitable. And nothing was possible but death. She did not want things to materialize, to take any definite shape. She wanted suddenly, at one moment of the journey tomorrow, to be wafted into an utterly new course by some utterly unforeseen event or motion, so that, although she wanted to go out with Lowerk for the last time into the snow, she did not want to be serious or businesslike. And Lowerk was not a serious figure in his brown velvet cap, that made his head as round as a chestnut, with the brown velvet flaps loose and wild over his ears, and a wisp of elf-like thin black hair blowing above his full elf-like dark eyes, the shiny transparent brown skin, crinkling up into odd grimaces on his small-featured face. He looked an odd little boyman, a bat, but in his figure in the greeny loden suit, he looked chettif and puny, still strangely different from the rest. He had taken a little toboggan for the two of them, and they trudged between the blinding slopes of snow that burned their now hardening faces, laughing in an endless sequence of quips and jests and polyglot fancies. The fancies were the reality to both of them. They were both so happy, tossing about the little colored balls of verbal humor and whimsicality. Their natures seemed to sparkle in full interplay. They were enjoying a pure game, and they wanted to keep it on the level of a game, their relationship such a fine game. Lowerk did not take the tobogganing very seriously. He put no fire and intensity into it, as Gerald Roman 999, which pleased Gudrun. She was weary, oh, so weary of Gerald's gripped intensity of physical motion. Lowerk let the sledge go wildly and gaily like a flying leaf. And when at a bend he pitched both her and him out into the snow, he only waited for them both to pick themselves up unhurt off the keen white ground, to be laughing and pert as a pixie. She knew he would be making ironical, playful remarks as he wandered in Hellif. He were in the humor. And that pleased her immensely. It seemed like a rising above the dreariness of actuality, the monotony of contingencies. They played till the sun went down in pure amusement, careless and timeless. Then, as the little sledge twirled riskily, to rest at the bottom of the slope. "Wait," he said suddenly, and he produced from somewhere a large thermos flask, a packet of keks, and a bottle of schnapps. "Oh, Lowerk," she cried, "what an inspiration, what a comble de joie! Indeed, what is the schnapps?" He looked at it and laughed. "Idle beer," he said. "No, from the bilberries under the snow. Doesn't it look as if it were distilled from snow? Can you?" She sniffed and sniffed at the bottlekin. "You smell bilberries. Isn't it wonderful? It is exactly as if one could smell them through the snow." She stamped her foot lightly on the ground. He kneeled down and whistled, and put his ear to the snow. As he did so, his black eyes twinkled up. "Ha ha," she laughed, warmed by the whimsical way in which he mocked at her verbal extravagances. He was always teasing her, mocking her ways. But as he, in his mockery, was even more absurd than she in her extravagances, what could one do but laugh and feel liberated? She could feel their voices, hers and his, ringing silvery like bells, in the frozen, motionless air of the first twilight. How perfect it was, how very perfect it was, this silvery isolation and interplay. She sipped the hot coffee, whose fragrance flew around them like bees murmuring around flowers in the snowy air. She drank tiny sips of the Heidel Bierwasser. She ate the cold, sweet, creamy wafers. How good everything was, how perfect everything tasted and smelled, and sounded here in this utter stillness of snow and falling twilight. "You are going away tomorrow?" his voice came at last. "Yes." There was a pause when the evening seemed to rise in its silent, ringing pallor, infinitely high to the infinite, which was near at hand. "Wohin?" That was the question. Wohin, whither Wohin? What a lovely word! She never wanted it answered. Let it chime forever. "I don't know," she said, smiling at him. He caught the smile from her. "One never does," he said. "One never does," she repeated. There was a silence wherein he ate biscuits rapidly, as a rabbit eats leaves. But he laughed. "Where will you take a ticket to?" Oh heaven, she cried, one must take a ticket. Here was a blow. She saw herself at the wicket at the railway station. Then a relieving thought came to her. She breathed freely. But one needn't go, she cried. Certainly not, he said. I mean, one needn't go where one's ticket says. That struck him. One might take a ticket so as not to travel to the destination. It indicated one might break off and avoid the destination, a point located that was an idea. Then take a ticket to London. He said one should never go there. Right, she answered. He poured a little coffee into a tin can. You won't tell me where you will go, he asked. Really and truly, she said, I don't know. It depends which way the wind blows. He looked at her quizzically, then he pursed up his lips like Zephyrus blowing across the snow. It goes towards Germany, he said. I believe so, she laughed. Suddenly they were aware of a vague white figure near them. It was Gerald. Gudrun's heart leapt in sudden terror, profound terror. She rose to her feet. They told me where you were, came Gerald's voice like a judgment in the whitish air of twilight. Maria, you come like a ghost, exclaimed Lowerk. Gerald did not answer. His presence was unnatural and ghostly to them. Lowerk shook the flask, then he held it inverted over the snow. Only a few brown drops trickled out. All gone, he said. To Gerald, the smallish, odd figure of the German was distinct and objective, as if seen through field glasses, and he disliked the small figure exceedingly. He wanted it removed. Then Lowerk rattled the box which held the biscuits. Biscuits there are still, he said. And reaching from his seated posture in the sledge, he handed them to Gudrun. She fumbled, and took one. He would have held them to Gerald, but Gerald so definitely did not want to be offered a biscuit that Lowerk rather vaguely put the box aside. Then he took up the small bottle and held it to the light. Also there is some schnapps, he said to himself. Then suddenly he elevated the bottle gallantly in the air, a strange grotesque figure, leaning towards Gudrun, and said, Nadiges Fraulein, he said, wohl. There was a crack. The bottle was flying. Lowerk had started back. The three stood quivering in violent emotion. Lowerk turned to Gerald, a devilish leer on his bright-skinned face. Well done, he said, in a satirical demoniac frenzy, c'est le sport sans doubt. The next instant he was sitting ludicrously in the snow, Gerald's fist having rung against the side of his head. But Lowerk pulled himself together, rose, quivering, looking full at Gerald, his body weak and furtive, but his eyes demoniacal with satire. Vive le heroes, vives! But he flinched as in a black flash Gerald's fist came upon him, banged into the other side of his head, and sent him aside like a broken straw. But Gudrun moved forward. She raised her clenched hand high, and brought it down with a great downward stroke onto the face and on to the breast of Gerald. A great astonishment burst upon him, as if the air had broken wide. His soul opened in wonder, feeling the pain. Then it laughed, turning with strong hands outstretched at last, to take the apple of his desire. At last, he could finish his desire. He took the throat of Gudrun between his hands that were hard and indomitably powerful, and her throat was beautifully, so beautifully soft, save that within he could feel the slippery cords of her life. And this, he crushed this. He could crush what bliss, oh, what bliss at last, what satisfaction at last, the pure zest of satisfaction filled his soul. He was watching the unconsciousness come unto her swollen face, watching the eyes roll back. How ugly she was, what a fulfillment, what a satisfaction, how good this was, oh, how good it was, what a Godgiven gratification at last. He was unconscious of her fighting and struggling. The struggling was her reciprocal lustful passion in this embrace. The more violent it became, the greater the frenzy of delight. Till the zenith was reached, the crisis, the struggle was overborne, her movement became softer, appeased. Lowerk roused himself on the snow, too dazed and hurt to get up. Only his eyes were conscious. Monsieur, he said in his thin, roused voice, quand vous auras fini. A revulsion of contempt and disgust came over Gerald's soul. The disgust went to the very bottom of him. A nausea, what was he doing, to what depths was he letting himself go, as if he cared about her enough to kill her, to have her life on his hands. A weakness ran over his body, a terrible, relaxing, a thaw, a decay of strength, without knowing he had let go his grip, and Gudrun had fallen to her knees. Must he see, must he know? A fearful weakness possessed him. His joints were turned to water. He drifted as on a wind veered, and went drifting away. I didn't want it, really, was the last confession of disgust in his soul, as he drifted up the slope, weak, finished, only shearing off unconsciously from any further contact. I've had enough, I want to go to sleep. I've had enough he was sunk under a sense of nausea. He was weak, but he did not want to rest. He wanted to go on and on to the end, never again to stay till he came to the end. That was all the desire that remained to him. So he drifted on and on, unconscious and weak, not thinking of anything so long as he could keep in action. The twilight spread a weird, unearthly light overhead, bluish rose in color. The cold blue night sank on the snow in the valley below. Behind in the great bed of snow were two small figures. Gudrun dropped on her knees, like one executed, and Lowerk sitting, propped up near her, that was all. Gerald stumbled on up the slope of snow in the bluish darkness, always climbing, always unconsciously climbing. Weary though he was on his left was a steep slope, with black rocks and fallen masses of rock and veins of snow, slashing in and about the blackness of rock, veins of snow, slashing vaguely in and about the blackness of rock, yet there was no sound. All this made no noise. To add to his difficulty, a small bright moon shone, brilliantly just ahead on the right, a painful, brilliant thing that was always there, unremitting, from which there was no escape. He wanted so to come to the end, had had enough, yet he did not sleep. He surged painfully up, sometimes having to cross a slope of black rock that was blown bare of snow here. He was afraid of falling, very much afraid of falling, and high up here on the crest moved a wind that almost overpowered him with a sleep of iciness, only it was not here the end, and he must still go on. His indefinite nausea would not let him stay. Having gained one ridge, he saw the vague shadow of something higher in front, always higher, always higher. He knew he was following the track towards the summit of the slopes, where was the Marian hut, and the descent on the other side. But he was not really conscious. He only wanted to go on whilst he could, to move, to keep going, that was all, to keep going. Until it was finished, he had lost all his sense of place. And yet in the remaining instinct of life, his feet sought the track where the skis had gone. He slithered down a sheer snow slope that frightened him. He had no alpenstock, nothing. But having come safely to rest, he began to walk on in the illuminated darkness. It was as cold as sleep. He was between two ridges in a hollow, so he swerved. Should he climb the other ridge or wander along the hollow? How frail the thread of his being was stretched. He would perhaps climb the ridge. The snow was firm and simple. He went along. There was something standing out of the snow. He approached with dimmest curiosity. It was a half-buried crucifix, a little Christ under a little sloping hood at the top of a pole he sheared away. Somebody was going to murder him. He had a great dread of being murdered, but it was a dread which stood outside him like his own ghost. Yet why be afraid? It was bound to happen to be murdered. He looked round in terror at the snow, the rocking, pale, shadowy slopes of the upper world. He was bound to be murdered. He could see it. This was the moment when the death was uplifted, and there was no escape. Lord Jesus, was it then bound to be Lord Jesus? He could feel the blow descending. He knew he was murdered. Vaguely wandering forward, his hands lifted, as if to feel what would happen. He was waiting for the moment when he would stop, when it would cease. It was not over yet. He had come to the hollow basin of snow, surrounded by sheer slopes and precipices, out of which rose a track that brought one to the top of the mountain. But he wandered unconsciously till he slipped and fell down, and as he fell something broke in his soul, and immediately he went to sleep. Chapter Roman Exeunt. When they brought the body home the next morning, Gudrun was shut up in her room. From her window she saw men coming along with a burden over the snow. She sat still and let the minutes go by. There came a tap at her door. She opened. There stood a woman, saying softly, oh, far too reverently, "They have found him, madam. Gil est mort. Hours ago." Gudrun did not know what to say. What should she say? What should she feel? What should she do? What did they expect of her? She was coldly at a loss. "Thank you," she said, and she shut the door of her room. The woman went away mortified. Not a word, not a tear. Gudrun was cold, a cold woman. Gudrun sat on in her room, her face pale and impassive. What was she to do? She could not weep and make a scene. She could not alter herself. She sat motionless, hiding from people. Her one motive was to avoid actual contact with events. She only wrote out a long telegram to Ursula and Birkin. In the afternoon, however, she rose suddenly to look for Lowerk. She glanced with apprehension at the door of the room that had been Gerald's. Not for worlds would she enter there. She found Lowerk sitting alone in the lounge. She went straight up to him. "It isn't true, is it?" she said. He looked up at her. A small smile of misery twisted his face. He shrugged his shoulders. "True," he echoed. "We haven't killed him?" she asked. He disliked her coming to him in such a manner. He raised his shoulders wearily. "It has happened," he said. She looked at him. He sat crushed and frustrated for the time being, quite as emotionless And barren as herself, my God, this was a barren tragedy, barren, barren. She returned to her room to wait for Ursula and Birkin. She wanted to get away, only to get away. She could not think or feel until she had got away, till she was loosed from this position. The day passed, the next day came. She heard the sledge, saw Ursula and Birkin alight, and she shrank from these also. Ursula came straight up to her. Gudrun, she cried, the tears running down her cheeks, and she took her sister in her arms. Gudrun hid her face on Ursula's shoulder, but still, she could not escape the cold devil of irony that froze her soul. Ha ha, she thought, this is the right behavior. But she could not weep, and the sight of her cold, pale, impassive face soon stopped the fountain of Ursula's tears in a few moments. The sisters had nothing to say to each other. Was it very vile to be dragged back here again? Gudrun asked at length. Ursula looked up in some bewilderment. I never thought of it, she said. I felt a beast fetching you, said Gudrun, but I simply couldn't see people. That is too much for me. Yes, said Ursula, chilled. Birkin tapped and entered. His face was white and expressionless. She knew he gave her his hand, saying, the end of this trip, at any rate. Gudrun glanced at him, afraid. There was silence between the three of them, nothing to be said. At length Ursula asked in a small voice, have you seen him? He looked back at Ursula with a hard, cold look and did not trouble to answer. Have you seen him? She repeated. I have, he said coldly. Then he looked at Gudrun. Have you done anything? He said. Nothing, she replied, nothing. She shrank in cold disgust from making any statement. Lowerk says that Gerald came to you when you were sitting on the sledge at the bottom of the Rudelbahn, that you had words, and Gerald walked away. What were the words about? I had better know, so that I can satisfy the authorities if necessary. Gudrun looked up at him, white, childlike, mute with trouble. There weren't even any words, she said. He knocked Lowerk down and stunned him. He half strangled me, then he went away. To herself she was saying, a pretty little sample of the eternal triangle, and she turned ironically away, because she knew that the fight had been between Gerald and herself, and that the presence of the third party was a mere contingency, an inevitable contingency. Perhaps, but a contingency nonetheless. But let them have it as an example of the eternal triangle, the trinity of hate. It would be simpler for them. Birkin went away, his manner cold and abstracted, but she knew he would do things for her nevertheless. He would see her through. She smiled slightly to herself with contempt. Let him do the work, since he was so extremely good at looking after other people. Birkin went again to Gerald. He had loved him, and yet he felt chiefly disgust at the inert body lying there. It was so inert, so coldly dead, a carcass. Birkin's bowels seemed to turn to ice. He had to stand and look at the frozen, dead body that had been Gerald. It was the frozen carcass of a dead male. Birkin remembered a rabbit, which he had once found frozen like a board on the snow. It had been rigid like a dried board when he picked it up, and now this was Gerald, stiff as a board, curled up, as if for sleep, yet with the horrible hardness somehow evident. It filled him with horror. The room must be made warm, the body must be thawed, the limbs would break like glass, or like wood if they had to be straightened. He reached and touched the dead face, and the sharp, heavy bruise of ice bruised his living bowels. He wondered if he himself were freezing, too freezing from the inside, in the short blonde mustache. The life breath was frozen into a block of ice beneath the silent nostrils, and this was Gerald. Again he touched the sharp, almost glittering fair hair of the frozen body. It was ice-cold hair, ice-cold, almost venomous. Birkin's heart began to freeze. He had loved Gerald now. He looked at the shapely, strange-colored face with the small, fine, pinched nose, and the manly cheeks, saw it. Frozen like an ice bibliot, he had loved it. What was one to think or feel? His brain was beginning to freeze. His blood was turning to ice water, so cold, a heavy bruising cold, pressing on his arms from outside, and a heavier cold congealing within him, in his heart and in his bowels. He went over the snow slopes to see where the death had been. At last he came to the great shallow among the precipices and slopes near the summit of the pass. It was a gray day, the third day of grayness and stillness. All was white, icy pallid, save for the scoring of black rocks that jutted like roots sometimes, and sometimes were in naked faces in the distance. A slope sheered down from a peak with many black rock slides. It was like a shallow pot lying among the stone and snow of the upper world. In this pot Gerald had gone to sleep at the far end. The guides had driven iron stakes deep into the snow wall, so that by means of the great rope attached they could haul themselves up the massive snow front. out on to the jagged summit of the pass, naked to heaven, where the Marion hut hid among the naked rocks round about spiked/slashed snow peaks, pricked the heaven. Gerald might have found this rope, he might have hauled himself up to the crest, he might have heard the dogs in the Marion hut, and found shelter. He might have gone on down the steep, steep fall of the south side, down into the dark valley, with its pines on to the great imperial road, leading south to Italy. He might, and what then the imperial road, the south, Italy? What then was it a way out? It was only a way in again. Birkin stood high in the painful air, looking at the peaks. And the way south, was it any good going south to Italy down the old imperial road? He turned away, either the heart would break or cease to care, best cease to care, whatever the mystery which has brought forth man. And the universe, it is a non-human mystery, it has its own great ends, man. Is not the criterion best leave it all to the vast creative non-human mystery? Best strive with oneself, only not with the universe. God cannot do without man, it was a saying of some great French religious teacher. But surely this is false. God can do without man, God could do without the ichthyosauri? And the mastodon, these monsters, failed creatively to develop, so God, the creative mystery, dispensed with them in the same way the mystery could dispense with man. Should he too fail creatively to change and develop, the eternal creative mystery could dispose of man and replace him with a finer created being, just as the horse has taken the place of the mastodon. It was very consoling to Birkin to think this: if humanity ran into a cul-de-sac and expended itself, the timeless creative mystery would bring forth some other being, finer, more wonderful, some new, more lovely race to carry on the embodiment of creation. The game was never up, the mystery of creation was fathomless, infallible, inexhaustible. Forever races came and went, species passed away, but ever new species arose, more lovely or equally lovely, always surpassing wonder. The fountainhead was incorruptible and unsearchable. It had no limits, it could bring forth miracles, create utter new races and new species in its own hour, new forms of consciousness, new forms of body, new units of being. To be man was as nothing compared to the possibilities of the creative mystery, to have one's pulse beating direct from the mystery. This was perfection, unutterable satisfaction, human or inhuman, mattered nothing. The perfect pulse throbbed with indescribable being, miraculous unborn species. Birkin went home again to Gerald. He went into the room and sat down on the bed, dead and cold. Imperial Caesar dead and turned to clay. Would stop a hole to keep the wind away. There was no response from that which had been Gerald's strange, congealed icy substance. No more. Terribly weary, Birkin went away about the day's business. He did it all quietly, without bother to rant, to rave, to be tragic, to make situation sit. Was all too late, best be quiet and bear one's soul in patience and in fullness. But when he went in again at evening to look at Gerald between the candles, because of his heart's hunger, suddenly his heart contracted, his own candle all but fell from his hand. As with a strange whimpering cry, the tears broke out. He sat down in a chair, shaken by a sudden access. Ursula, who had followed him, recoiled aghast from him, as he sat with sunken head and body convulsively shaken, making a strange, horrible sound of tears. I didn't want it to be like this, I didn't want it to be like this, he cried to himself. Ursula could but think of the Kaiser's Ich habe es nicht gewollt. She looked almost with horror on Birkin. Suddenly he was silent, but he sat with his head dropped to hide his face. Then furtively he wiped his face with his fingers. Then suddenly he lifted his head and looked straight at Ursula with dark, almost vengeful eyes. He should have loved me, he said. I offered him. She, afraid white with mute lips, answered. What difference would it have made? It would, he said, it would. He forgot her and turned to look at Gerald with head oddly lifted, like a man who draws his head back from an insult, half haughtily. He watched the cold, mute material face. It had a bluish cast. It sent a shaft like ice through the heart of the living man. Cold, mute material. Birkin remembered how once Gerald had clutched his hand with a warm, momentaneous grip of final love for 1 second, then let go again. Let go forever. If he had kept true to that clasp, death would not have mattered. Those who die, and dying still, can love, still believe, do not die, they live still. In the beloved, Gerald might still have been living in the spirit with Birkin. Even after death, he might have lived with his friend a further life. But now he was dead, like clay, like bluish corruptible ice. Birkin looked at the pale fingers, the inert mass. He remembered a dead stallion. He had seen a dead mass of maleness repugnant. He remembered also the beautiful face of one whom he had loved, and who had died, still having the faith to yield to the mystery. That dead face was beautiful. No one could call it cold, mute material. No one could remember it without gaining faith in the mystery, without the soul's warming with new deep life trust. And Gerald the denier, he left the heart cold, frozen, hardly able to beat Gerald's father, had looked wistful to break the heart. But not this last terrible look of cold mute matter. Birkin watched and watched. Ursula stood aside watching the living man stare at the frozen face of the dead man. Both faces were unmoved, and unmoving the candle flames flickered in the frozen air, in the intense silence. Haven't you seen enough, she said. He got up. It's a bitter thing to me, he said. What that he's dead, she said. His eyes just met hers, he did not answer. You've got me, she said. He smiled and kissed her. If I die, he said, y'all know I haven't left you. And me, she cried. And you won't have left me, he said, we shan't have any need to despair in death. She took hold of his hand. But need you despair over Gerald, she said. Yes, he answered. They went away. Gerald was taken to England to be buried. Birkin and Ursula accompanied the body, along with one of Gerald's brothers. It was the Crich brothers and sisters who insisted on the burial in England. Birkin wanted to leave the dead man in the Alps near the snow, but the family was strident, loudly insistent. Gudrun went to Dresden. She wrote no particulars of herself. Ursula stayed at the mill with Birkin for a week or two. They were both very quiet. Did you need Gerald? She asked one evening. Yes, he said. Aren't I enough for you? She asked. No, he said, you are enough for me as far as a woman is concerned. You are all women to me, but I wanted a man friend as eternal as you and I are eternal. Why aren't I enough? She said, you are enough for me. I don't want anybody else but you. Why isn't it the same with you? Having you, I can live all my life without anybody else, any other sheer intimacy. But to make it complete, really happy, I wanted eternal union with a man too, another kind of love, he said. I don't believe it, she said. It's an obstinacy, a theory, a perversity. Well, he said, you can't have two kinds of love. Why should you? It seems as if I can't, he said, yet I wanted it. You can't have it because it's false, impossible, she said. I don't believe that, he answered.